Welcome in, everyone, to the Bochum, Germany Regional Championships. I'm Amanda Lundberger, alongside one of my good friends here. We have Abi Countzevius. How are you doing?
I am doing absolutely great, and I'm absolutely excited to start off this event.
Me too. We were kind of talking about it a little bit beforehand. Though Bochum seems like it might be a little bit of a smaller tournament compared to others, what they lack in size, they are definitely making up with in PvP potential. There's a lot of big names in this tournament.
Exactly, and slowly but steadily, you're all going to see how these big players perform.
Can't wait.
And that is going to be amazing. What we will have to potentially look at is, who's your dark horse?
Well, I don't want to spoil anything because we do have a players to keep an eye on that I did put ahead of time, but there was a surprise person who came in last night, and that is Lurgan Rocket.
Yeah.
He was the Liverpool last year's regional champion, and now he's still trying to claim a title, so maybe it's going to be in Bochum.
Yeah.
But also, speaking of big names, the two of us for sure, but we have some other casters alongside us as well that you'll see throughout the day, and that is going to be these gentlemen here. We have Eric Wang and also Leonard Koenig.
Exactly, and they're both great casters, and they've been casting for a long time. I think it's going to be very nice set of casters.
Yes, indeed.
Not to toot our own, you know.
Yeah, exactly. You can toot away. But yes, so besides that, we also I've gone into a little bit of like, what are these players actually competing for?
Exactly. So it's the first thing that they're competing for, I guess, is a ticket to the World's Finals.
Right, that's what everyone wants.
I think there's 2 world invites in store here, and also a prize money.
Yes. But not only that, you can also win some booster packs.
Yes, and people who play card games, 72 booster packs for first and second place. That's a lot of card packs to open.
That is not. I'm sure if you're Stone Collection, you're hoping not only are you first or second for your ticket to Yokohama, you also want those booster packs. I know he is super into collecting those.
Exactly. I think as Stone, you probably want the booster packs more than the actual prize money. But
for those of you who are following along, we are in the second column. We are the 25 to 100 players. So the first place, besides getting that World's Invite and Travel Awards, also gets 1,000. And then from there on, the second place gets a World's Invite, 500 you can see going down. As well, if you want to talk about the booster packs again, first and second get 72, all the way down to 9th through 16th place gets 9 booster packs.
Yeah, so still a lot of booster packs. And that will take, how long do you think it usually takes to open one booster pack?
Well, it depends how slowly you want to. I'm actually not sure. I know that the other caster, Eric, he bought some booster packs yesterday, actually, and he got a really rare card in his.
Yeah, I'm quite jealous.
But it's in German, and he is an American, right? So maybe.
So maybe he gives it up for us?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Maybe some German here can convince him to take it off of him.
Do we know a German who likes cards?
Also, this is not the only regional competition that is going on today, even.
Yes.
I mean, there's been a lot of them recently. But there will be one after this in Knoxville, Tennessee, in the United States.
Yes. Speaking of regional tournaments, there are other regional tournaments that have happened. Where are we in our schedule right now?
Oh, yes. If we look at the screen now, we have today's tournament, which is in Bochum. But then next up, we have a special event in Utrecht, which is in the Netherlands. And I'm very excited about this one because it's close to Belgium, which is where both of us live, right? I mean,
Exactly.
It's just an easy ride over there.
It's like a 3-hour ride. And then you have the international championships in Europe. And then if you keep traveling, you can go to Malmo as well, which is all the way up.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting, actually. I think for a lot of the players who are maybe up a little bit more far north, this is one of the opportunities to really let them shine in this competitive setting.
Yeah. I think it's one of the tournaments where we'll see another set of players come in. And it's mostly because it's pretty far to come down. So it's really nice that there's a new regional in Malmo. And from there, we go to Torino.
Yes, to Italy.
Italy.
And that will be another special event. So the special events are a little bit different than the other tournaments because you do not get the cash prizes or those booster packs, but you do get the invite to Worlds and also the travel incentive if you were to get first or second place there.
Exactly, and I think as a player, you play this more for the Worlds invite, and also if you get the travel incentive.
Yeah. You play it for the credit.
Yeah, for the badge.
That's right.
You know?
But speaking of the different tournaments so far, the OCIC just wrapped up. Did you have a chance to watch any of that?
Yes, yes. One of our good friends did well in OCIC.
Yeah, it's very
He finished
impressive.
second, and I was very, very happy for him. And
Yes.
he went to finish it with, according to him, was a very neutral team.
It's interesting the different metas that you see across all of the different regions, right?
Yes.
I mean, like I think there was like 68 competitors in the OCIC.
Yeah.
And you see like a lot of the similar top, what the inadequates called the top four or the core four.
Yes, it is.
But everything else within the top 10, it kind of shifts around depending on which region that you're playing in.
Yes, it's also always very interesting to see when we play formats as well, is that regions have their own favorite picks, and somehow or the other it's because players play against other players from their own region, and they're like, oh yeah, this Pokemon is good, and let me adopt this. But when it comes to other regions, it doesn't get transferred. So there's always a little bit of a change in meta, but maybe we can take a look at it.
That's a good point, yeah. So we can maybe look at the Liverpool meta
Yes.
first. Look at this. The meta breakdown for Liverpool. Look, 152 competitors, which was still the largest regional for Pokemon Go to date, I believe.
I think it was absolutely amazing to watch, and the Pokemon, as Inadequate says, top 4 is top 4.
Yes. I made a wonderful pun that last time. I said, Metacham is meta for a reason.
Oh, please don't.
But as you can see, 102 competitors used Metacham out of the 152. And I believe in the top 16, which was shown in Liverpool Day 2, 15 out of the 16 competitors used it. The only one who didn't was a Zweilous,
Yeah.
who is also at this tournament today. So I wonder if he will have a Metacham this time around.
Well, if he doesn't, it will be very interesting to watch his games. And another thing that I would like to point out in the meta chart is the rise of Alola Ninetales. Earlier, it was not so prominent, but slowly and steadily, it's picking up pace.
That is true. And before the meta shift, when the wing attack buff came, everyone was running their Alola Ninetales with Charm, but then also with that meta shift, Charm had a bit of a debuff.
Exactly.
And so now I think most of the Alola Ninetales that we've been seeing in these tournaments have been the Powder Snow variant.
Yes, it's mostly because of the fact that the wing attackers are so good now that you need Powder Snow to deal with them. And, well, you don't lose a lot of matchups with when you're running Charm Powder Snow if you do it correctly. So,
and if you look at 2 of the top 4 that is used in this tournament, they definitely don't like to see a Powder Snow Alola Ninetales. The Trevenant and the Noctowl don't do very well against it. That Galarian Stunfisk does say hi, though. He's like, oh yes, I will gladly take on this Alola Ninetales.
Speaking of Galarian Stunfisk and Alola Ninetales, the Shadow Alola Ninetales has been introduced, and that has a very playable matchup.
It's surprising, right? A Shadow Alola Ninetales can win the 2-shield scenario against the Galarian Stunfisk just because of the extra Shadow, 20% Shadow damage going on there.
Powder Snow slowly crawling up Stunfisk HP.
Yeah, well, it's starting to be a little bit scared. I also like the fact that the Lantern is still kind of in the top 5, but we're starting to see a little more variance in that as well. Sometimes it's a Spark, and sometimes it's the Water Gun for the little additional fast move pressure.
I think it depends on your team. So if you're kind of weak to Steel types, you want Water Gun, because a Water Gun Lantern can do well against Registeel and also against Stunfisk. So I think it's based on what coverage you want. So with that in mind, maybe we should...
What kind of coverage do you like on your Lantern usually?
I am a very big Rainy Castform fan. So Lantern kind of is the better Rainy Castform now. So
Rainy Castform's crying now.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he just looks like a teardrop.
Yeah, it does look like a teardrop. So I do prefer Water Gun on my Lantern. It is consistent damage over time as well. So, and I like the animation. It's like pew, 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 pew.
It doesn't do as well against the mirror, however, though.
Yes.
So it's one of those things where when Lantern is so prevalent, do you risk it and run the Water Gun, or do you want to be able to beat all the Lanterns that are also going to be there?
Again, this is where Show 6 Pick 3's format shines, is because you can give your Pokemon a move, and then you can adopt your team to work around you giving a Pokemon something different. And that's the beauty of this all.
Yep.
Water Gun Lantern? Okay, play a Trevenant.
Yeah, good point, good point.
Which is in the top 4.
It is indeed.
All right, maybe we take a look at the Oceania meta as well.
Oh, that'd be great, yeah. Still, the top 4 are the top 4 teams here, but like you were talking about, this Alolan Ninetales is crawling up. Now this is in the 6th spot.
Yeah, that is very impressive. I think slowly but steadily, as I said, as the meta evolves, we will see more Alolan Ninetales. And today's stats are going to be even more important because this is the last regional where we will have this meta.
That's true. By the time that the Utrecht special event comes around, there might be some sort of a shakeup. We don't know exactly for sure what that will be yet, but do you think that we'll see as many Noctowls there?
As a fan of Noctowl.
You're hoping so.
I do. I think it will still be part of the meta. It was part of the meta in before the moveset update as well, because we had regional winners who ran Noctowl in their teams. So I think, personally, it's not going to get so affected unless there's going to be a huge, huge meta shift towards Pokemon that counter Noctowl.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the Pokemon that countered Noctowl, like the Walrein, also had a nerf.
Yeah.
The last meta update. I think it's too soon to see the Walrein again. But now, if you also look at this, an Azumarill has crept its way into the top 10. It used to be something that was, fairly prevalent. But now we don't see it as often anymore. What do you think? Do you think we'll see a lot of Azumarills today?
I think Azumarill is always going to be a very core pick. It has Ice Beam, so basic.
That's true.
Yeah, so if it's an Ice Beam, then it can deal with the Trevenant as well. So in terms of coverage, well, why not?
That is also true, but the big question is, if you run an Azumarill, do you run it with Hydro Pump or Play Rough as the secondary move then? Because if it is going to be doing well against those steel types, you kind of want the Hydro Pump, but Play Rough is better for those mirrors.
Yes, absolutely, but we already have our players set up here, and they are already, getting their nerves out of the way, looking at their phones, checking their matchups, and this is going to be really, really interesting. And I am excited, and he already has a French flag.
I don't know. I actually think it's a flag from the Netherlands, because that is a Snowman, who is one of the players who has competed in a couple of the regional tournaments so far. I believe he was top 12 in Bremen and also top 24 in Lille.
Yeah, and if you look at it, Lille was a pretty stacked tournament as well. But we are already here. We see a Trevenant onto a Sableye.
This is an interesting matchup. Normally it favors the Sableye, especially if they're on even footing, and Snorek knows that already, going ahead and swapping out into that Spark Lantern met with the Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, this is not a bad matchup because you swapped in first, and as long as you hit the Earthquake, it's fine. But here comes the first serve. This first serve does quite a bit of damage, and both of them are raising to those big moves. He goes straight for the Earthquake. Will this
Snorek
land?
He doesn't shield it. This is oh no, last second shield by Snorek here, which was a very good call, and now this Galarian Stunfisk is energy dry. Since the sparks don't do much at all being resisted, you basically need 3 surfs to knock this out. The second one goes through. Snowman knows he doesn't need to shield it, but can he get up to another Earthquake before the next surf goes off? That is the big question. He cannot.
The surf comes through. Will Snowman pull up the shield? He has to at this point, and he does pull up the shield. Here comes the surf, and it does 1 damage.
And here we go, and going up, charging up a lot of extra energy here. Will Snorek choose to go shields down? He doesn't. He's going to lose switch here, but that Galarian Stunfisk is so low, it's basically been put down into farm down range for whatever comes in. So maybe this was actually a good play by Snorek here, because neither one of these moves are going to be doing that much damage, but Snowman going ahead and going for the harder hitting Earthquake here. It does take more energy, but when you're that low HP, it doesn't really matter.
Exactly. If you can throw one move, throw the one that probably does the most damage. The Trevenant did farm up to quite a bit of energy, and now it goes straight for the Shadow Ball. Will this Sableye shield? Because this could be pivotal in this game. Yes, he does pull that shield up.
Man, the players are really calling the moves here. And an immediate now swap in by the Galarian Stunfisk. And this is actually kind of a weird position for Snowman, because the Galarian Stunfisk has a lot of energy advantage. You don't necessarily want to swap in that Registeel right away, because that Earthquake would do so much. He's going to go ahead and chip it with the foul play, and maybe going ahead and going straight for that other foul play, getting this Galarian Stunfisk as low as possible. Snorek does not know what's in the back.
Yeah, that's one of the beauties of this game. You do not know what's at the back. And let's see, he's already at 100 energy, waiting and then throwing this Earthquake onto the Sableye. Is this enough to take the Sableye back into its Pokeball?
This is, a purified Sableye, so it is most likely a best, like a 51, and already at this foul play. Will this be enough to knock out the Galarian Stunfisk?
It will be very close. Let's find out. And here's the move. And barely
quite.
not enough, going immediately into the Registeel. But this Registeel is going to be welcomed by this Earthquake.
That was an interesting play. I think the Snowman's kind of shaking his head too. Didn't realize he was at that much energy, because though the Trevenant is energy dry, neither one of these moves do very much. And it is going to be a race. Will he be able to get there first? Going for the Focus Blast at the same time as the Seed Bomb. The Seed Bomb is a resisted move. It might not be able to take it out, but the Focus Blast also resisted. This is really coming down to the line.
That is not enough, and here comes the Registeel fighting back with this Focus Blast. It is going to be resisted by the Trevenant, but Trevenant is not as bulky as Registeel, and it
barely out.
down.
But is it going to get mud-shotted down? Will the Shadow Claw damage be enough? This is so down to the wire here.
Oh my
Snowman pulling it out at the last minute with just about 2 HP to spare.
That was an amazing game. That went, everything was down to the wire, and it was well played by both players. Understanding that, okay, my Trevenant is in a bad matchup, but if I get some energy, not so bad anymore.
And really good counting there, too. I mean, knowing that the Focus Blast was probably going to go off, that was a charge move priority event, Trevenant winning there. Unfortunately for Snorek, not quite enough damage to be able to take it out, and allowing Snowman to basically clutch that first game. What was so funny about that first game was they called all the nuke moves, right?
Yes.
You know, the big charge moves, they played it, and basically it came down to resisted charge moves, knocking the Pokemon out at the end.
Yes. Resisted charge moves, and also we just talked about the meta, right? How it's evolving, and you see there's an Alola Ninetales.
Yeah, that is
You
true.
see a Mantine.
A Mantine, that is a spicy pick. That's not something that you see very often. Emmy Weedle did win the Stuttgart regionals with the Mantine, but it's not something that is super prevalent in the meta, I would say.
Yes, but looking at how it plays up against the top 4, it does beat the top 4.
That's true.
So, is it enough to play? It's something that we need to think about.
I noticed that he did bench it the first game, probably trying to figure out what the Lantern was running, and I wonder if it will stay on the bench because it is a Spark Lantern, being able to get to those charge moves rather quickly, and Mantine can't really do much damage to that as well. However, like you said, this Alola Ninetales on Snorek's side is maybe making Snowman think that he wants to bench that Altaria.
Yes, and it's like this, right? Snorek bought 3 Pokemon that can kind of sort of deal with the Mantine in game number 1.
Yeah.
So it's like telling your opponent, yeah, you can try to bring it, but maybe not a good idea.
Or are you one of those players who's like, you know what, my player hard counted it so much that first game, maybe they're not going to bring any counters to it to the second one. It's all a mind game, right? Especially if you haven't played an opponent before, you don't know their styles. We did get a chance to see right away, both of them went for heavy hitting moves. So I don't know if that's typical for them or if that's just something that they wanted to try in this scenario.
Yep. Another thing you could notice is Snorek threw 1 extra fast move before throwing his big nuke, just to make sure that maybe that's something you take note, and you're like, okay, my opponent is always throwing 1 fast move before he throws his move, and then you try to stack swap. So it's all about reading. Game 1 is all about reading playstyle.
That's
and
right.
if you get that right, it's good for game 2. And we're already here.
Speaking of game 2, this one does look pretty good for Snorek. The Galarian Stunfisk versus the Trevenant is more in favor, and like we said, we do see this Mantine, but using it as a safe swap is very interesting, knowing there's a potential Lantern, and Snorek charging up a lot of energy. Now he has a move stored in Trevenant before swapping in to the Lantern and gonna go ahead. I don't think any shields will come up here, gonna take this resisted move, but it is a Bubble Beam, which is now going to make the attack fall on this Lantern 2 before even the first move comes off. This is just going to be kind of an annoying matchup, I think, for Snorek.
This is going to take a while if neither of them switch out, but this is not what you want to see when you're playing your Mantine for the first time. It's exactly like how I said, and how you also talked about earlier is, do you go for it? And he went for it, but unfortunately it's not going great so far. Farming up a lot lot of energy, and what is he throwing? He's throwing Surf, he's throwing a resisted move off his own.
And he's not even charging.
Oh,
he went up to 100 energy. Snowman doesn't bother to shield it. Again, the switch timers are almost up, so this is probably the play. Snowman wants to keep debuffing this Lantern, and Snorek says, you know, that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and just keep all of this energy. I'll swap out when you swap out, which is right now into the Sableye, again met with a Galarian Stunfisk. But now the tables have turned a bit because this Sableye has a little bit of extra energy and Shadow Claw damage. is pretty good in this game.
Shadow Claw is an amazing move to have on any Pokemon, especially if the Pokemon is Sableye with those fast, hard-hitting charge moves as well. Here comes the first foul play. Does quite a bit of damage, and going for the bait move here. Will Snowman call this? Yes, he does!
Wow,
What a call!
These players, I tell you what, first game they went for the heavy-hitting moves. Second game, they're both going for baits, and it seems like we're already at another foul play here, and Snorek not choosing to shield it. He is almost to an Earthquake, but will the Shadow Claw damage be enough before he gets to this move? It will not.
No, he gets to the Earthquake. Snowman is at a position where he will be forced to shield this move if he wants to save that Sableye, and he lets it go.
Lets it go, and the Sableye goes down, and now also not have you only lost this, you have lost alignment again.
And both of them have 2 shields to spare, and I do not know what they're waiting to use it for. And here comes the Mantine and wing attacks down the Steel-type Pokemon.
Being able to wing attack down is big. Oh, wow, this was a really good play as well. Waiting and swapping out, knowing Snowman will have to swap out as well, and a Shadow Ball goes through, which is shielded up by Snowman. Again, these players are calling every single charge move that goes through.
It's like they're in each other's heads. And here comes the Rock Slide. At this point,
he doesn't shield.
Why?
He's just putting it all, I guess, on this Lantern in the back. I guess he knows neither move would take it out at that point. Just charging up a little bit of extra energy, going ahead and throwing another Shadow Ball. Snowman has 1 Protect Shield left, and he chooses not to use it. This time not calling the bait, and it does a decent amount of damage to that Galarian Stunfisk. And there is still 2 shields left on Snorek's side.
And you see the great counting skills of Snowman coming in, throwing just 1 before the next Shadow Claw. But at this point, Snorek can easily shield this and go for this Seed Bomb. If unshielded, it's shielded.
The world may never know what would happen if it was unshielded, because it is indeed shielded. Swapping out to that Mantine, and now even he knows at this range the Surf will do damage, and though the Sparks are not a heavy-hitting move, even if it doesn't knock it out, he would get a little bit of extra energy. Throwing another Surf now at the Galarian Stunfisk, and Snorek looks like he's probably going to take game 2, making the score 1-1.
1-1, exactly. That was very, very well played. Snorek adopting to his opponent, thinking that, all right, I tried to scare off his Mantine, he didn't bring it, so maybe he thinks I'm not going to do that again. And absolutely on point with his calls.
And this is where it gets a little bit more, you know, nerve-wracking, right? If you have a point and your opponent has a point, this is a decisive game 3. And though this is the very beginning of the tournament, it is a double elimination. So even whoever loses this matchup was not out of the tournament. They will have another chance in the losers bracket to climb their way back through and maybe still have a chance to win it all.
Yes, absolutely. You're not down till you're down twice.
You get knocked down and you get up again 1 time.
1 time. But it's really interesting. I think based on how this worked out, Snorek went for the same team again that he used in game 1. So will Snowman bring that Registeel? That Registeel would have done a lot of work again if it was coming in. So at this point, you need to kind of like, all right, this is what happened. Should I bring what worked for me game 1?
Yep.
Or should I try to adopt and understand that my opponent might think that as well and then go for that? So it's like a permutation of guesses and strategizing that you had to go.
What would you do in this position here if you were Snowman?
I would lead Registeel.
You would? You would
Yes.
put Registeel back in?
Yes, I would lead Registeel because, well, there's Trevenant was led 2 times in the game.
Yep.
And as long as you get the Trevenant out of the way, you're kind of safe with your Stunfisk and Sableye. Because he still doesn't know what the Alola Ninetales is running, unfortunately. But if it's running Powder Snow, as most Alola Ninetales do in this meta, then you still have a way to win with the Shadow Sableye.
That is true. I think that a Registeel lead is not a bad idea, but if you do that, you need to think of something that is going to be a neutral-ish swap in case you have a hard counter like that Medicham in the lead. But Snowman has a really good neutral swap, and that is that Sableye. It seems to be I mean, depending on, again, what the Alola Ninetales is running, which we haven't seen. If it's a Charm one, ooh, you're kind of in for a little bit of a hurt. Yes. But overall, especially a Sableye with a little bit of an energy advantage, does really well against a lot of teams.
Looking at Snorek's team, what do you think that Alola Ninetales is running?
I think that it's most likely on Powder Snow. However, if you look at the top meta picks, besides, again, that Galarian Stunfisk, I mean, Medicham doesn't do as well against a Charm Alola Ninetales, and either does a Sableye, either does an opposing Alolan Ninetales. I mean, the charm is going to do more damage. So it's not necessarily a bad pick anymore, I don't think. It's maybe getting outclassed by the Powder Snow, but in that same sense, if everyone thinks you're running Powder Snow, maybe you can take some people by surprise.
Yes, and he's set up for the surprise already, so we will find out. I personally think it might be on Charm, because he has only one Sableye answer on his team. So he needs a harder check, but we'll find out. And both of the players taking time now, it's like both of them are in their heads.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Maybe I do something and that loses me the game, because this is the pivotal moment, right? It's so much easier when you're 1-0 up to take risk in game 2, but then when it's suddenly 1-1, like he did take a huge risk in game 2,
like
save swapping a Mantine. Yeah, I mean, oh, this is going to be very, very interesting. Snorek is locked and loaded, and both of them are, they look each other in the eye, say good luck, and let's go game number 3.
Exciting here. Let's see, we're getting right into it, and we have that Galarian Stunfisk. Oh, against another Galarian Stunfisk. This is the Stunfisk mirror, and we'll have to see how these players like to play it. This is one of those matches where it's very bait dependent. Do you go straight for that Earthquake, or what happens if your opponent shields a Rock Slide? So this is going to be interesting. Snowman looks like he wins Charge Move priority, and he is baiting.
Ooh, and the timer runs out and there is no shield, and absolutely
what a call by
amazing
Snorek!
call.
Like, he has thrown an Earthquake, so will Snowman choose shield? He is not. This could flip everything. Snowman now has an energy advantage, but Snorek has the health advantage.
Exactly, and this is absolutely an insane position to be if you're a Stunfisk player, because once you get the lead, once you get the land that Earthquake, you dictate the pace of the game. Absolutely, it's yours to lose.
And now I think Snowman knows it as well, trying to swap out here, but this is indeed the Earthquake, and going ahead and using his first Protect Shield as well. Snorek, I wonder what he'll do. He still has a ton of health on that Galarian Stunfisk. He's choosing to stay in. He wants to chip away the Sableye, and I suppose it makes sense, because if you look at the backline, that Trevenant definitely doesn't want to see it.
Exactly, and here you see the next Earthquake going in. If unshielded, this is going to do a ton of damage, and Snowman identifying that, yes, okay, my Sableye is going to be what wins me this game, and investing all the shields on it, and it has a ton of energy. Here's the first foul play, and oh, that is a very bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, it's a very bulky Pokemon indeed, but it's still chunking away. And look at the Shadow Claw's damage afterwards. Now that Lantern is down to 50% health before it's even able to throw off a charge move. So though there's no Protect Shields left for Snowman, he's got all this energy, and he might get that last shield as well from Snorek, because that Sableye is almost at another move.
Yep, the Sableye did farm up a ton of energy before the Lantern comes in, and he is so loaded. But unfortunately, oh my God, that catch to
wonderful counting
by
by Snowman, catching this Surf on the Galarian Stunfisk, which has already served its purpose basically at this point, and now probably coming in. I mean, a Surf is definitely not going to knock it out, neither a Thunderbolt at this time, and I think we're going to see a very aggressive farm down with a Registeel on a Lantern. The Thunderbolt is the heavier hitting move here. Let's see how much damage that it will do. Remember, I mean, this Registeel just came in. He's a pretty healthy boy right now, and going to go ahead and Zap Cannon this Trevenant.
Yes, Zap Cannon unfortunately is resisted by the Trevenant, so Snorek not pulling up that Protect Shield. Will he get the attack fall? Oh my
wow.
God. Oh, that is absolutely unfortunate. I've had a very bad luck with attack falls recently. Going and absorbing the second Zap Cannon. Will he shield this? Because if he does, then the Sableye does have a move start, so no shields.
This is very interesting. A double attack fall. This is very sad for Snorek. I mean, a Shadow Ball definitely would have been enough when it with full attack weighted, but now with a double attack debuff, not quite enough, and going ahead and trying to snipe in here. The Sableye comes in, gets the Trevenant knocked out, and now has a ton of energy, throwing this foul play at the Galarian Stunfisk. Will Snorek use his shield?
He cannot, because he knows that he does pull up the shield, and here the Sableye is so close to another move. But is this enough? Is this foul play enough to send this Stunfisk back into the Pokeball? Because it is a very bulky Pokemon as well.
It is, and it is one away from. It is not quite. It is at the Rock Slide. This game is going to be so close. This Rock Slide should be enough to take out the Sableye at this range. And then we have a Registeel, which doesn't really do well with the farm down situation. And
I think it's enough. I think it's enough. The lantern will not survive.
We'll have to see. So we're going to see a tie? No. Oh my goodness.
God,
the
what
lantern
a
is able to spark down.
Oh, wow.
It comes down to 1 HP. Snorek taking the third game with one of the closest games. I mean,
I think it's obviously one of the closest games I've ever seen. I swear I thought it was over for the lantern. I swear.
We said that the Bochum tournament was going to be stacked with some very competitive play, and what a game to start out with.
Ooh. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely amazingly played by these two amazing battlers,
Yes.
and I loved it. The game number 3 was amazing. It could have been a final.
Yeah, exactly. How hype would that have been? And again, Snowman has been doing really well in other regional tournaments. He is not out yet. He will be brought down to the losers bracket. If you are kind of wondering who is playing in this tournament and how they're doing, if you type in !bracket into the chat, you will be able to get the tournament link, and you can follow along with everyone and maybe root along with for your favorites.
Exactly. It's always nice to root for people. Just support your community, support people you're close with. That's what this game is for.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Speaking of supporting anyone, I think the Germans have really shown up for this event. They're supporting each other, but they're really coming in to fight. We have 2 Germans pretty well known within the community that are going to be battling up next. I'm pretty excited for it. How about you?
Yeah, I'm absolutely excited for any top tier battles. Yeah. So and also speaking of the German community, they've contributed the highest number of players to the Worlds as well.
That's true. That's true.
So in Germany is where it's at.
Yeah, if you think about it, the German players who made it to Worlds last year, we had Stone Collection, JBG Winston, and we had Frika, and we had Dancing Rob, the world. How could we forget about Dancing Rob?
We know
the world
you,
champion?
Yes.
Speaking of Dancing Rob, he is here, but he is helping out. He's more in a staff position, and we're really thankful to have basically the Pokemon Go community is such a close-knit group that even, we saw last year's EUIC champion.
Yes.
He's one of the stream judges as well.
I think that's one of the things that Pokemon Go is. It's an amazing platform to build a community, to go out, meet people, and also, it's basically that. You need to go out and ask people, talk to people, and raid. It's the social aspect of it that brings this game, and that's one of the reasons why the Go community is always so tight.
It's kind of like what you were saying. Each region has its own kind of meta as well, because they're playing against people who are playing something specific. I think the Europeans have been using a lot of Dunsparce and kind of brought to the attention by 23 EJB and Inadequance in one of the earlier tournaments. And then it's been more adopted, and more players in Europe are using it. And I think the other regions are kind of looking and being like, what? Why are they running Dunsparce?
I think Dunsparce is an amazing Pokemon.
I agree.
If you have a Pokemon that can deal with 3 out of the top 4 decently well to set up something for the Pokemon that comes after, I think it's a good Pokemon.
I don't disagree with you, but when Medicham is always the #1 pick, it does get a little bit dangerous.
Yes. All right, so we are done with round 1, but let's go have a chat with the winner of round number 1.
Yes,
and we
with
go
Snorek
to
and Leo.
Yes, Snorek and Leo.
Welcome back, guys. I'm here with the winner of the first round of the Pokemon Go Bochum Regional Championships. I'm here with Snorek, who just beat a really well-established player, Snowman. How are you feeling, Snorek?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. My heart is running so hard. That 1 HP win.
Those were really close games. I mean, except for number 2. I mean, take me through your team choosing process. When you saw your opponent team, which is quite unconventional because there are few Pokemon of the top 5, what did you think?
Yeah, I saw that he doesn't have Noctowl, so my Trevenant could be really useful with some energy or shield advantage. And Lantern looked really good as a safe swap. It would basically bait out the Stunfisk, which I could farm down later to have that advantage on Trevenant. Yeah, and I played both 2 games. And on the third, I was thinking a bit long, wanted to change it, but as it worked in game 2, I only changed delete in case he will counter it.
Yeah. So in game 3 you won the bait matchup, of course, and in game 2, I mean, after game 1 was close already, were you a bit relieved after you saw that you could align the lantern on the Mantine?
Yeah. I didn't expect even that he will swap that. But that the Surf did so little with 4 times debuff.
Yeah.
I was shocked.
That was quite a laughing moment for the crowd as well. Okay, so Snorek, thank you so much. That was a brilliant game, already putting on a great show for the first round. And we are going to go back to the casters because we are setting up the next featured match for you guys. Stay tuned.
Yeah, congratulations once again to Snorek. That was, I mean, like you said, that could have been a finals game. It was really down to the wire.
Imagine starting the first game like that. That's your first game you're playing.
Yeah, your heart is already just racing.
You could see it when he's giving the interview. He's just trying to get back his nose, you know, like get stabilized. That's insane.
But we didn't see the Alolan Ninetales. And so I want to mark it now in case we see him on stream later. Abi believes that he will be running Charm.
Yes.
And I just want to be
You
the
believe
opposition.
you can fly?
I'm trying to channel my inner Noctowl. But no, I will say it's on Powder Snow just so we can have some variety.
Yeah, fair enough. I understand. It's okay. I'll allow it.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Speaking of great matchups, we do have the next one.
Yes, I'm pretty excited about this as well. Like, we kind of teased it a little bit. We have some German players who will be battling each other. Both of them are very well known within the community. One of them has not competed in the tournaments, but he's been to basically all of them
the
last
tournaments.
season.
How can you do that?
I wonder how you could do this indeed.
He's been head judge of a lot of tournaments, and we know him in the community as one of the top battlers, but it's Leandro, and he's going up against JBG, and we wouldn't, I mean, these two battlers are like the top of the top.
Yes, this is something, you know, like we said, there is no bad players at this tournament. It's a small tournament, but everyone is playing to win this. JBG, again, he was one of the qualifiers for Worlds and competed last year. And also, he's been competing in a couple tournaments this year as well. Do you think that the nerves will get to him? Or do you think that Leandro is like, he's been behind the scenes this whole time. Now he's deciding he wants to shine in the
Look at
Bochum
Leandro.
regional.
He's cold as ice. He knows what he's doing, and he's absolutely in his zone. JBG, on the other hand, is a bit...
Yeah, well, I do see that I mentioned it once before. You can always tell if JBG's on stage because he has his Turtwig plushie with him, and you can kind of see it at the bottom of the screen here. So it's a support animal.
Fair enough, but you see the Shadow Swampards coming in. But one Pokemon that a Shadow Swampert never wants to see is an Abomasnow.
Yeah, wow. Both of these teams are running some very interesting things. They're both running the Shadow Swampert like you talked about. But yeah, JBG is running that Shadow Abomasnow, which does really well against a lot of the team. But Leandro is not running a Medicham. He is running an Obstagoon. Obstagoon is great in this way because it has this Night Slash, which does really well against like the Trevenants or the potential Sableye. And then I wonder what the other move he will be running is. Most likely a Cross Chop, yes, I would imagine.
Just for coverage. And I think looking at JBG's team, he's probably at this point looking at, I have one Pokemon to deal with the Obstagoon. And if the Obstagoon gets the boost...
Oh my goodness, then it's not even so advantageous for that Medicham either. But again, like you said, he only has one Pokemon that can really deal with it, kind of forcing JBG to bring that Medicham. Do you think, or is it all a mind game? Because at this point, you kind of need a fighter or a pseudo fighter on the teams. It just does very neutral or good against everything in the meta.
Yes, I think you need a counter user or you need a fighter. But there are teams that you can build around it because, well, let's say you have Registeel, which has access to a Focus Blast, for example. So you can kind of work around it, but I think having a counter user is absolutely necessary.
Right.
It's how I play. It's my style of play. So I think it's very, very necessary. But I always struggled when your best Pokemon hard loses to one other Pokemon.
Yes.
It's always, it will be on the back of your head, like, okay, what if he has that in the back and I have this in the back?
Yeah.
What do I do? What would you do in that situation?
Oh, I mean, like, it's very difficult, even with the boost, depending on how much of an energy advantage an Obstagoon has, a Medicham can still pretty much just counter it down because it is not necessarily the charge moves of the Medicham that is hurting the Obstagoon. It is that counter damage, being a dark and fighting type. The poor Obstagoon there, he's not faring so well against something that is not really getting dealt heavy damage by these counter users itself.
And a very popular strategy that you have in the community to tackle the situation is the ABB lineup, where you have one Pokemon that does well against Medicham in the lead, and then you have one that's used to kind of, let's say, hey, here you go, Medicham, you have a target. Leave my Obstagoon alone.
A good example of this would be leading like a Sableye or a Trevenant in case you caught the Medicham in the lead, but if you didn't catch the Medicham, then you would swap in like a Galarian Stunfisk, for example.
Yes.
Because the Galarian Stunfisk also doesn't have that great of a matchup against a Medicham, in hopes to lure out that Medicham.
Only to see a Swampert.
Yes, exactly. That would be even more. With Shadow Swamperts on both of these teams, it is quite dangerous. And also, you have to remember, these two trainers are friendly in real life as well. They played against each other. They played on same teams as each other in tournaments as well. So it's one of these things where it's like they kind of know each other's play style.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why they're taking so much time to think about it. Is like they're going through the motions. They're like, okay, I know he likes to do this. I know he likes to do this. He knows I like to do this. So what do I do?
Exactly. And you can see, I think JBG has probably been locked in a little bit, and Leandro is still thinking.
I think Leo is also locked in.
Oh, we might be getting right into it.
Ooh, but that turtle does look really cute in the center, right?
I think. He doesn't want to play sides, apparently. He's going to be right in the middle. He's a neutral.
That is one cute green turtle.
We're getting right into game number 1, and you can kind of see the Pokemon again on each side. Leandro and JBG, both German players, leading an Abomasnow into a Registeel. This is a very good lead for Leandro. Let's see how JBG chooses to respond, going into that hard counter of the Swampert, met with a Noctowl. But this also is pretty good for the Swampert, to be honest, because 2 Hydro Cannons from a Shadow Swampert is enough to knock out a Noctowl.
Exactly, but unfortunately, the Shadow Swampert will be forced to shield. As you can see, the first Protect Shield comes up, and it is at 2 Hydro Cannon. Here comes the first one. I know Leandro likes his stat product, so he probably is running a really high stat product Noctowl, but opting to shield. If the Swampert is willing to give up a shield in this matchup, you should shield as well.
I think so, yeah. Leandro matching shields with JBG there. JBG's almost up to yet another 2 Hydro Cannons before the next move from this Noctowl has been going off. And look how much damage that does. And now Leandro going for the Shadow Ball. Will JBG choose to shield this? He does it, and this will most likely be enough to knock out that Swampert. Yes, it is. You can see it, and the alignment is now a little bit in Leandro's favor, but you know what? That Abomasnow does look pretty good against this Noctowl as well. It is energy dry. Will he be able to farm it down before the Sky Attack goes off?
It can't. It has to get rid of all that energy. Unfortunately for Abomasnow.
But really good timing here. If you looked, he went up to the charge move priority, and Leandro has chosen to use his last Protect Shield as well because he threw the Sky Attack.
Yeah. And Leandro just wants to get this Abomasnow out of the way. He knows the biggest threat for his Swampert is his Abomasnow, and it's gone. Now the Swampert has all the time in the world to do as much damage as it possibly can. The Swampert will outpace the Medicham, but the Medicham did swap in first.
Yes. Alright, going ahead and throwing this first Hydro Cannon, and JBG choosing to use this shield, but Swampert has no shields left either, and JBG is at the Psychic, charging up a little bit extra, doing his counts wonderfully right before the next Hydro Cannon is available, throwing the Psychic, which will be enough to knock it out. The Medicham still has a lot of health left too, and if you're in Leandro's position, you have to kind of wonder, I guess maybe you're going for the Registeel and just hoping for that Zap Cannon debuff?
Yes, that's one of the best ways to do this. You go into the Registeel, and the Registeel is now racing for the Zap Cannon, but unfortunately for the Medicham, it does not run a fighting type charge move, so whatever it's going to throw at this Regi is going to be resisted. Here comes the Psychic. Let's see what it does. It does not enough damage.
Not enough, and also Psychic has a chance to debuff your opponent's defenses. Did not get that debuff either. Let's see if Leandro is a little more lucky throwing the Zap Cannon, which does a heavy amount of it, and he does. He gets the attack fall. JBG just shaking his head here because he knows as well that he needed those counters to be as effective as possible. Leandro trying to go ahead and he wanted to catch a move. He wasn't at it yet.
Yeah, And this one was charge move priority, but unfortunately, since it was debuffed, it is not enough to take send the Registeel back into its Pokeball.
Yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate. JBG was at the Psychic, which is still resisted, but it is a heavier hitting move. And I think Leandro is already asking him, why didn't you throw the Psychic? I don't know if it would have been enough because it was already attack debuffed. Yeah. But at that point, I think JBG was counting as well. He knew that Leandro was also at a move, and he felt he had to throw something.
I think that might have been a little miscount, potentially a little miscount by JBG's side because he was at 2 Ice Punches.
Yes.
So maybe he thought 2 Ice Punches would have been better than 1 Psychic.
That is also potentially true.
Yes. So we don't know what was going on in his head, but we see him disappointed with that.
Yeah.
That was, I think, amazing. Like, to think of it this way, right? How many times you see a grass type, you see a steel type lead into an Abomasnow, and that match come so close.
Yes.
It was 1 turn difference.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. And really, really good just counting and playing on both sides. And if you saw, like Leandro did bench the Obstagoon, but there's not really a hard target for it, I suppose, on a JBG's team. But the Abomasnow, even though it is quite frail, it did a lot of work in that as well. It basically got knocked out by a Sky Attack, but it got the last Protect Shield, and it was just doing super effective damage to the back line.
But it shows how much of a battler Leandro is. He knows that this Abomasnow could have been a problem, so he pulled that Protect Shield even though he knows that, okay, I still have my Registeel on this Abomasnow. Do I really need this Noctowl to take it out?
But it's true.
He pulled it up, got that Abomasnow out of the way, and then it was free cruising for the Swampert.
And really good prediction also by JBG there. I think Leandro, he was counting and he was expecting, to try to throw or to sack his Noctowl. Unfortunately for him, just ended up getting countered down and now had all that extra energy. And so, it was really, really down to the wire.
Oof. This game was absolutely read by Leandro, right? And JBG also kind of figured out, all right, my Medicham is my win condition, and he played for that win condition, letting the Abomasnow go. But how are they going to adapt to it? What would you bring if you were JBG?
Yeah, it is kind of the question, because if you think about, the Noctowls is good against the Trevenant. The Trevenant is good against the Medicham. The Medicham is basically good against Leandro's whole line besides that Trevenant. So,
it made sense to save your Medicham for last. Well, I think this game, even though it was amazingly read by Leandro, was flipped by that Zap Cannon.
Yes.
The moment it landed, you could see JBG going like...
Yeah, you just don't know what to do at that point either. And also, the fact that he didn't get the Psychic debuff, which also could have flipped that match.
Yes,
if the Psychic debuff on that Registeel, those counters, which are already doing super effective damage, would just be like, Registeel, what Registeel at this point, right? It might not have been able to get to that second Focus Blast because it would just be chipped down.
Yep. If you don't get the debuff, you would potentially be able to throw the Ice Punch to take it out because the counters do a lot more damage. You don't really have to... only when you have to get to the Psychic, you have to worry about the Focus Blast.
Yes. Again, this is one of those funny things. So far, in a lot of our featured matchups, it's been a resisted move or, not a super effective move that has ended up winning the game for these players.
Yep. Focus Blast on a Medicham. What was the other one again?
I think a Focus Blast on a Trevenant.
Yeah.
Seed Bomb against a Registeel.
Yes. Which was not enough.
It was not quite enough indeed. So these players are still kind of thinking it through here. I like this team composition, though, of both of them. It is, it's just not something you see in every single tournament.
Yep. And the Swampert lost their Shadow tag.
Yeah, so did the Obama.
Poor Obama.
Thanks, Abomasnow.
Yes, you can. Don't know any more Obama.
All right, looks like these two players are still thinking it through.
All right, let's play a game.
Okay.
What's Leandro going to lead?
That's a good question. I think that he would lead... He doesn't want to lead the Lantern because, again, if it's that Abomasnow lead, that's, you're just kind of hard-walled. I think he left a lot of things on the bench, actually, that made it a little more of a rock, paper, scissors scenario. He tried to lead more neutral things overall. I'm going to pretend, I'm just going to stall it out until he goes ahead and puts it on there. And then it acts like
lead? An obstacle lead?
I think he's going to lead a Registeel.
Oh, yes, he does. Oh my god, it's the same.
We have a second burst, same as the first here. And you can see JBG
But he did bring the obstacle. He did bring the obstacle this time. Goes into the Swampert, immediately swapping into his Noctowl as an answer.
And this is kind of funny because if you think about it, so far it looks exactly the same, which could lead JBG into a false sense of security, or not even security, but it's the exact same lineup in the back. But it's not. Like, Leandro has hidden this obstacle. I think, honestly, winning Switch here is going to be very important because I think the Medicham is going to do well against almost basically the whole back line.
It's going to be really interesting how these two battlers decide to play it out. But for now, we see a Hydro Cannon going into the Noctowl, and Leandro pulling up a shield. Will he go for the Sky Attack, or will he go for the Shadow Ball? This time he goes for the big Shadow Ball.
He did this last time too, and JBG did not use the shield. This time he is shielding up that Shadow Ball. We will have to see how these two choose to play it out. Leandro giving a small shake of his head, and now JBG has a ton of energy. He's going to be able to get to another Hydro Cannon before the Sky Attack. Leandro, I think, knows it as well, choosing to let that Noctowl go down. But now you can really see in the back what will be coming in.
This is going to be the pivotal moment in the game, right? Will he bring the Registeel? No, he brings the Obstagoon, and JBJ is like, yes, okay, good. But first Earthquake, it's a Shadow Swampert. It's going to hurt.
Yeah, I think at this point JBG knows that his Abomasnow is more than anything just a liability. So going ahead and bringing it in, basically just using it for fodder. Leandro forced to swap out here, but now that low health Obstagoon is in the back, and there's still a Medicham to deal with.
Yep, and JBG going for the Weather Ball. Weather Ball is a stab move, same time attack bonus, and over the course of time, he knows that he needs to do as much damage to this Reggie as possible. Leandro knows that his Reggie needs to have as much HP as possible, so he saves it.
This is funny. He's slightly undercharged, hoping that he could get a little bit of extra damage. And like I said, even though that was resisted, he did shield it because he wanted as much as possible. But this Earthquake still might be able to get there in time. Oh my goodness, JBG getting to this Earthquake, and this is a Shadow Swampert, also with same type attack bonus. This will be basically knocking out that Registeel, and then we have Obstagoon with a lot of energy but low health against a full Medicham. Leandro knows that he goes ahead and lets it go down. My goodness, a very decisive game number 2 to JBG. And if you're Leandro, do you bring that Obstagoon again? Because
if I were Leandro,
nervous.
I would be beating myself up for not swapping the Obstagoon into the Swampert. Because that would mean then you have perfect alignment in a sense. When you play teams ABA-ish, then it's kind of different play style. But I think it was first game, it showed how amazing Leandro read JBG. Second game, JBG was like, okay, I know this is what you want to do, but I'm not going to let you. I want swap, and I'm going to have it. And that's absolutely perfect. The same went, like, game 1 flipped because Leandro shielded twice. Game 2 flipped because JBG shielded twice.
That's true. And like we said, these competitors know each other and play against each other, play with each other often as well. So, I mean, you can tell for both of them that they know like how each other is going to think. And then this is now like four-dimensional chess.
Do you think Leandro will play the Trevenant now? Because there's a lot of incentive to play it. Because it was Medicham Swampert, Abomasnow. None of these Pokemon can deal with a Shadow Ball.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, Swampert, you don't have to Shadow Ball, but... So maybe because of that, you might expect Leandro to bring Trevenant. And because of that, maybe you see Noctowl from JBG's side.
Like I said, I think they're doing their best to not make it so rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
However, when you play ABA, like earlier you said, the ABB lineup we talked a little bit about, and then you referenced that Leandro this time went ABA, which was 2 Pokemon that were weak to a very specific Pokemon, and that was Medicham.
Yeah.
So when Leandro won the lead and JBG switched in his Swampert, the best chance, like you said, would have been to swap to that Obstagoon instead, because instead he left 2 Pokemon in the back that was weak to one Pokemon that JBG had.
Yeah, which is very good against Leandro's team. Like,
Yes.
Medicham is so good against his team. And it would make a lot of sense to go in your Obstagoon there. Of course, the match is a bit dicey, but more often than not, as an Obstagoon, it is fairly decently bulky Pokemon. It's a Shadow Swampert. You're
Right.
doing one of the best fast moves in the game, counter,
Yes.
and your moves are also coming in thick and fast. So you could force swap there, and that would be the end of the game.
That is true. And it's one of those things, too. Sometimes when you're playing the game, you do something, and then you immediately think, that was counterintuitive. That was against the plan that what I wanted to
Yes.
do. And then at that point, you just kind of have to play it out because you can't beat yourself up too much while the game is going on. You use the time after. You play as hard as you can to the best of your ability, reassess what you could have done differently for the next round.
Yep. Pokemon Go is a game of micro decisions.
Exactly.
You have
Split
half a
second
second.
decisions.
You have half a second.
Yes.
Every turn is half a second.
Yes.
That's all you have to click that button. The later you do, the more worse things get for you.
I think it's one of those things as well. A lot of people, you don't want to let your opponent get too much of an energy advantage.
Yes, exactly.
Because that is dangerous. However, if you're expecting them to swap something, so you immediately swap the counter, and it's not the thing that you were expecting either, that also can turn around and bite you a little bit. So
So how do you do that?
you have to kind of measure. One thing that you will notice is in the right-hand corner of the screen, there is the typings. So you can quickly look and see what the typings of the Pokemon that are coming in are. Not obviously at the very beginning, but throughout the game. This time we have the Trevenant lead, like you were talking about. Trevenant and Obstagoon and Registeel. So this is an AB lineup.
weak to Medicham line. This Trevenant is still having a positive matchup against the Stunfisk. It all comes down to, do I shield the Shadow Ball?
And he does not. Okay, let's see how it goes from
Imagine
here.
being one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the game and you lose 45% of your HP in one go.
Yeah, and this is not the most heavy-hitting move, but it will slowly start to chip away at the Trevenant. Like you said earlier, Trevenant has a very high attack, but it does not have a lot of bulk. Catching this second Rock Slide onto a Registeel. Leandro, wonderful counting here, and wasting a lot of this energy from JBG, and we'll see. I think JBG recognized also maybe that he would be going ABB, because if you look at the back lineup here, the Medicham and the Swampert are around to deal with this Registeel, but still JBG choosing to stay in, throw the Earthquake before dipping out.
Exactly, because JBG had a residual energy. You know, you would get to the move first, but here comes a Swampert. Swampert is a Shadow, so this Focus Blast is going to do a lot of damage, but not if it's shielded.
Yeah, first shield up for JBG here, and this is a heavily favored matchup for the Swampert indeed, but there is that Trevenant in the back, and it does have a little bit of energy as well. Going for the Earthquake, Leandro using both shields here. He says, I need this switch advantage.
Yes.
And this is proper, because a lot of people don't shield because they think it's going to be a Hydro Cannon.
Exactly. But here is where the game sense comes in, right? Will JBG shield? Because if he does, it's going to be super critical.
Yeah, but this is also the thing. The switch timers are completely misaligned because JBG stayed in longer there.
Oh my God,
and
absolutely god-tier timing there. Knows exactly the count, and
this
this
is gonna
speed bomb
hurt.
is gonna knock a few generations of Swampert back
that
into the
Hydro
Pokeball.
Cannon as well. All that energy going to waste. And what do you do if you're JBG at this point? Because what looked so favorable has turned a little bit now. He might try to catch this Shadow Ball, but Leandro also knows it. No, he is able to do it. The Shadow Ball lands on the Galarian Stunfisk, and Leandro's going ahead and charging up the bubbles all the way. He says, you know what, fine, get this off the field. I want it out of here. And now we have the...
No, this is too much farming. It is putting the Medicham in a range where Zap Cannon can take it out. But here comes Ice Punch. Ice Punch will send the Trevenant packing. And what does Leandro come in next?
He's got to do the Registeel, right? I mean, at this point, he's just trying to get up to this Zap Cannon. JBG now probably going to throw the Psychic right before the Focus Blast. A little bit different than last game, but there is no attack debuff this time. You have to remember. So even though it's resisted, it could possibly be enough.
No,
it's not quite.
Enough. Oh, he throws the Focus Blast.
But Leandro he didn't think he would make it to the Zap Cannon in time. But now, I mean, this move isn't going to be enough.
But this is okay. Here in comes the Obstagoon, about to do some damage to this Medicham.
He's got to be able to get to this.
Has to be able to throw this. Oh, yeah, he knows it was not enough. Absolutely amazing gameplay by Leandro. He knew the switch clock was misaligned.
Yes.
He knew his Trevenant had residual energy. He's like, okay, I'm going to shield it twice. If you shield twice, you lose.
Yes, that was so intense of a game, and just like really good counting from both sides. You saw like sacrificial swaps on both of them, where it's saying, "Oh, you know how to catch."
Yeah, but it's really, really interesting because the meta has now evolved where top players now wait one turn.
Yes.
Right? So before you throw a move, so in Pokemon Go, every move takes one turn. So every action you do, it takes one turn. So throwing of a charge move takes one turn. So usually, if you wait one turn and then you throw, your opponent cannot
try to do one of these sacrificial swaps.
Exactly. So it's really a skill that you will slowly master, or if you really want to master it, you just have to play GBL every day.
It's also one of those things where if you want to see some master classes of this exactly, in the Liverpool's finals, also between Human Catcher Bug and Statistan, they both waited a turn, and so then you just saw two Pokemon stagnant, and then they both did the same thing at the next time. It was really funny.
Yep. I think top players are evolving, and the mechanics is evolving, which is one of the main things that if you want to get to the top, you focus on your mechanics. Typings, yes, most of us know our typings because, well,
we played the games, right? Yes.
So I think once you get your mechanics down, you're good. You're good enough to get to top 16, and then you focus on game reading, team building, and then you slowly move up.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think that I think some people who don't play Pokemon Go, they look at it and they just think it's like phone mashing. You know, you're just pressing your screen. But the more that you play, you're like, oh, there's some thought, there's some strategy behind this, and it's. Even if you don't understand it all, I find it super engaging to watch.
Exactly. I think
this
Pokemon
is one of those things where it's like, and obviously tell your friends to tune into NeuroCar, because as you've seen so far, all these matches have been super hyped.
Yeah, they are very, very good matches. Pokemon Go, I was just going to say, is a strategy game.
It is.
It's not a team comp based. It is sometimes, but more often than not. As you saw, like you saw game number 1, where you lead an Obama Snow into a Registeel, and you just lose by one turn.
That was rough.
One turn and one debuff is all it takes.
Yeah.
So you never know.
It's true, it's true. And also, JBG, I'm sure we'll be seeing a little bit more of him as well. He is in the losers bracket, but it is a Swiss or a double elimination, so that means that he still has another chance to keep climbing as well. And Leandro has gone from head judge to maybe head competition for a lot of these Pogo players.
And beating JBG as you're in your first round is gonna boost a lot of his morale right now.
I think
he is coming back into the game, right?
Yeah.
Like he's trying to play now. So it's something that players have to build up. When you take a break, you're kind of like a bit rusty. But then it's true. I mean, we have all been there.
Yeah, so I agree.
So when you just need to get into the flow, and winning round 1 is the perfect way to get into the flow. And one more thing is that understanding team comp is really important. That's what Leandro and JBG showed to us, understanding team comp. With that in mind, maybe we go straight to the winner and see what his thoughts are.
I'd love to hear about Leandro's team composition ideas and thoughts. We'll have to see.
Yes.
I'm Eric Wong, and I'm here with our battle winner, Leandro. Thanks for having. Oh, so just first of all, we saw that you tried to make the catch onto the Noctowl in that game from the Medicham. Do you think that was necessary in hindsight?
I think it wasn't really necessary, but it was. I could never get punished for it because even if I wouldn't catch, I know I still have Flip Psychic back end on the Registeel, and if he tries to farm me down, he's already in Focus Plus range, so I don't have to take any extra counter to get to the Zapcan. And with that, it was just you just swap, and if they don't throw, you still win. If they throw, it looks nice and you still win. So I just decided to go for that. I mean, it still worked out, so yeah, I was definitely...
Yeah, absolutely. So in that game 3, did you recognize that he was triple weak to the Trevenant in the back and in the front?
So once he stayed in with the Stunfisk, I was already figuring there probably is something like a Medicham in the back, because Sulfur is rather soft against it. Mm-hmm. But I was definitely not expecting the Swampert. I was expecting a ground lead, either G-Fizz or Swampert. Mm-hmm. But worked even better out for me that he had the swarm pod back there, because with that I just could get momentum on my Trevenant after, say, switching my Register Seal or catching move on the Register Seal to get out his swarm pod or meditate him out. Either way would have been fine for me. And that way I was just able to farm up so much energy that he was like in a really tough spot to do it either way. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So you probably recognize that Abomasnow was like a big problem for your team. Is that why you wanted to run the Reggie and the Obscune every game?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like Reggie was set from like the very first moment, because Abomasnow is definitely something I didn't really look at, because it's usually very rare.
Right.
It definitely is a core breaker type of Pokemon, such as Obstagonis, for example. So I had to make sure I keep it in check, and was lucky to get on my Register Seal 2 games, and in one of the games it worked out correctly. So I was expecting him to always bring a Abomasnow. Surprised he didn't bring in game 3, but that's why Register Seal was needed to be on the team. And also Obstagoon was like really, it has 5 matchups where it can always play out very decently, and has only Medicham to fear. So to pair it up with Register Seal, which is an usual beta for something like a fighter like Medicham, it just they pair up really well, because once either Medicham is gone, or like mentioned somewhere else, like with Register Seal and Obstagoon, I had so much play anywhere.
Absolutely. It looks like you have a really, really good core setup in your team. Yeah, again, thanks for taking the time. Congrats on your win against JBG, and good luck in your future matches.
Thank you.
Back to you.
As Leandro said, that Obstagoon,
I guess I'm there.
get that,
Have a nice day.
Yeah, you too. I will be.
and Obstagoon can shine.
And we did get to see the movesets, which are the normal-ish movesets, I would say, that are run for Obstagoon in the Great League meta, being the Cross Chop and the Night Slash. No boost, unfortunately, for Leandro, but turns out he didn't even need it.
Yeah, well, he didn't have to. He didn't throw him.
Yeah, that's true.
I think he threw one cross chop. But Obstagoon just being there was good enough. It was just moral support. Like,
That's right.
It's like
And also a shiny Obstagoon.
yeah, and how the Obstagoon stand is like this. Basically, it's moral support. It's
Yeah.
like, you know, mafia boss.
He's a big tough goon.
Yeah. Speaking of which, we have our next match coming up, and it's already round 2.
Yeah. Can you believe it?
Yes.
And also, we were talking earlier, JBG and Leandro are both German players. And again, we have another round that is German players, and very high-level ones at that.
Exactly. It's going to be between Frika and Tuyen. Frika, as we know, has been in, I think, every tournament he goes, he ends up in the top 8 somehow.
It is pretty much true. I think that there's maybe only been 1 or 2 tournaments total where he did not make day 2, but for the most part, he is one of the top-level competitors for Germany, and he also competed in Worlds, and I think he got in like was one of the finalists, like the top 12.
Yep, I think that's an amazing achievement, and I kind of like Frika as well, because we were hanging out, and he wants to play Dunsparce, and I'm all for that, and I hope he does.
Well, I don't want to give away too much, but I also had a chance to play against Frika during some of these Bochum Germany things, and well,
Did you win?
I can't. You just have to tune in and find out.
But what I would like to point my attention to is the cutest plushie I've ever seen.
Yes. I hope we're talking about the same one, but
What are you talking about?
the Registeel, of course. No, I'm talking about that Vulpix.
No.
You're not?
Oh, look, it has a hat.
Oh, yeah, so there's I personally love this pick by Tuyen, because she has played in some grassroots tournaments in a team that is like called Fox Devil Wild.
Fair enough.
And so she already has a fox on the stage. We're talking about a little bit of emotional support. There is some emotional support for her right there as well.
She's brought her team with her.
She's brought her team.
Yes.
It's a tag team event. And you know what? I think the fire typing of the Vulpix is very good against the steel.
Ooh, Frika's already at a disadvantage.
That's
here.
right.
Will the Vulpix be able to beat the Registeel?
We'll have to see for sure, but I'm very excited to see these 2 battlers. Tuyen has competed in a couple other tournaments as well, and she is a very, very good competitor.
Yep. I think I've played her a few times, and she's really, really good. And I know she'll more than hold her own against Frika. And she also has competed in UIC, for example. She did finish top 32, and it's not so easy to get there.
Exactly. I mean, that is pretty impressive indeed. And I don't know if we can see the teams for sure yet, but it'd be funny if she had a meme team of like, do you think she has a Lowland Ninetales being also a fox?
Ooh, yeah, she has to, right? She has
or maybe
to
the regular Ninetales.
Yeah. I would prefer regular Ninetales, because it's a bit more better in the meta. Just
More better.
because I mean, yeah. I mean, look at it this way: you have Trevenant, you can beat it. You have Medicham.
No, if you think of really what you were saying, the top 4 Pokemon,
Yeah, the Kanto Ninetales does really, really well. I don't understand why it went slowly down the picking order, but I think it can come back up. Maybe that's the buff we need.
maybe that is the. Would it be an Ember buff? Do you think, or would it be?
I don't know, give it a move that can kind of KO the Noctowl.
Well, I do think that the Ninetales has Overheat as a potential,
Yes.
which does. I mean, there's very few things that can one-hit KO a Noctowl because Noctowl is one of the more bulky Pokemons that you'll find in the Great League. But an Overheat from a Ninetales would do a lot of damage. However, it does debuff your own attack, so
Yeah.
we like to call it like a
But-
chip and dip-ish type thing where you want to swap out to regain your full.
Are there any Pokemon that can one-hit KO? Do you think?
We saw a Shadow Ampharos, a Focus Blast, a Stunfisk, and it did indeed one-hit KO.
All right, we see the Noctowl lead into a Medicham. That is let's say, a neutral lead because you do a lot of damage as the Medicham, just because of the fair bulk and the counter, and swapping into the Stunfisk, and it is met with the Medicham from Frika. This is not looking great for Tuyen.
And Frika going ahead and counting and throwing the move right before the Galarian Stunfisk is able to. But this is kind of what we talked about, where it's the counter damage that is doing the main heavy hitting to the Galarian Stunfisk. It is not the charge moves. The charge moves, however, here, Earthquake is going to do a decent amount of damage if Frika chooses not to shield, which he doesn't. Look at the Medicham is already down to the yellow.
Yep, that is a lot of damage. That's mostly because Earthquake is a same type attack bonus, whereas the Ice Punch, you don't have that luxury. The only luxury Medicham has for same type attack bonus is the counters, but...
Oh my goodness!
Oh no!
Oh, she didn't know it either.
Oh,
she thought maybe she
no.
wouldn't and ended up clicking the rock slide instead. But does Frika know it? I think she does because he saw her
Yes,
expression ahead of time. Otherwise, that would have knocked it out. But now going ahead and just the two Medichams countering each other. And I don't know. What do you do at this stage? Do you shield it? Do you know that it's a psychic? There's no point in baiting at this point,
Yeah,
right?
it comes down to team rating at this point. But unfortunately for the players, they do not know what's at the back. So letting this move go, also understanding, well, my Medicham can't do a lot versus the Noctowl. So letting the move go and then going for these super effective Ice Punches on the Noctowl. I think 2 are enough to take out the Noctowl. What do you think?
I mean, as you can see, it's a little bit of a chip there. Going ahead and coming in, and you see it is the Powder Snow, and again met by that Registeel, and Frika is kind of in the driver's seat at this position here. And going ahead and letting this first move go through, it is the Ice typing being resisted against this Steel. It doesn't really matter even if he doesn't get an attack debuff, but I think he might go for the more energy efficient move. No, the Focus Blast, no, going for that Zap Cannon just for a little bit of extra.
Yep. I sincerely hope for 2 and 6 this does not get an attack default. Let's see what happens. No attack fall, so she can still throw these moves. Dazzling Gleam is resisted, but it is going to do more damage to the Registeel.
Yes.
At this point, let's see what Frika wants to do. Does he pull up a protection? No, he does not.
He does not pull up. Both of the players still have both Protect Shields left. I guess putting it all on this Medicham at the end here. I don't know if you're Tuyen, you're like, I kind of got this Registeel down kind of low. No, going ahead and letting that Focus Blast take it out, and in comes that Medicham just to try to get up a couple more Ice Punches before. Unfortunately for Tuyen, Frika still has both of his shields left, and the first Protect Shield is being used against this super effective Ice Punch. And also this, again, buffed wing attack damage is not something this fighter necessarily wants to see, already putting Medicham in the red. And I don't know if she's even going to throw at this point. It looks like they're both just fast moving each other down.
Yep, Frika knows. Frika knows from game mechanic knowledge is that he does not need to throw a charge move to let Tuyen get another counter in.
Right.
And that might have flipped the game. But that is very unfortunate. The pivotal moment was not clicking on that Earthquake. Imagine
Yes.
if that Earthquake landed, you have your little Ninetales on the Noctowl and the and the Medicham onto the Registeel, and oh.
I know, it would have flipped everything indeed. And you could see, that's just such a risk too, because you want to make sure to get some damage off, because chip damage is chip damage,
Yes.
right? It's like, would I rather get 0 damage or at least,
Yeah,
you know.
and as I said, you have a microsecond to make the decision.
Yes.
You saw JBG going for the Ice Punch instead of the Psychic. And JBG is also a top battler. Like, if you have half a second to decide what you want to do.
Yes, and you saw it from, I think, from her expression as well. She didn't expect to even survive that, I think. So at that point, it was just like, just clicking on the screen, hoping something happened. Unfortunately for her, because like you said, that would have completely flipped. She would have had the alignment that she was looking for. Because if you look at it, the plays were there.
Yes.
I mean, the team comp, the strategy was there. They just had the unfortunate scenario of getting
half a second. That's all right. But speaking of Dunsparce, ooh, we have a Lurantis.
Oh my goodness.
That is a very spicy pick. Lurantis has amazing coverage. It has a bug move as a fast move. It has a grass move as a charge move, and also a fighting move as a charge move.
And if you look at the rest of her team, has a lot of bulk. You know, so they can take some heavier hitting charge moves. Lurantis does not have a lot of bulk.
Fair enough, but just look at Frika's team, for example. Against Sableye, you have decent matchup. Lantern definitely does not want to deal with the Lurantis. You have Dunsparce, which takes super effective damage from Superpower. So does Registeel. Maybe there is a way to play it. And also, if you have the Noctowl, you still do neutral damage with your Superpower. And with the Lurantis being so heavily attack-weighted, I think 2 Superpowers are enough to put it somewhere to a farm down rate.
That's probably true. One thing we have to remember about Superpower, it is one of these moves that you can't use it without cost. So Superpower, once you use it once, you have now debuffed not only your attack, but also your defense. So if you throw a move and your opponent throws a move immediately after, you're going to be taking more damage from that while you're not dealing out as much either. So, but enough about Lurantis, although it is on the team, so this will be exciting to see it later. And this is not a horrible matchup, getting a little bit of chip damage here with a Lantern against Frika's Registeel.
Yep, going for the Thunderbolt. This is a heavier hitting move. It's always better to throw the move earlier before the Registeel can get that sneaky debuff. But the Registeel comes back with an electric move of its own, going for the Zap Cannon, and the Zap Cannon does neutral damage to a Lantern.
Yes, and as you can see, like we said, the Lantern is a fairly bulky Pokemon, but that did bring it down to half health. And Frika going and swapping in his Medicham as a safe-ish swap here, and Tuyen at another Thunderbolt. Will Frika choose to use his Protect Shield on this? This is the heavier hitting move with the same type attack bonus. He does not, still in the green, but just barely. These moves are bringing it down to the yellow. Frika now has a ton of energy. Do you think he goes for an aggressive counter down on this Lantern?
It looks like he's going for an aggressive counter down. Here comes the Surf. Surf, unfortunately, will not be enough to send this Medicham packing into its Pokeball, but now the Medicham does have 100 energy, and in comes the Lurantis. Lurantis, as you said before, does not like these.
Yeah, it's not bulky, and this is a super effective move, being the grass typing here. So Frika now going for the Psychic. Will Tuyen use both of the shields? This will knock it, make it very low, if not knock it out, if not. Okay, both Protect Shields used by Tuyen here, and now just going ahead and Fury Cuttering down, and now Lurantis is kind of loaded itself.
Let's see what Frika decides to bring into this matchup, because coming in with a Registeel might prove costly. He does come into the Registeel, and this is insane because it will get outpaced to 2 superpowers. Here comes the first one. Does Frika shield this? It could be one of those occasions where you could have gone for the bait, but no.
He doesn't shield it. Oh, look, that barely has any left, and now he was waiting because, as we said, the superpower does lower both your attack and defense. Will this be enough to make the Focus Blast take it out? It is indeed, and an immediate swap in now to the Sableye. Sableye with 2 shields left.
It's a Shadow Sableye as well.
It's in a pretty good position.
Exactly. There are very few Pokemon in the meta that can survive a 2-shielded Sableye, unless you're running a Charmander and Ninetales. But here comes the first foul play, already doing a lot of damage to this Stunfisk. Stunfisk going for the Rock Slide, and Frika obviously opting to shield because he does have 2 shields and he does not have to save it for the next game.
That is right, indeed. And this is one of the things, yes, Shadows, they take 20% more damage from it, but they also dish out that 20% more. And this is, obviously, he's also going to need to shield these up because they're going to hurt. But Frika is now at another foul play, which at this range should be enough to knock out this Galarian Stunfisk. And I believe Frika has taken both Game 1 and Game 2.
Exactly, and to be honest, I think both were really, really close games. They came down to pivotal moments in reading the black backline. And you saw Frika recognizing, number one, what he did first game number 1 was that he recognized, okay, then Lolo Ninetales is Paris now. My Medicham suddenly is not so bad as a safe swap because she did not have any hard answers. The hardest possible answer was a Noxal, but then it's an IV-based matchup in the Zero Shields.
That's right.
So it will, I mean, when I mean IV-based matchup, I mean it's a charge move priority dependent matchup.
Yeah, normally the charge move priority goes to the Medicham because the Medicham usually has a higher attack stat. However, some Noctowls have been built, especially for these sorts of tournaments where you want that they now have, they're losing a bit of their bulk to make sure that they can fire off some charge moves first, or to make them a little bit heavier hitting. Like there are Noctowls that can beat Galarian Stunfists by throwing these Shadow Balls, which also seems like a funny thing that doesn't always, you wouldn't think would happen.
Yeah, and if you're looking for it, the attack stat that you're probably kind of looking for is 106.7. Anything about that, you're good.
You're not bulky, but you're good.
You're not bulky, but you're good, right? Yeah. It depends on what your team needs.
This is actually kind of funny because normally I feel like I've known you, like Leandro and JBG know each other. We've played each other often. We do a lot of team building together as well. And I'm surprised that you even are considering the attack weighted over the bulk because you love Pokemon that can tank a couple of moves that can be used as 3rd or 4th shields as well.
Well, the reason why I went for the attack weighted one is because, 1, it had a hat on.
I was just going to say, it has a shiny hat.
And 2, it was a shiny.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's why you play the game, right? You need to flex these great shinies. You saw the Obstagoon.
That's true.
And I know his Obstagoon is really high stat product as well because he showed it off to me.
No, I do agree. This is one of those funny things, and you don't know it until you play an opponent, and even still, there's no guarantees until you're in a matchup with them which one of these variances that they're using.
Exactly. So, I mean, of course, you can have 2 Pokemon that are shiny, and you can still do 2 different IV stat distributions just to, let's say, throw off your opponent. I think it's very critical to understand that the game is not just about IVs. It's about understanding your IVs. What IVs are you using, and how are you going to abuse them?
No, it is true because a lot of times there's what they would call, the PvP rank 1, and that has a very low, usually attack stat. However, if you're in a mirror matchup, say that you're a Medicham versus another Medicham, the Medicham with the higher attack stat is going to be the one who throws first, and it could be crucial in those end game moments when shields are down. The first person to get to that move that you get to at the same time is going to be the one who wins the game.
Yep, and there are like critical matchups like this, but we will go through them as we progress through the tournaments.
You bet.
For now, we will be able to talk to Frika again.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. He's a good guy.
Welcome back, guys, with another winner's interview. Here is Frika, who just won convincingly with the 2-0 sweep. Frika, did you think that you weren't going to drop a game?
No, I looked at the matchup. I always make like a small table. I was like, yeah, it's probably be like an RPS matchup, like in the first game. And I was like, yeah, probably I will lose 1 to RPS or just bad plays of me. So honestly, I didn't think I would go 2-0 there.
So when you see Pokemon that aren't as common as Lurantis, do you know every possible moveset? Do you know what she's very likely to run? Do you have all the counts in your head?
I mean, I know the counts in my head because I know how much energy generates a move and also how much the moves cost. So in this case, it's easy. And normally for Lurantis, it has a pretty standard moveset because you want a superpower coverage and you want also the grass type move, Leaf Blade. So it's easy to know what the people will play. And normally you play not Razor Leaf, but a fast generating fast move. So that was also clear.
So Fury Cutter is going to do. It's going to cut it. Came up with that a little too late. So in game 2, we saw the Lurantis, and I was pretty sure that it was going to take out your Registeel. Did you think it was going to take it?
I know my Registeel. I have to thank EJB for it. He traded it to me before Frankfurt, the tournament in Frankfurt, and I know my Registeel can pretty tank everything. I mean, it's like a steel bin, and you can throw it whatever you want in it, and it still lives.
So it is a really bulky Pokemon, I gotta say that, and you probably have some good IVs on it as well.
Yeah, as I told you, I really have to thank him for it. It's like one of the best ones you can get out of a trade.
That is pretty strong. I mean, mine is still from a raid, so it's probably not going to get as close. So that was your first game in the tournament, right?
Right.
That's a decent start. Do you think you can keep it up?
I hope so. I want to make day 2 to be one of the top competitors here in Bochum, especially because I missed some of the Höhen event spawns where I participating. So I want to
make it worth it.
To make it worth, yeah.
All right, and I'm pretty sure you are going to do so. You are going to see more of Frika in the coverage. So thank you for this interview, and we are going to give it back to the casters.
All right, now I have a new mission. I have to find EJB because I need a good Registeel also for Great League. I want something that can tank everything.
Yes, for those who are watching, please send your Registeels. Pretty please, with sugar on top.
And while we do these Registeel trades and raids, we're going to sign off for now and let the other casters have a little bit of time. But thank you, everyone, for tuning in so far. Don't go anywhere because, as you've seen so far, we've had really good matchups, and they're only going to get better and better.
Exactly. See you.
Oh, also, sorry, before we go, don't go anywhere. We're going to have a little bit of a recap from the Liverpool production, and also a familiar voice that if you watch that tournament, you might see a little bit more of him as well.
Greetings, fellow trainers. My name is Adelian, and here is a recap of what took place at the 2023 Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Liverpool. This was a historic return to the country that hosted the 2022 Pokemon World Championships, and Liverpool was the location of the first ever Play Pokemon Go Regionals. This time around, the regionals came with a stream production for viewers to see all the action and plenty of fine battlers willing to prove their worth on the British stage. With over 150 competitors compared to the 70 or so from last season, this tournament shaped up to be the largest Pokemon Go regionals to date, and thus one of the most hotly contested championships. With a $2,000 prize, TCG packs, and of course an invitation and a travel award to the Pokemon Go Championships in Yokohama, Japan. The stakes could not be higher for all the trainers gathered for the British Pokemon Go Regional Championships. The meta was dominated by stalwarts of the Open Great League format in Pokemon Go, seeing the familiar return of Medicham, Noctowl, and Galarian Stunfisk, alongside partial counters to this trio in Trevenant and Lantern. The sheer size of Liverpool's regional championships meant Day 2 became a top 16 bracket, a rare treat for viewers at home who got to see more exciting battles from these superlative trainers. As the tournament began to rise to a crescendo, 3 trainers stood tall at the semi-finals. These final battles would be decided by a best of 5. Human Catcherbug, hailing from Denmark, showcasing a Medicham, Galarian Stunfisk, Lantern, Trevenant, Umbreon, and Shadow Charizard. Batoman, hailing from Spain, showcasing a Medicham, Galarian Stunfisk, Lantern, Trevenant, Noctowl, and Altaria. Statistan, hailing from the Netherlands, showcasing a Medicham, Galarian Stunfisk, Lantern, Dunsparce, Noctowl, and Mew. In the winners' final, it was a closely fought battle which went to a 5th battle decider, where Human Catcherbug was able to catch a charge move from Statistan's Dunsparce on his Trevenant.
Oh, tries to catch, and he does catch the move. Oh my goodness, did you see this? This was what I mentioned the other time, a CMP swap. Swapping your Pokemon in and getting the CMP. Look at this. A masterpiece.
Meanwhile, in the losers' final, Statistan took an early lead, but Pataman fought back every step of the way, with some finely timed catches to go into a 2-2 tiebreaker. Despite a lead advantage from Statistan in Game 5, Pataman continued to showcase his phenomenal catching abilities to fight back and line up his Altaria to rain terror and Dragonfire, blitzing Statistan's Medicham to win the losers' final, booking his invite to Worlds and giving himself a chance at the Travel Award and the honor of being called champion. It all came down to this: Human Catcherbug versus Patoan, the grand finals. The first battle was won by the finest of margins, with Pataman needing to utilize Alteria's Dragon Breath to power through Human Catcherbug's Umbreon to overcome a shield advantage in the end game, but ultimately the bulk of Umbreon was too much to bear as foul play put a stopper on the Dragon Fire. The second battle had both players' Trevenants dance in a spooky standoff where Pataman opted to shield early to attempt to take switch advantage, winning alignment of his Medicham against Human Catcherbug's Umbreon, only for his Lantern to face an opposing Galarian Stunfisk. The trap Pokemon taking advantage of the shield advantage earned during the early game to land an Earthquake on the Lantern, allowing Human Catcherbug to go 2-0 up. Human Catcherbug was firmly in the driving seat as he opted to lead conservatively with Umbreon into Pataman's Noctowl. Both of these Pokemon had plenty of bulk to withstand each other's attacks, but in the end, Umbreon was able to fire a foul play at Noctowl shielding on 1 HP, with the charge move dealing that minute amount of damage through the shield in order to KO, despite Pataman's preference otherwise. The crowd roared in awe as Pataman's Medicham was thus aligned against Human Catcherbug's Trevenant, forcing a switch into Altaria, and Human Catcherbug responded with a counter swap into Galarian Stunfisk, a harsh and brutal counter for the Altaria to deal with. With Altaria promptly eliminated, there was nothing stopping Human Catcherbug's Trevenant from leaping into action to finish off the Medicham with perhaps one of the most important Shadow Balls launched in the history of Pokemon Go. And thus, a new Liverpool regional champion was crowned. No Charizard to be seen in the 3-0 sweep in the Grand Finals, but Human Catcherbug had an amusing interaction with Charizard, providing one of the more comedic finales to a Pokemon Go regional championship.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I'm Eric Wong, and I'm joined by Leonard Koenig here, and we are in Bochum, Germany with your regional championships, and I am so excited for today's matches.
Yeah, I am pumped as well. We have already seen great matches. We have seen big names on stage as well. I mean, Frika, Leandro, and JBG Winston. It is insane. And for the next matchup, we are going to see another big name, a Worlds competitor who's actually from around the area, basically my neighbor.
Yeah, absolutely. We've already seen a ton of spicy picks today. We saw the Lurantis, and we saw the Abomasnow, not too spicy, but still up there. So we're looking to see if these competitors can bring something even more interesting to the battlefield. But of course, two very, very strong competitors. Of course, one of them, Zeffy, is from this local area. So we'll see how he defends his region and defends his community here in this round. So excited for it.
And he is actually carrying a plushie of Dragonair, but he's not running the Shadow Dragonair, which has been gaining a lot of popularity. So at first we are seeing a rather neutral matchup, Sableye versus the Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, Sableye, of course, is able to throw those neutral foul plays, but those rock slides are going to really add up. Galarian Stunfisk also being quite bulky. Both players opting not to switch for now, but take a look. Here we go. First foul play is coming through from the Sableye, and Sableye isn't a very common lead as it is a safe swap, but we see here doing quite a sizable chunk of damage to the Galarian Stunfisk, and he goes straight for the Earthquake. No time for baiting. Can the Zeffy call this, or does he decide to shield? He decides to shield, and that's a great call. Will allow him to be in the driver's seat for this matchup as he's able to reach this foul play and throw just before he gets to the Earthquake, and a beautiful catch onto the Umbreon is going to lead us into the mid part of this game.
Oh, Zeffy overcharging a lot, just trying to throw the foul play right before the Galarian Stunfisk gets to the next rock slide, but that was perfectly predicted by Toshi Suzuki-san. He is not messing around.
Yeah, here we go. Tries to make a catch onto the Registeel. Of course, he will have to throw the foul play no matter what, but Registeel is in a very dominant situation up against the Umbreon, has that energy bank onto the Sableye, and will be able to throw out those Focus Blasts one by one here, although he may offer the Zap Cannon knowing he's going to need 2 moves anyway to take him out.
And I mean, Umbreon is such a bulky Pokemon. Those foul plays don't really do a lot of damage, but they add up. Actually, Registeel needs some time to get to a move, and you basically always need 3 Snarls to get to a foul play, so you're a lot quicker on the Umbreon side here.
Yeah, but with those Zap Cannons, we're going to see those debuffs start to come in, and that is going to make this matchup just a little bit slower. But with that, we have to consider that these switch timers are coming up. Toshi on the right-hand side is able to switch into his Pokemon coming up here, and let's see if he decides to go for that or just goes for this matchup, just throwing out those foul plays one by one. And he is about to reach this next one. Yeah, there's the switch into the Galarian Stunfist, throwing the Earthquake, and it looks like Zeffy is going to opt to shield that Registeel up, knowing that he might be weak to it in the back.
That Registeel pretty important apparently, so he is taking it back to the Pokeball. Sableye is coming in, is going for a foul play. We are seeing 2 shields on the side of Toshi, so he is accepting the fate of his Galarian Stunfisk and lets it go.
Yeah, but on the other hand, he is 2 shields up, and Charizard has such potential when shields are down. And honestly, if you're Zeffy here, you've got to be a little scared. You don't know what's in the back for Toshi. Here we're going to see that Umbreon throw out these foul plays, and again, you just can't block these. And it looks like Sableye's probably going to be taking a good bit of damage here, and will need to get to that return to even threaten the Umbreon, but looks like he will be going for the return, not messing around with the foul play. No baits needed here. Toshi putting all of his faith into that Charizard. The blast burns are going to start to rain down from his side as he tries to knock down this Sableye. Just wing attack all the way down and shield up.
And we know Charizard is a great Pokemon to finish off a game, especially with 2 shields, but this might be a bit too much on the shoulders of this Charizard, because this is a Gliscor with full health and that can easily reach Night Slashes, but it's going to probably be immediately taken out by one Blast Burn. We are going to see if this Charizard is able to take out the Shadow Gliscor.
Yeah, this is where you might... Oh, that is insane. He does reach the Night Slash, but the wing attack goes through. So if he is able to shield this move up, that Night Slash will not be able to give him a boost, because this Gliscor is now going to get taken out. Let's see how Charizard does up against the Registeel. This is getting very, very close. Zeffy basically needs to make the catch onto that Sableye to even have a chance at this. Oh, whoa, he had a move. That
he had a lot of energy on the Registeel. This Zap Cannon is for sure going to take out the Charizard, and Zeffy leads 1-0.
Absolutely beautiful plays here. Charizard is a menace, and shiny Charizard is just that much better. But even in those situations, it's going to be really, really hard to get some ground up against that Registeel with that Zap Cannon loaded.
He had a 2 shield advantage, but his Pokemon have taken too much damage already. Charizard not able to pull a sweep against 2 Pokemon that were basically at a move. I mean, the Sableye was like 4 Shadow Claws in, and Registeel just had a Zap Cannon loaded.
Yeah, I mean, Charizard on Toshi's team just makes a lot of sense. When you look at these matchups, the Charizard is basically only weak to that Lantern and is pretty neutral up against that Sableye and the Noctowl, but essentially bringing such a safe Pokemon that has play against the entire team of Zeffy just makes a lot of sense for him. Of course, on his team, he just has great answers to that Lantern as well. In Trevenant, in Medicham, in Umbreon, and even his own Lantern and Stunfisk are pretty good against it. So he knows that Lantern from Zeffy may not be like the highest probability, knowing his Charizard is just safe and can't hard lose any matchups, is going to probably allow him to pick this again in our next game here.
But you know what I find interesting? Usually players have been tending towards Shadow Charizard, and I know it is harder to get, of course it is, but this would have made such a big difference because the Blast Burn would have taken out the Gliscor, and in the end it was just this little bit of HP that Gliscor has left that allowed it to go for a Night Slash that had to be shielded on the Charizard side, which would have been a great shield against the Zap Cannon.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's at this point where you have to recognize, do you want that shiny boost or do you want that shadow damage boost? For example, we've seen Shadow Charizard winning a lot in the past because against those steel types like Registeel and a Galarian Stunfisk, it's a little bit awkward actually to play as the normal Charizard because you can't actually one-shot and do a lot of damage and then farm it down. Of course, those wing attacks are resisted against the steel type. So it's at a point where you have to throw the Blast Burn and then a Dragon Claw, and it just makes those matchups a little bit more uncomfortable than necessary.
Ideally, you can also just play the Shadow Shiny Charizard like Human Catcher Bug did, taking down the trophy in Liverpool.
Yeah, those were some excellent plays from Human Catcher Bug as we saw in that video before. And I hope that we see that similar success for Toshi here because everybody loves Charizard. It's just such a classic from the main series games. And I'm really glad personally that it's getting a little bit of love in Pokemon Go finally.
Yeah, it really needed that wing attack buff so it can reach these Blast burns earlier. Blast Burn is one of the legacy moves, one of the community day moves for the starter Pokemon. It is I don't think it's the best one in terms of energy to damage ratio. I think that's Frenzy Plant, but it is the hardest hitting move.
Absolutely, and when you have such a hard-hitting move on Charizard, Charizard has such an attack-weighted stat as well. So Charizard, of course, it does win charge move priority against basically anything inside of the meta. So you can actually build up to the maximum amount of energy and then throw that Blast Burn just as your opponent is at their move as well, and you're basically going to be forcing a shield or just making them waste their energy. Of course, at the highest level of Pokemon Go, just energy management in general is what wins games at the end of the day, and that's what's going to set all these players apart today. We'll see if we get any great CMPs coming up in this match here, but so far, players just opting to play it safe and throw a little bit early and make sure they're not getting caught.
So we are actually about to start Game 2. Zeffy Mastix is leading, and we are seeing Gliscor versus Umbreon. This is not the most ideal matchup because against Gliscor, these foul plates do a lot of damage, and your Night Slashes, they just don't.
Yeah, let's see if he's going to go for these Earthquakes here. Yes, he is staying in, recognizing that his backline is just not that great against the Umbreon. Foul play number 1 coming through. Zeffy opts to not shield, and I think that's a good call, knowing that's not even going to be threatening to this Gliscor, but that is a lot of damage from not such an attack-weighted Pokemon. Great timing, 1 wing attack. Here comes the Earthquake. Will the Umbreon opt to shield? It looks like Toshi is thinking about it, but no, opts to let it go. That is huge damage, putting him in range of another Earthquake, and now Zeffy can get a little funny and try to bait if he wants to.
So there is another foul play coming out from the Sableye. I know that you usually don't want to shield your Umbreon because it is so bulky, but in this position, nothing on your team wants to take an Earthquake as well, so you can't also switch out. It's a difficult spot. You would use a shield on an Umbreon, which does never feel really good.
Yeah, he's actually going to bank that Earthquake for later and brings in that Lantern, but is immediately answered by that Trevenant. Now, this is a disaster if you're Zeffy. Lantern just simply has no play up against Toshi's Trevenant. And, of course, he can farm up as much as he wants and just throw Seed Bomb when he finds it convenient. Seed Bomb going to do about 60% of the damage here and maybe allow him to actually shield and farm down if he really would like to. Zeffy, of course, has to let this go. It just doesn't make that much logistical sense to shield here. Knows that he has to surf. Might need to shield this move and just go for the farm down, but at the same time, this is just a great matchup at the end of the day, and is going to opt to let this go through and just throw his own move here.
I mean, it's just a little bit better for the Lantern if it has Water Gun, so it applies some pressure, because with Wild Charge, it wouldn't deal anything with the fast moves.
Exactly. Here we see it's going to be taken out, but the Trevenant is on low health and has a move. That's an ideal situation because it's not going to allow the opponent to get a lot of farm, but at the same time, it will put a little bit of charge move pressure here onto the Sableye. Knows it's not a Shadow Ball. It feels very comfortable just letting it go. This will do about 25% damage. Here we go. Sableye versus the world. 2 shields on his back and not a lot of health on the Gliscor.
So Sableye just waiting there for an opposing Pokemon, and it is a Galarian Stunfisk. This is not what you want to see. He was probably hoping for something like a Medicham, which would have been a much better matchup, because this is, as we already said earlier, a bit neutral, a bit favored for the Galarian Stunfisk, actually, because it reaches those rock slides faster, even though the mud shots don't deal that much damage. But I think in a shield scenario with 2 shields on each side, this is looking really good for Toshi.
Yeah, and I think the win condition here for Zeffy is he needs to CMP with the Gliscor and make a catch at the same time, and that is a lot to ask for when your opponent is Toshi on the right-hand side here. Another foul play coming through. Toshi, of course, knows he can't shield this because he's got that Earthquake in the back. Lets it through, and now the next foul play is going to be lethal. Let's see if he can get to this next one. I think he has to call the Rock Slide here, knowing that if he tanks it, he just might be okay, but no, shields it up. Let's see if he can make it to this foul play before this Rock Slide goes through and KOs him. Yes, there's the Rock Slide. He actually waits a little bit because he thinks there might be a catch coming up, and Zeffy may have found his win condition here.
So we are seeing the last shield come out. Immediate switch into the Umbreon, and he actually caught the Earthquake immediately. What a perfect play by Toshi. Umbreon is, of course, going to fall for this. Another Shadow Claw will be enough to take out the Gliscor. Oh, no, wait. I got it confused, but we are going to a second Rock Slide, and this is going to take out the Gliscor, and we will be immediately ready to throw another Rock Slide. But wasn't Sableye? No, Sableye wasn't at a move anymore.
No, he did not have a move. Toshi, with his absolutely expert energy management, going full send for the Earthquake, and this is going to be taking out the Sableye. That was an absolutely excellent catch. I would say that is a game-winning catch right there. Yeah. Zeffy nods as he recognizes his opponent has just played amazingly here at such a high level. Both the players going one in for the attack and the other one immediately ready to play defense, and we're going to see Toshi taking this to a game number 3.
And I don't know if this was said before, but this is Toshi's first tournament, his first Play Pokemon tournament, and this was really impressive gameplay against a world competitor live on stage. This man is impressing.
Wow, I had no idea. Toshi is an absolute animal then. I mean, just that level of play coming from someone who hasn't played these tournaments, maybe just played Open Great League. I mean, this is very, very high level stuff against someone like Zeffy, being able to call exactly when he needs to make that play. I mean, Toshi is really pulling out the unimaginable here up against such a stacked player. Of course, he's looking a little bit nervous here on the left-hand side. Zeffy, maybe thinking about what he needs to play in this last game in response to that potential Charizard. But again, Toshi may think that's a little bit too predictable as Zeffy has run that Lantern now.
I'm still so impressed by this catch. Not immediately switching out, not trying to catch on the foul play immediately, but letting it hit the shield and then immediately swapping out against the Earthquake of the Gliscor. This is top-tier gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, he had his opponent read like an absolute book. Yeah. I mean, just being able to wait the turn there, I mean, that requires a lot of discipline as a player. A lot of people like to go, like a lot of people like to go in, throw it immediately or catch immediately. Often we see people catch too early, just giving their opponent free farm. But I mean, this is what we're here to watch here at this regional championship. Zeffy now knows exactly what he is up against here in Toshi and has to maybe consider if he wants to bring that Lantern again, because that Lantern just hard losing to that Trevenant made this game so difficult for him. Yeah. Almost was able to flip it at the end of the day, but I mean, Lantern into Trevenant, that almost always loses you the match. It's just very, very difficult to overcome when both your moves and your fast move is just resisted.
So what do you think are we going to see from Zeffy? Because there's one Pokemon on his team that I know you really like. I mean, we have the plushie on our desk. It's the Abomasnow. Do you think, this is kind of a rhetorical question at this point, it has any applications here?
Abomasnow is a really, really good pick against Toshi's team in general, but I like that he brought the Charizard because Charizard, even if he doesn't bring it, it's so scary to bring an Abomasnow into a Charizard. Like, that's just not a risk you want to play for the most part. So I think if you're Zeffy, you can go for that risk, but after seeing Game 2, the opponent didn't run Charizard, there's some room there to actually run this Abomasnow. We know how good it can do against the Lantern, the Trevenants. I mean, these are just absolutely dominant matchups, 100 O's, and if you can get that correct alignment and avoid the Charizard, Zeffy could just use this surprise pick to kind of clinch this match. Sometimes picking the most unexpected thing is going to win you these games, especially against Toshi, who may not be as familiar with these Show 6 formats, having not played these tournaments before.
That is actually a good point. At this stage of the game, it might actually just come down to a little bit of experience, to nerves that you have, but so far, Toshi doesn't even seem impressed. He's really calm and collected, and he's disciplined. We have seen this in the last game. The patience was absolutely crazy on his part. So I'm really excited to see what he's going to bring in Game 3, and if he's maybe even going to win the lead, if he can align a Trevenant onto a Lantern.
I mean, absolutely. He is just sitting here completely focused, emotionless for the most part, but hopefully we can see something out of him as this is the match point. Let's see what these players have chosen respectively. Gliscor on the left versus the Stunfisk on the right. Let's see how this settles out.
Oh, and this is a kind of difficult matchup because, of course, an Earthquake is going to deal significant amounts of damage to the Galarian Stunfisk. Rock Slides aren't soft either, though.
Yeah, Rock Slide here, maybe doing around 50%. Toshi knows that he may need to make a switch into here quite abruptly, and there's the Rock Slide. Earthquake, does he full set it? No, he does not. Night Slash. Let's see if the nerves get to Toshi, and does he decide to call the Night Slash? Oh my goodness, that is an absolutely insane call. Zeffy shakes his head, knows that this could be losing him this lead matchup. Here we go, Rock Slide from Toshi. This is going to be putting huge pressure on Zeffy to shield, but he knows that the Mudshots aren't doing too much, so he doesn't have to shield just yet.
I mean, this deals a lot less than expected. The Rock Slide, of course, we are going for another Night Slash, and at this point you can just throw all the Night Slashes you have. We are seeing a shield now, and maybe we are going to see boost, because then another Night Slash would actually deal a big amount of damage as well. So we are not going to throw the Earthquake immediately, so this means we are going to 100% see a shield here.
Yeah, maybe he recognized that something in the back needs a good alignment. Of course, with Nocta, you always want that good alignment. So he's going to be over-farming significantly here. Throws that Earthquake. Does Toshi decide to call it again? He does not. Lets this Stunfisk goes down and concedes this lead matchup. Let's see what he brings into this Gliscor to finish it off. I think Charizard is looking like a pretty good contender.
Yeah, Charizard is, of course, strong, but a Night Slash Shadow Boosted. We have seen in the game before that he is afraid of getting hit by that. So he is actually not taking too much damage from it, about around 30%, going to farm down the Gliscor, and having a Charizard with a lot of farm is crazy.
Yeah, let's see. Does he full send the Blast Burn here? Does go for it. Overfarms a little bit. Again, he's so careful about not letting his moves get caught. Yep. And this is extremely high-level gameplay. He tries to call it. Here's the Blast Burn. Oh my goodness, it's in wing attack down range. Does he offer it? No. Switch on from both sides. Beautiful calls from both players.
And this is such a difficult matchup, because in some shield scenarios, Umbreon wins against the Noctowl, and in some shield scenarios, this is absolutely not the case. So we are going to see both players, they at least look like they are going to throw on perfect alignment or misalignment, and we're going to see how this one turns out.
Yeah, I mean, Zeffy, of course, knows one wing attack and then throw the move to make sure you're getting that maximum energy generation. Here we go, another foul play coming down, and these players are just throwing these moves against these bulky Pokemon. Looks like we're going to be locked into this match a while. Zeffy throwing the Sky Attack, and he will probably need 2 more, and Umbreon probably needs about 3 foul plays. We are going to be here for a while, so buckle up, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, that looked like it was thrown after 2 Snarls.
Yeah. A little bit misaligned, but again, I don't think it will be huge here. Sableye now coming up on that switch clock. Both players will be able to opt for that catch soon.
I mean, at some point you will have to start shielding these foul plays, even if it does not feel good, because otherwise your Pokemon does not even resist any more of the fast moves. So we are going to see another Sky Attack being thrown. Do we shield this? Do we leave the last shield for the Charizard that was hit so hard? I mean, the Charizard can barely even take some wing attacks now. We are switching into the Charizard. Charizard is going to get to a Dragon Claw, and the Sky Attack was charged. We were overcharging here, and Zeffy gets heavily punished for it by Toshi Suzuki-san.
And that is not going to survive that Dragon Claw. If he can snarl down here, he has a shot. But oh my goodness, Toshi is going to be taking the match up against a Worlds player in Zeffy. And again, this man is an absolute machine, stands there just completely calm and collected, while Zeffy, of course, is a player who seems to be wearing his heart on his sleeve. We can see every time he's not happy with something, and Toshi extremely calm about this result, and that may say a lot about him as a player for what's coming up today.
And I mean, Toshi just kicked one of the title contenders for this tournament into the losers bracket in round 1. This man is up there. This guy is also a title contender now. I mean, this is how this works, right?
Absolutely. You're taking his spot in that section of the bracket, essentially. And I mean, if he can just keep his nerves down, and clearly the man has an extreme amount of mechanical skill, but that on top of not being too nervous, playing on stage probably for the first time, playing a tournament for the first time, all the odds are up against him.
The first round of his first tournament, he gets the featured match against the world's contender, and he wins with high-level mechanical play.
You don't see that every day. I mean, the catches, the swaps, everything was within the millisecond of his opponent. He's playing perfect reaction time, playing perfect alignment, playing perfect move timing. I mean, this man knows how to do it all, clearly.
If there is a perfect start to a great competitive career, then it's this. You got to be honest there.
Yeah, hopefully we look on this in a year and be like, yeah, that's the guy who won Worlds.
We were there.
Yeah, we were right here watching him take down his first Worlds contender. I mean, this is a guy who can give serious threats to some of his opponents who may not know him, may not have prepped against him in his potential teams, and I'm really, really excited where he goes for the rest of today.
Yeah, also, the Charizard is not a Shadow one that he brought, so people might actually have problems calculating the damage in their head, because this is not the common Charizard. And to be honest, I'm quite hopeful, because I only have a really good Charizard that is not Shadow, but I don't have a Shadow one. So I really want him to succeed in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, better be writing down notes. We'll see you at the next regional playing the non-Shadow Charizard.
I mean, if it works, right? I mean, I've played it before. I've played it a lot so far, so I love this Pokemon so much. Those Blast Burn, it always feels so good to have hit a Blast Burn. So we are going to go into a little break right now.
Yeah, we will be going into a quick break, so grab a snack and we'll see you right back.
Welcome, trainers, to the 2023 Bochum Play Pokemon Regionals. While this tournament may appear small in numbers, it more than makes up for it in skill level and player preparation. There are some top-level contenders here, many who competed in last year's World Championship, and even more hungry for their chance to start their journey to Yokohama. I'm going to go over a few players to keep an eye on for this stacked Bochum regional competition. First of all, let's talk about the Germans. These local boys qualified for the 2022 World Championship in London and could very well punch their ticket for the 2023 competition right here in Bochum. First off, we have Bochum's own local hero, Zeffy Masterix. Last year, Zeffy qualified for Worlds at another German regional in Bremen, but what better way to qualify for the 2023 World Tournament than a regional in your own hometown? After Zeffy, we have JBG Winston HSV, a young German player coming from Winston itself. JBG has a very aggressive playstyle, and last season he finished in the top 12 in 2 regionals before qualifying for Worlds in Lille with a really nice comeback from the losers bracket after a round 2 loss. You can recognize JBG on screen because he will always have his little Turtwig plushie with him on stage. Maybe this turtle is helping him slowly and steadily win this race. Next up, we have to talk about Stone Collection. Stone Collection played a few competitions in the inaugural season, placing 4th overall at the 2022 Lille Regional and tying for 1st at the London Last Chance qualifiers to secure his spot in the World Championship. My favorite part of the story is that Stone Collection was unable to check into his hotel the night he arrived to London, and he had to sleep on a bench until the tournament center opened. Despite the lack of sleep and overall craziness, the man still qualified for Worlds, competed, and ended up in 13th overall. 2 other players I think are definite contenders for Day 2 and who take home the crown are Frika and Zeffy. Frika placed 2nd in last year's European International Championships and in the top 12 in the 2022 Worlds. And Zeffy competed in his first Play Pokemon tournament in 2023 in Liverpool and made it on to Day 2 playing a spicy off-meta Pokemon, Ampharos. But we will hear more from both of these trainers later, so I don't want to give away too much about either player. And it's not just the Germans who are here to compete in Bochum. Another competitor I think everyone should keep their eye on is the Italian player A Mind Joke. A Mind Joke was 3rd place in last year's Liverpool Regional and placed 5th in the 2023 Liverpool Regional, the largest regional to date with over 160 competitors registered. While he hasn't qualified for Worlds yet, he is one of the most consistently good players and a horse I'd be willing to back. Lastly, we cannot forget about Arceus Aurelius, who is bringing his icy cool personality down from Norway to compete. Arceus Aurelius managed to finish in the top 6 in the Lille Regional, despite bringing a wrongly registered Tux Pix, essentially beating all of his opponents with a team of 5. Besides being a top-level PvP competitor, he has mastered literal RPS by placing 9th in the Norwegian Championship of Rock, Paper, Scissors in 2005. He also participated on a reality TV show called Paradise Hotel. I'm not kidding. I have a clip. These are just a few of the competitors that I think will do well, but I know there are plenty of other incredible players who will be looking to punch their ticket to Yokohama. I'm looking forward to seeing who will become our next Pokemon Go regional champion.
Welcome back. We are going into round 5 of the tournament soon. Have you seen this beautiful city? This is Bochum. This is where I live. This is where the regional happens this weekend. And of course, I have to also say that those videos earlier by Adelian as well, the co-caster of mine in Liverpool and Amanda just now, were absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, what great insights. Hopefully we will get to see some of these players play. We've already seen Frika, of course, on the stage, but it's only going to get better as we advance into the further stages of this bracket. And as we will be coming up on some players soon here, we have Cap the Avenger up against Sisman Aplaka, or nickname 29585. Going to be a very exciting match. Of course, Sisman has quite a bit of experience, was able to win a regional championship in Bremen. On the other hand, Cap the Avenger, first timer here. And I'm so excited about that, considering what we just saw.
We have seen good first-timers so far, so that was absolutely amazing. Zeffy Mastix immediately in the losers bracket, despite being one of the favorites of this tournament, one of the contenders for the actual title. And Eric, I have a question for you. We have seen all of the featured matches so far. What do you think about these spice picks, I think we have seen quite some different teams so far. We have even seen multiple teams without a Medicham.
Yeah, I think people are starting to move away from this Medicham a little bit, trying to spice up their teams. We saw in NA, we see Jay Wills is always playing the teams without the Medicham. He's bringing the Altaria instead to deal with some of those similar Pokemon. But yeah, it's very interesting that people are starting to shift away from it. Maybe this is due to the Sableye coming a little bit more into the meta.
Yeah, Sableye is not only a great save switch, it is also a hard counter to Medicham. There's basically no play for the Medicham, especially if you're running Psychic and Power Up Punch. That's absolutely the worst thing you can do against the Sableye. With Ice Punch, it's also still not great. Shadow Claws deal way too much damage, and Foul Plays are a neutral, same type attack bonus hit. So this is also not that great for you. Also, the Trevenant gets beaten by the Sableye. And, I mean, the Noctowl matchup for Sableye is hard. It's not as bad as the one of Trevenant. However, with a return that you can hit, you actually have some play.
Oh, and here we see the teams. It is the Shadow Abomasnow on one side being the spiciest pick, on the other hand, Shadow Sableye and Diggersby. What do you think about the Diggersby?
Diggersby is one of my favorite Pokemon. I'm an absolute Gen 6 stan. I gotta be honest here, Gen 6 and Gen 5 are my absolute favorites, and Diggersby is such a cool normal type Pokemon. We are going to see it next to the Registeel and the Shadow Sableye, so all of the spies revealed in Game 1 already.
Yeah, let's take a look. Matchup here against the Lantern. I don't think it's that great considering that Lantern will be able to spam out these serves, just out bulks and out spams. Not going to be great for the Sableye, but of course, you can't make those swaps into that Diggersby, so you're going to have to go into these Registeel. Actually, this is a great play because he's put it into the range where the Zap Cannon and Lockdowns can actually take out this Lantern, as before, without those Shadow Claws, you wouldn't be able to do that. Here we go, Thunderbolt down from Simon. Arsino knows that this is not going to KO him and can take about 40% damage, 35% of damage from this Thunderbolt. Zap Cannon now needing to come through on this Medicham. This debuff is going to be absolutely huge as the Medicham is going to be switch locked.
So Medicham, of course, will take a significant amount of damage here. However, it still needs 2 moves. The attack drop might actually be really important because we are going to see a Psychic come out relatively soon. The Focus Blast is ready, the Zap Cannon not yet, and the Zap Cannon will require another shield because I don't think the Psychic will take out the Registeel here.
Let's take a look. Yeah, not even close. Zap Cannon going to be coming down, forcing out the shield from Simon. And this is why people love Registeel. A steel type that can have play against the fighters. Oh my goodness, is going to let him switch. This is going to be extremely awkward as that Sableye is now going to be seeing its worst nightmare, the Diggersby, in the back.
What I like from Simon is that he had the Lantern in, and he realized that his opponent had to switch into Registeel, so there might be something in the back that is weak to Lantern, identifying the win condition here, shielding up a Shadow Foul Play now here, and we are going to go directly into the Sableye mirror match, even though the Shadow Sableye has quite the energy advantage.
Yeah, let's see how much damage this can do to a regular Sableye. Doesn't opt to shield it because, again, he knows that his win condition here is Lantern. Sableye takes a huge amount of damage, but will be able to farm down here. Now, Diggersby up against the world. 2 shields to 1, but again, up against that Lantern, it's going to be extremely difficult to start to flip this matchup when those Surfs start coming down.
Also, there is a Registeel in the back that can act like a safe swap. It can just be thrown into a move, and if you catch it, then you are making so much use out of these 5% HP that the Registeel has.
Yeah, first foul play needs to be shielded because, of course, that could have been a return. Going to continue to farm up, knows that the Sableye won't be reaching the return, knows this is 100% a foul play, just going to let it go through, and here we go. So Diggersby is going to be able to tank this quite easily. We'll see if he actually opts to just keep farming up, and maybe he will farm down. No, I don't think he will be able to farm down. Oh my goodness, that is a disgusting catch. And knowing that those 2 Earthquakes may be enough for the Lantern, Arsino has found his win condition, it looks like.
I mean, you don't even need 2 Earthquakes, you just need to bait 1 Fire Punch. And now we are going to see the first Earthquake. Do we call the bait on Simon's side? He now has to be collected. He says, this is going to be a Fire Punch. The Earthquake connects, and Lantern falls. We have the 1 HP Sableye out there, and nope, Mudshot down.
Yeah, at that point, you do have to call it. But at the same time, I think the Diggersby was in the driver's seat no matter what, able to reach those 2 Earthquakes, most likely before 3 Surfs were able to come out from the other side. But still, that was a very, very nice play. That catch onto the Registeel, basically game-winning at that point, knowing that you just have to suck up all that energy and try to farm down with that Diggersby.
Yeah, this catch was phenomenal. As I just said, a second before, this Registeel could become really important, because sometimes you think, hey, my Pokemon has no energy, it has basically no HP, it's basically lost, but no, this can just act as another shield.
Yeah, absolutely. That Registeel, I mean, it was so useful. I was actually kind of questioning why he was trying to swap out of that Registeel at first, because he could get that alignment with the Diggersby onto the Sableye at the end of the day. But no, he actually gave up that switch advantage, knowing that that Registeel could act as a third shield. And that's what separates the good from the great. He was able to recognize that in the late game, this Registeel is going to be really useful. Of course, with a Pokemon like Diggersby, you're able to wait out that switch timer a lot. Every charge move probably takes about 15 seconds total. So just after all those fire punches, you're able to just burn that switch clock and use that Registeel as a third shield. So really, really good identification of those win conditions here.
Also, you know, if there is a Sableye in the back, you are very likely to farm it down with the Diggersby, and then you can absolutely flip the Lantern matchup if you have 100 energy to begin with. So we are seeing both players prepare. The favorite of this matchup, the favorite player, he's leading 1-0. We have seen that in the last round before. Zeffy was leading 1-0, but then he was taken out by Toshi, reverse swept. So Simon versus Arsenio. We are going to see game 2. What do you think? Who's going to take this down? What are your predictions?
We'll have to see if there's a Medicham on one. Yeah, the Medicham, I was going to say, is going to be very dangerous for this other team. But I think that Arsenio actually recognizes that, bringing the Registeel in the front and ABB weak, ABB strong against that Medicham, essentially. Altaria obviously going to do quite good alongside that Sableye. First Thunderbolt coming down from Simon. Again, of course, this goes no shielded. I think Arsenio is looking to get that Zap Cannon debuff. And based on, oh, wow, catch onto the Sableye. And, of course, the Zap Cannon is still going to go through, and we'll see if he opts to be making that switch in the back here. Hopefully he gets a debuff and is able to make the Sableye just a little bit weaker, and he will. Altaria probably going to farm down here.
Altaria is going to get hit by 1. Does he get the return? Yes, he gets to the return eventually. It is attack debuffed, so it goes unshielded because it still does not deal too much damage. However, this is not ideal, but I'm still surprised that he used the Sableye as a catch for the Zap Cannon, because that dealt a lot of damage.
But yeah, I think he recognized that if he can get that Registeel out of there, he can actually use his Medicham to deal with it in the back end of this game. Now, bringing in the Lantern into the Altaria. Altaria's going to reach that move. Moonblast, it could get the debuff and just make this Lantern extremely weak up against the remaining Pokemon. Moonblast, here we go, 10% chance. Not that lucky today. And now it is going to be Simon throwing out these Thunderbolts. Maybe actually can opt for the Surf and farm down, but no, going to go straight for the Thunderbolt. And Arsenio knows that this is not worth a shield. Probably going to try to save these for that Registeel that he thinks his opponent will be weak to.
Good timing from Simon to just throw the Thunderbolt right before the Sky Attack would have come down.
Oh my goodness, and he knows Simon shakes his head. He knows this game is in big trouble. Sableye, Shadow may do a little bit better against the Medicham, but these Ice Punches are going to start to add up. Here we go. First foul play coming through. Maybe 2 foul plays will be enough to take this matchup in favor of the Sableye here. Most likely, foul play will be taking out the Medicham here, but Simon knows he can't shield and has to put his faith in his back Pokemon.
Charge move priority event. The Medicham is going to fall, not taking this last one. The Surf is ready, but as is another foul play of the Shadow, Sableye has to be shielded immediately, and now Simon really relies on this Lantern, which is a Pokemon that I love, but I don't think that it has enough stamina to take out the Sableye and the Registeel. And wow, he even gets to another foul play. This can't be what Simon imagined this game to go.
Yeah, this might be very close to KOing. Let's see, it does. Okay, now he'll just be able to farm this Sableye down. And wow, 2 shields. Not used that game. Very, very well played from our left side battler here. Congratulations on this flip matchup. We thought it was going to be quite one-sided when that Sableye was aligned to that Medicham, but actually it was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
That is true. Sableye was, I mean, he did not use the 2 shields, so I'm thinking, was there a scenario in which he could have won that? Because if he threw a Surf right before the second foul play came out, or if he shielded that foul play, then he could have actually won that with 2 shields against a Registeel at half HP that only has 1 shield. Or I don't even know if it had 1 shield. I think you're maybe fine.
Yeah, that was a very, very awkward situation. I mean, going down with 2 shields never feels good. It's not like you can use them for the next match. Leaves you with a little bit of regret. But again, these players now, with that competitive experience, need to be able to mentally reset and just accept that that's that, and you have to move on to the next match. Start with a clean slate, as this will be that match point here. That's going to be so crucial for both these players. Starting out in the lower bracket on day 1 never feels too good. So they're going to be fighting for their lives inside of this match. Shadow Sableye was a little bit of a hero that game. So if you're Simon, you may be expecting that to come out again and maybe stay away from the meta champ.
That is true. You really want this alignment. You really, in some matchups, want to fight for the switch. If you know what your opponent has in the back, you really need to invest some shields, even though it doesn't feel good, so you keep the alignment in your game. So you talked about like getting a clear head about the mental game of the players. What I really like in tournaments is that you see each game one by one. You don't have the big picture in front of you all the time. You're not like, okay, if I win 4 more rounds, then I'm going to day 2. But you have to see each and every single game even as a new game, a brand new game. Nothing around it matters at all. You just go, okay, I need to win this one, and then I need to win the next one. Of course, you will still need to process the information that you got from the previous ones.
Absolutely, and some players, they do really great on momentum if they are like going into a match already 3 wins on their back. That may feel really good, but also you don't want to let that momentum change your playstyle. You don't want to play a little bit more aggressively, play a little bit too confidently because you feel like you have all that energy on your back. So again, just be able to reset and pretend like every match is a absolutely new one. Just clearly resetting your mind will allow for the greatest success. So we will be now going back to our interview desk, and we'll be seeing what they have to say about their plays.
Welcome in, everyone. I am here with Arsenio, who is bringing a little bit of a French flavor to this German regional competition. Arsenio,
yeah,
you've been doing pretty good so far, but how are you feeling? Pretty confident?
Yeah, I'm feeling confident. I like my team. I like how I'm playing. Now it's just on my shoulders, and yeah, I'm feeling good.
That's
Thanks.
good. Yeah, I mean the last round for you was pretty decisive. It looked like it was a a 2-0 victory. What were your thoughts going in when you saw your competitor's team? At this point, I think the meta is pretty much defined, and you maybe knew how you wanted to play it.
I'd seen he has only Medicham as a really good answer to Registil, so I was like, okay, he doesn't really have a lot of answers to Diggersby, so I probably tried to bait out Medicham and then try something with Diggersby. So this just went well in game 1.
Yeah.
And I tried to be a little bit of a strategy in the game 2, not bringing Diggersby. Still playing my Sableye because I feel like it was really good against his team. Yeah, I feel like I had a pretty good team against his team. So yeah, I think I managed it well to turn out.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty good matchup for you.
Yeah.
I do want to talk a little bit about that Diggersby. What made you decide that you wanted to bring that to this tournament? Because you don't see a lot of them in the meta.
Yeah, of course. I feel like Diggersby may be some kind of really good months. It may core break some like Lantern and Trevenant. It's pretty good answer to Ghost typing. Also a good answer to Steel typing like Registeel or Stunfisk.
Right.
Yeah, I think it has his room in the meta. So. Yeah. I was like, okay, I'm just going to scream with it, and let's see if it goes well.
I find it kind of funny because in such a Noctowl and Medicham heavy meta, Diggersby is one of those that maybe some people would be a little bit fearful to run because of that. But you're really looking at the other top picks that round out a team and say, you know what, okay, I know how to handle this in the energy. Do you think that it could potentially be your MVP for this tournament?
I mean, if I can manage to do well, Diggersby will probably be a pick that will be maybe seen by the other players and like, okay, so Diggersby can manage to win. Maybe I'll take a look. But yeah, as you say, there is a lot of Medicham and Noctowl. But I think if you just build around, you can manage to cover Noctowl and Medicham. and yeah, I try to build around him.
So what you're saying is just how like Inadequence and EJB brought in Dunsparce to the European meta, you are going to be bringing in the Diggersby.
Yeah. And I got the idea by my mate Logan Rocket, and I think he's also playing it.
Okay.
So
maybe we'll have a Diggersby off in the finals.
Yeah, maybe,
who knows?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to that. Hopefully, we'll see you a little bit more on this stage,
Yeah.
and we're going to kick it back to the casters because we have some more pretty hype matches.
And welcome back. We will be going into our next match of today. We now have a nickname 29585 up against Cap the Avenger. Finally, we do have this match. I overhyped it a little bit earlier. We are in round 2, and take a look at our players here on the left and right hand sides of your screen. We'll be going into their teams in just a moment, so sit tight.
I can't wait for the next spice that we are going to see. I love that Lurgan Rocket might play the Diggersby because I think that he got to top 4 of Worlds with it.
Oh yeah, Diggersby actually is really proving itself here. We know how good a normal type is against a ghost type such as Sableye, and I think so people are using less Medicham, more Sableye, and because there's more Sableye, other players are reading that you need like normal types like Noctowl and Diggersby, and I think that makes a lot of sense. Of course, the Diggersby is able to hit that Galarian Stunfisk extremely hard as well, alongside that Registeel. Of course, you will be taking that Focus Blast damage, but again, Earthquakes stab from that Diggersby are really going to hurt. Here we go. Look at the teams on the left-hand, right-hand sides. What do you think?
I think that we might get into a timeout matchup. We might see an Umbreon mirror match, and whenever that happens, it's really stally. Both of these Pokemon, sometimes people run Umbreon with a Psychic move. So that would be awful in the mirror match. You really want to have this last resort, but this could take a while if both of those Umbreons get safe swapped and meet each other in the middle.
Yeah, or we could have a very fast matchup. Swampert up against that Shadow Charizard.
Yeah.
That I don't think will be ideal for nickname 29585 here, but we are seeing this Shadow Charizard quite a bit.
Actually, in the 2 shields, Charizard can win this.
Oh yeah, if you can land that Blast Burn actually and bait with the Dragon Claws, actually it is enough for against the Shadow Swampert. So that's just crazy, speaking to how strong that Shadow Charizard is. I mean, a Shadow Blast Burn, even resisted by a Water type, is just doing a silly amount of damage, really. And I think he knows that, bringing that Shadow Charizard instead of the normal Charizard that we saw earlier from Toshi. We'll see how that maybe changed up this matchup against the Registeel as well, making it a little bit less awkward to play because you're able to, again, throw that Blast Burn and then farm him down from there.
I think actually that in this matchup, Dragon Claw is enough. I mean, if you go for 2 Dragon Claw baits, you might not reach the Blast Burn in time to not take the last Hydro Cannon, the 3rd Hydro Cannon. But with the Shadow Wing attacks, dealing damage to the not that bulky Shadow Swampert, Dragon Claw could be enough to finish it off in the end.
Right.
So this might actually, but I mean, in the 1 shields and in the 0 shields, Swampert always wins.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, so that's 9. Yeah, you have like 14 wing attacks, and then 14 wing attacks in the Dragon Claw. That sounds like it could be enough. Maybe we'll see in practice here. We'll see if Cap the Avenger does know his matchups. Of course, he is, again, new to this, and his opponent, on the other hand, is wearing the World's t-shirt. So a little bit of pressure. But again, I really like his team. I mean, the Alola Ninetales has quite a bit of play up against here, against that Trevenant, against the Medicham, and the Umbreon. So you may definitely see that, but it loses so hard to the Charizard and Registeel that it may be a little bit difficult to justify.
Imagine this Alola Ninetales would be a Charmer. That would be absolutely insane if you align it against an Umbreon, because otherwise the Umbreon matchup, if you go for a Powder Snow, it's not always that easy. It is really bait dependent, because if you land a Dazzling Gleam, you're good to go.
Right.
This is absolutely insane, especially with the Shadow Alola Ninetales, which I love, and I'm really proud to have one. Short brag. But if you just go for Weather Balls, then these last resorts do add up.
Yeah, so 1 Dazzling Gleam and then the Weather Balls, I mean, it's actually going to be quite lethal to the Umbreon at the end of the day. And of course, those last resorts do take quite a while to get to, actually, compared to the fast energy generation of the Powder Snow and Weather Ball combination. At the end of the day, I think Registeel just being on a lot of these lineups, it's such a consistent Pokemon. It's such a consistent damage dealer, and we've seen basically every single Registeel get that Zap Cannon debuff today. So probably that will continue to be the pattern.
And we will hear from Count Xevious on that one. You guys can't imagine. He told us a lot of the time that he got debuffed always when playing versus Registeel this weekend.
All right, here we go. Game the number 1. We'll be looking for those debuffs real quick here as we have Registeel, Charizard, and Lantern from the right-hand side, and we have Swampert, Umbreon, and Noctowl on the left-hand side. First matchup is that Swampert into the Charizard. This is what we talked about. Let's see if this Swampert can put in any work up against this Charizard. He is throwing that Hydro Cannon, but the Dragon Claw comes down first, of course. Charizard is able to win CMP here up against that Swampert. Here we go. Lets it go, and now Cap the Avenger will be in a little bit of a difficult spot as Nickname can just choose to shield and continue to farm this guy down. Hydro Cannon comes through. Of course, Nickname knows he has to shield, but Cap the Avenger is about to be at another one. Again, loses CMP to this Charizard, and this is going to force that shield from him if he wants to get that Hydro Cannon off. Let's see if he is able to just continue to get to another Hydro Cannon. I don't think so. These wing attacks will be enough. And yeah, this is actually exactly what we're talking about. The wing attacks and the Dragon Claw are enough, and Nickname knows that. Will be able to take this matchup back in his favor.
So we are actually going to see the Charizard going one shield down, which is also not that good. Oh, we are trying to catch the foul play, but Umbreon just continues to farm. However, there's nothing that can really beat the Registeel now. So wouldn't even have mattered. Like, you really want to get these foul plays off of on that Registeel.
Yeah, and that's one of those things. If you're newer to this game or the competitive scene, it might be difficult for you to recognize that the Swampert actually is losing to the Charizard in that 2-shield scenario. So not shielding that Dragon Claw was a bit of a mistake. We'll see if he's able to recover from it, of course. This Focus Blast will be doing a lot of damage to the Umbreon, but of course we know it's not going to be lethal. I'm actually curious as to why he threw the Focus Blast instead of the Zap Cannon that would debuff it, considering he needs 2 moves at the end of the day, but maybe that's something we can get to in the interviews.
So foul play is going to connect once again. If you're playing versus one-turn fast moves like Lock On, you don't need to care about your alignment or misalignment. They are going to happen every turn. You can't miss out on any turns, or you can't donate your opponents any extra turns. So we're going to see a Focus Blast. Focus Blast is going to come down. I think that the last Pokemon that Cap the Avenger has here is the Noctowl. Oh, and we still have the Swampert in the back.
I mean, Charizard Blast Burn here is going to be a disaster if he doesn't shield it up. Yeah, I think he has to shield this. Yeah, he does, but can Nickname get to another one before this Sky Attack comes through? He will have to make the immediate play to throw that Sky Attack. Nickname opts to not throw that Dragon Claw, maybe accepting that it's not really that big of a deal right now, as that Reggie's still in the back. We'll be able to clean up this knockdown. Of course, here it's going to come down to that catch onto the Swampert. This is going to be so crucial, as I think he reaches actually this Shadow Ball, so he's all good. Oh my goodness, why? Oh my goodness, he didn't even need the catch there, but has so much energy. That is a disgusting play from Cap the Avenger here.
Wow, catching this Zap Cannon is so important. You can almost farm down the Registeel at this point. He is going to throw a Sky Attack, not even undercharging it, but this is going to take out the Registeel at this point. Basically 0 health, and now we are at 0 health. So the Lantern is going to come in, and this is not a good matchup for Cap the Avenger. Despite this great catch he did earlier, you can Shadow Ball all you want now. I think you need 3 Shadow Balls plus Wing Attacks to connect to take out the Lantern, and at this rate, it's just 1 Thunderbolt that will take out the Noctowl eventually.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Nickname just had a better read onto Cap the Avenger in terms of the team lineups, but that was just simply a beautiful play on that catch. I mean, catching moves when the opponent has a single turn move like Lock On is just so challenging to pull off. Doing it, again, at your first tournament, on stage, against the Worlds player, I mean, all the odds are against him, but I mean, that was so impressive. If that's going to be any indication of how this match is going to go, I'm very excited.
Yeah, I mean, if you are in the driver's seat in a tournament like this, if you are the favorite, if you have been to Worlds and you know that your opponent is maybe not that familiar with the tournament scene, hasn't played in so many tournaments, not much experience, you don't expect stuff like this to happen. So you might actually go for the safer play and throw immediately so you don't get Shadow Balled, but then your opponent rips out a catch like this on the Shadow Swampert with the Zap Cannon. That was just fantastic.
Yeah, and again, if you're a well-known player, of course, against Cap the Avenger, there's not really much you can do to prepare against him. You don't know anything about this player. You don't know his patterns, his play styles, when he decides to throw his charge moves. But on the other hand, Cap the Avenger could have an entire encyclopedia of research up against Nickname, against all the competitors from today's tournament, essentially, and could go into this knowing exactly when players like to throw the moves. And this is something that you can actually do as the underdog. Of course, your opponent will have so much literature on him. It's just so easy easy to make those research, do your due diligence, and make those plays when you need to. And Cap the Avenger has executed it to a T. Maybe he can start to bring this game back.
But in the end, this doesn't help you if your Noctowl is aligned against a Lantern in the no-shield scenario. So this was pretty unfortunate for Cap the Avenger. We are going to see if he can get back into the game and get a better alignment, actually. I mean, he thought he had a really good start with the Swampert versus the Shadow Charizard. The Shadow Swampert versus the Shadow Charizard, but that didn't go quite as planned.
Yeah, and he did have that shield advantage, though, but the shield advantage wasn't that consequential at the end of the day because that alignment was just so messed up. And you can make all the catches you want in the game, but at the end of the day, if the alignment is not correct, your catches are only going to do you so much. We saw it in this game. It doesn't matter if you caught 100 worth of energy on your Pokemon that game. That Noctowl just always loses to the Lantern. You don't have enough energy to bank 3 Shadow Balls. There's just no situation where that happens. So Cap the Avenger will need to be making some adjustments to his lineup here. And again, maybe if you're the opponents, you just play something very consistent, hoping your opponent second guesses themselves and switches into a worse team, actually, when you're just going the same lineup.
So, Eric, I have a question for you. If you are playing a best of 3 and you win game 1, what do you do? Do you go with the same team because it has worked already? Do you let your opponent try to find adjustments? Or what do you do in this scenario specifically? And does it change from player to player?
Yeah, absolutely change from player to player. Some people will say, yeah, let's go the same thing. They won't expect it again. They just trust in their team at the end of the day and maybe say, oh, I didn't play that very well, so we're going to go the same team again. Here, obviously, Cap the Avenger disagrees with his previous team.
Oh,
this is a disaster.
No. This is the absolute worst matchup you could have with the Alolan Ninetales. I mean, of course, you can farm up some Powder Snows. You can race to this Dazzling Gleam, but you would want to switch out at some point. We're going to see a Zap Cannon and it will connect. This Alolan Ninetales is not happy, but I think it will switch out eventually because any energy you would throw onto this Registeel would be wasted at this point. And
oh no.
He's even playing ABA weak to Registeel.
And now this is going to be a huge problem. Trevenant is about as hard of a Swampert counter as you can get. Cap the Avenger, is he going to shield this one up? I think he has to shield it up. Otherwise, there will be no answer to that Registeel in the back. Nickname knows this, and he feels like this Trevenant will be having quite a dominant matchup here and probably going to opt to shield here just to get this Swampert out of the way. Exactly. Even though it is resisted, it is a Shadow Hydro Cannon, and we know how much damage that does to a Trevenant.
That is actually over half, so you just need to hit 2. So you actually have to shield 1. So Trevenants like the normal Swampert matchups a lot more. But we are going to see some more farm. It just needs a few more mudshots to get to the next Hydro Cannon. Exactly, and right before the next Hydro Cannon gets out, we are going to see Bomb take out the Shadow Swampert. And now this Registeel is basically good to go.
Yeah, Nickname's Registeel home free up against that Alolan Ninetales. Of course, he doesn't know there's a Noctowl in the bag, but he has the correct insight, essentially, knowing that Swampert being switched into that Registeel only meant that he might not have another answer in the bag. Here we go. Ninetales is able to win that win the CMP against the Trevenant, I believe. Throw off this Ice-type move. Again, just lets the Trevenant go. Knows that the Registeel can clean this game up, no problem.
And that was a bit unfortunate for Cap the Avenger because I think he did not have the timer, the switch timer that Nickname had in mind, because he could have actually had like 5 seconds for his Noctowl to wing attack down the Trevenant and have a lot of energy to use Shadow Balls onto the Registeel, which is actually then a matchup that kind of works.
Yeah, there are scenarios where the Noctowl is able to win against the Registeel. Of course, you kind of have to bank on not getting that debuff. Nickname able to take it out. And let's see, is this even possible for Cap the Avenger to flip? Shadow Balls are going to have to start raining down Zap Cannon from Nickname. Really needs this debuff, essentially. Otherwise, it could get a little bit dicey. Cap the Avenger shields it up, knows that he's going to have to shield up something. But again, that healthy Charizard in the bag just means that this is an uphill battle.
The Charizard in the back is actually just there waiting for a Dragon Claw that it could use or a Blast Burn, because I think that we have seen a shield used. Now the wing attacks are going to come down. They don't deal too much damage. We are going to see another Zap Cannon to the Noctowl. There is no shield remaining with 1 HP. Registeel is going to clutch out this Zap Cannon, dealing enormous amounts of damage.
1 HP in a dream, and actually if the Noctowl was able to farm down there, it might have had a shot, honestly.
Yeah.
With 2 Sky Attacks, I think this was a lot closer than we imagined it was going to be. But maybe this was just literally IV dependent. Say Nickname had been running a little bit worse, Registeel, Cap the Avenger could have taken this game. Wing attacks and Sky Attack, it might just be enough to take out that Shadow Charizard at the end of the day.
Shadow Charizard it was really replaceable in this matchup because it just went for one wing attack and a shield to take this Shadow Ball from the Noctowl and then just win the game. This was absolutely impressive.
Yeah, I mean, he's showing why he is a world's competitor and a strong contender for today's tournament. But he absolutely played his finest in that last game, basically playing the 2v3. I mean, this is just incredible stuff. Of course, Cap the Avenger showed a lot of signs of life, really, and I think he could be someone to watch out for now in that lower bracket. I think if you are using that Shadow Charizard, maybe a little bit afraid there. Those Sky Attacks could have done a lot of damage. We know Shadow Charizard, it's basically made of paper, so very difficult.
Just like this Swampert.
Yeah, exactly. Swampert from Cap the Avenger, it just goes down so quickly to Trevin. Even if you shield up, those Shadow Claws are doing enormous amounts of damage over time.
Yeah, it is made of paper, but it is made of really thin and sharp paper, just like the Ultra Beast. So we can see even the Dragon Claws hurt from a Charizard, and it is mostly used as a bait move, which is also an option that we haven't really seen in this matchup. We haven't really seen any bait moves, have we?
Yeah, not really. But Charizard, it feels like it's not even a bait move. It just does so much damage. It's similar to, like, let's say a cross shot from a Shadow Machamp, which is generally kind of a bait move. But no, you just spam it out and it's so much damage. I mean, the Dragon Claw has no business doing like 1/3 of someone's health. And of course, Dragon Claw is not even stabbed from the Charizard. So that is absolutely insane for it to be able to knock out such high amounts of health from its opponents.
So Charizard, I always feel really uncomfortable going up against this Pokemon because it goes up to 7 wing attacks. You have this Blast Burn ready, and you have the Dragon Claw ready. And you know, okay, there's a high chance that my opponent is baiting with a Dragon Claw, so my Galarian Stunfisk won't take any damage. However, this is such high risk, high reward, because if you shield, then you might actually lose immediately because of the energy. If you get Dragon Clawed and you shield the Dragon Claw, then you will be outpaced, because after that it's only 5 more wing attacks to a Blast Burn. But if you don't shield and you get Blast Burn down, it's just going to take out your entire Galarian Stunfisk if it's the Shadow form.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Zephyr played that excellently. Hopefully we see him and his Shadow Charizard taking it even further. Of course, he is a Worlds contender, as we've spoken about before, but we'll be looking at more Worlds contenders now, cutting to an interview with Zweilous, who is competing at today's tournament.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the live coverage of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Bochum. We're here for our tag interview with Zweilous. And Zweilous, what I really want to know from you is, which Pokemon would you like to see more play in the future, and why is it Zweilous?
Oh, that's actually a really good question. I actually considered bringing Zweilous to this tournament because it does beat the Lantern, it does beat the Trevenant, it does beat the Noctowl. So it's not a terrible pick in the current meta. But one Pokemon I really like to return to the meta, or at least as a core breaker, as a spicier option, is the Shadow Alolan Marowak, which used to be a useful pick back when Walrein was popular, but it has fallen out of favor since, and I really liked it. I want to see it make a comeback.
So you're kind of known in the community for doing these spicy picks, and you've already kind of given everyone a little bit of a sneak preview saying that Ampharos will indeed be on your team again.
It's coming back.
So, I mean, I think with all of this going on, are you expecting to run a similar moveset, or are you maybe thinking that you are going to mix it up and surprise your opponents?
Well, I'm big in terms of wanting to surprise my opponents with movesets they might not expect. But I think in the case of Ampharos, it's actually very straightforward, because if I don't run either Brutal Swing or Focus Blast as my charge moves, I lose coverage versus Trevenant or Galarian Stunfisk. And I think those are the main threats to Ampharos, and the appeal of the Pokemon is that it has play against its hard counters. So,
can I ask why you chose the Shadow, not the Shadow variant, but just the regular one?
There's actually 2 reasons for that. The first is I don't have a good Shadow one for Great League. That's just how it is. But also I think in Ultra League I actually prefer the Shadow by quite a bit. But in Ultra League, the bulk level of Pokemon is also much higher, and with everything being a little more squishy in Great League, the Brutal Swings and Focus Blasts already do enough from the non-Shadow, so I just prefer the slight bit of extra bulk.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So another Pokemon that you could bring back would be the Tapu Fini. You said earlier that you use it as a little bit of a core breaker. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah. Tapu Fini is very unique in terms of its typing. The water and fairy type is only shared by, as far as I know, Azumarill, of course, which is like one of the mainstays of Pokemon Go PvP, and I think Primarina, but nobody really plays that. Yeah, Azu, for my liking, is always a little bit too slow and defense weighted. So if you want to just draw out a matchup and just outbulk your opponent, I think Azu is the water fairy type to pick, but that's not quite my playstyle. I like the one-turn fast move of Water Gun a little more than the Bubble, and I do like the hard-hitting Moonblast as a charge move option. Yeah, that's why I picked Tapu over Azu, and it does really well versus popular picks like Galarian Stunfisk or even the Medicham.
That is true. Also, the fast move of Water Gun is a one-turn move, so it's really hard to counter your opponent, which is really important in Show 6 Bring 3 formats. Thank you very much, Swilus. That was our tag team interview with our pro player and Amanda, and we're going back to the featured match of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Bochum. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Bochum Regional Championships. I am Amanda Lundberger.
And I am Count Zibius.
Yes, and we are super excited to be getting into these next battles as well. If you've missed it so far, you've missed some pretty good matches, but you can still go ahead and type in exclamation mark bracket into the chat and see who's been playing who and how everything has been going along. Has there been any favorite matchups for you so far?
I'd still have to say it's Leandro versus JVG. I think
those were very good.
That was very good reading of the team comp, and I like that. It's like, you know your win con, just play for it.
Yep.
That's amazing matches.
I really liked the last matchup that we saw between Arsenio when he won with the Diggersby, because it's like a Pokemon that is, I mean, it's not off meta necessarily, but it does lose pretty hard to the Noctowl and Medicham, which is everywhere, but it has some nice matchups with the following Pokemon, you know, with the Trevenants or the Sableyes. They really have nowhere to go against the Diggersby.
I could not follow that one, but what was the moves that Diggersby was running?
Well, it was Earthquake and Fire Punch, so it can hit the Noctowls, but Fire Punch is, you know, not the strongest of moves, and Noctowl is a very bulky Pokemon.
Exactly. I think it makes a lot of sense to run that moveset because, well, you have a much more harder hitting move for when you go up against a Registeel, for example.
That's true.
Fire punches don't do enough.
And Hyper Beam, though might be nice against that Noctowl, really has nowhere to go. As for some other things, though, it could be a double nuke surprise. Not really a lot of bait potential.
I've done a double nuke surprise, but double nuke surprises can get surprised by a Trevenant.
Yes, that's also true. Then you sort of get walled in something that should be an easy winnable matchup.
I wish there were 3 moves.
Speaking of like Pokemon that are going to be a little bit spicy. It's not spicy anymore. We even talked about it, but there is a Dunsparce on the next player's team who's coming in, and that is what we would call maybe their signature Pokemon, and that is 23 EJB, who is on the left-hand side. I actually don't know if he'll be running it for sure, but I would almost guess, because he was the one who basically introduced it.
He pioneered.
Yes, to the European streamers.
And it's not there.
And it's not even there. I think maybe he was just predicting that people would predict him too much, but look in its place. We have an Azumarill, the first one that we've seen in quite a while.
Well, Azumarill, letting the Azumarill aside, I think we see another Pokemon making its appearance again that we never expected to see, and that's the Lurantis.
This is the second time.
Yeah. What do people see in the Lurantis that we don't? Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, well, we did see how much a superpower would do to a regular Registeel. According to Frika, his is a freak of nature Registeel that can survive almost any hit. That superpower was not enough to knock it out, but superpower does do well against those steel typings that are running around in this meta, and also can hit the Noctowl for a decent amount. which could end up saving it at the end.
Yeah, because you always outpace the Noctowl
That's right.
because of the energy generation of the Fury Cutter. But considering the accolades that EJ holds, do you think it will surprise him?
I mean, EJ is a type of person who is used to people playing some spicy picks against him, and I'm sure that he knows the counts as well, but I agree with you. I do like that Lurantis, and there's not been so many as Azumarill in the meta nowadays, and that is a pretty good answer to that Azumarill itself as well.
Yep. I think Lurantis with Shields Up will do a lot of work in this meta, and that's probably what the competitor Tuyen is going to probably try to make it work. But just looking at EJ's line, I think that it's going to be a bit difficult to bring it in just because you have the Trevenant, you have the Azumarill with the Ice Beam. But we'll see if he does bring it in. We all locked and loaded. Game number 1. Let's see if there's a Lurantis. It's a Noctowl into a Trevenant.
Oh my goodness, what a great lead for Tuyen. And EJB, you can already see he's desperately clicking on that Registeel and an immediate swap in and countered by a Metachamp. This is
going to be super amazing. It's a dynamic punch Metachamp. Does EJ expect this? He throws a Zap Cannon, debuff or not. Whatever comes in after from the Metachamp is gonna hurt.
A Zap Cannon is no longer a guaranteed debuff, but it always feels like it when it's against you, right? And here it is.
Voila.
Here it is. There it's going. Tuyen just loading up a ton of energy at 2, and while EJB is at this Focus Blast now, so if EJ doesn't shield this should be enough to take out that Registeel, but he's at a move, so potentially will. No, he doesn't, and the Registeel goes down, and Tuyen has now gotten a better alignment, but really the Metachamp has nowhere to go at this point. Look at the rest of EJB's lineup.
The Metachamp absolutely has nowhere to go, but it does have coverage move, and that Ice Punch. Ice Punch is super effective against the Trevenant, but it's not going to be as super effective as it should be because it's debuffed.
Yes, it is now debuffed because of that Registeel Zap Cannon. You can still see, though, it does a healthy chunk, but EJ going ahead and trying to farm it down, not quite able to get there, but as we saw earlier, and we know a Noctowl is coming in, so EJ probably doesn't want to shield this up, and he's still going to come out with a lot of energy, immediately swapping into the Azumarill, met by this Lurantis. This was a hard counter city.
Yeah, this is Tuyen absolutely reading EJ to the... I think Tuyen has a camera behind EJ's head at this point. He is absolutely on point here. The first Leaf Blade gets shielded, and Azu comes in with the Ice Beam. And as we talked before, Lurantis is not the Pokemon that you want to tank anything on, so the shield is already being pulled
especially
up.
a super effective Ice Beam. The thing about Azumarill, though, is, it has a lot of bulk to it. It has a lot of HP and defense. EJ still shielding up this Leaf Blade regardless, but it takes a long time to get to these charge moves that it has. So even Ice Beam, which is the lower energy one, takes a lot of time to get to, and there's still another bump. Meanwhile, these Fury Cutters are gaining energy at a furious pace. Another Leaf Blade will be coming in very, very soon.
Yes, the Leaf Blade is locked and loaded. Let's see what he does. He throws it just immediately, especially what noticed he throws it in between the bubble animation so that there is no, let's say, surprises.
Yes, we have no potential swaps there to be able to catch it. And at this point, he probably would have been able to outpace it, but EJ knows at this point the Trevenant has done its job. It's going to be able to take this out, and it's now an Azumarill versus a Noctowl in the back. This normally goes in favor of that Azumarill. However, if you look at the HP of it in the back, it's already in the yellow, and this is a fully healthy Noctowl that's going to be able to get to 2 Shadow Balls and most likely can tank this Ice Beam that will be coming in.
Yeah, here comes the first Sky Attack. Sky Attack will not be enough to take out the Azumarill, unfortunately, because it is a very bulky mon, but at this point, the Noctowl will more than be happy to take an Ice Beam and then clutch the win for Tuyen, and that's exactly what this Noctowl does. EJ knew that the Ice Beam wouldn't be enough, so letting it go and keeping the second move a mystery.
That's right, and Tuyen goes ahead and takes that first game. But he's not a necessarily new person to the scene because he competed in Lille. I believe we saw this handsome shoutcaster at this. Maybe you saw one of his matches, but he reached the top 24 for that tournament.
Yep. I think Lille was the first European tournament after the special event where we saw a great number of players come in, and it was really difficult to get into the top 24, and that achievement shows going up against EJ and absolutely dominating that matchup.
Yes, I mean, EJ also, for those of you who maybe are not familiar with his name, or he was one of the last chance qualifiers in London last year before the World Championship and managed to get into the tournament, defeating like a large number of people who ended up playing and made it to the top 16 overall at the
UIC as well.
So I mean, he's definitely a competitor who has made a bit of a name for himself.
Yeah. Just looking at what we saw already, right? You saw the Medicham, you saw the Noctowl, you saw the Lurantis coming up from Tuyen. Do you think at this point, as EJ, would you consider running that Umbreon? Because it's not, doesn't have the best of matchups against all of these Pokemon, but can do enough against these Pokemon to potentially set something up like a Noctowl for a sweep or something like a Trevenant for a sweep.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea at all. I'm also really interested in Chun's Dedenne because it's one of those things where this is another Pokemon who learns Charm, although granted we probably won't see it Charm moves, probably see it with an electric type fast move. However, it learns Play Rough, I believe, as well. So, I mean, it does have a decent coverage over a lot of things in this particular meta.
I think that's one of the reasons, I guess, why Tuyen had EJ's number, let's say, because Dedenne can beat 5 of EJ's 6 Pokemon, and the only answer he has is the Registeel. But the Registeel can't throw anything at the Dedenne that's not going to be resisted. And lock-ons don't do enough damage, whereas you get discharge after discharge after discharge. At some point, the Registeel's got to give. Of course, there's also a Trevenant, but if you land your Fairy move on the Trevenant, suddenly...
Yeah, it's not as favorable anymore. And if you saw, I mean, EJ, I think, suspected or expected that he was going to bring it because he brought in both that Registeel and the Trevenant. And like you said, Tuyen just really had his number there. Planning, I think my opponent will do this. I've seen it enough times in tournaments before. And also, he's been making it very far today with a very unique off-meta team.
Yep, we see the meta evolving, as I said. At this point, I think the players are preparing for what they know had happened and what they now can convincingly predict, because it's 95% of the meta is over. It's the last 5%. So they know what to expect. They will know exactly how much damage what moves do, so they are absolutely prepared. While we go into game number 2, locked and loaded. This is the group semifinals.
And let's get right into it here. This is a much better lead for EJ. Going ahead and lining up that Noctowl to the Lurantis, and you see an immediate swip from Tuyen to the Umbreon. Kind of like what you were saying earlier. I mean, it can absorb a lot of moves, but unfortunately for EJ, it's now on Chun's side. This is a favorable matchup for the Registeel, but it still needs at least 2 moves to take it out.
Exactly, but the Umbreon will get to its moves really, really fast. The first foul play already landing on the Registeel. Here comes the second one. Before the Registeel can even get to a move, and EJ, knowing that, well, it's not going to do as much damage, I'm just going to not shield, and probably will he throw the Focus Blast or will he go for the Zap Cannon?
You know, I've seen players lately be going for the Zap Cannon because they're going for that potential attack debuff. Because as you can see, this Registeel, even though it's not their super effective moves from the Umbreon, it's still chunking away slowly but surely, not being able to get to that move or not being able to get the attack debuff. Now probably going to go for the Focus Blast since it would be a super effective move and be able to take it out at this point. And we'll have to see what these 2 players choose to do. We're getting to the point, almost to this Focus Blast. Yes, reaching it right now. Will Chun decide to use his first shield or go ahead and just let it be?
Is this enough to take out the Umbreon? No, he probably knows it's enough, and he pulls up the Protect Shield. This puts the Umbreon in a very, very strong position because it can now try and force switch. Will EJ shield this? If he does, he will have to commit the second shield as well to maintain this matchup. And there you have it. Chun flips switch. It's Noctowl against the Umbreon.
And if you look at the backline here as well, EJ has that Trevenant, but Chun has a Noctowl of his own. So even though EJ has 2 shields left to 1, it still might not be super advantageous. We will have to see. We want to keep this Noctowl alive and as healthy as possible, but EJ might not know that, obviously, at this point.
Yeah, I think at this point the Noctowl needs to live, and yes, it does. It is flying still, and in comes Chun's Noctowl, and of course EJ is ahead of energy, so he is going to be able to throw his move first.
Yeah, and this is a very important as well, because since he has now can see what the entire backline is. He does have 2 shields, and he has a bit of an energy advantage, putting these Noctowls almost at an even pacing, and it looks like EJ also wins charge move priority. Chun not using a shield up here, but this is going to be very close. And it might come down to a little grassroots off with the Lurantis and the Trevenant in the back.
Yep. EJ identifying that whatever is at the EJ knows that it's a Lurantis at the back. So now all he has to do is protect his Noctowl, and he also has a Trevenant. So he pulls up the Protect Shield. What does he do? Here is the next Sky Attack. Will EJ protect himself? Yes, he does.
I think he has to at this range, right? He knows that he wants to get in a little bit of extra wing attack damage as well. But Jun going immediately into that Lurantis, and EJ throwing the move here. And I suspect he would most likely swap into that Trevenant since he now sees that there is a Noctowl in the back.
Yep. The Trevenant will have to show up here. These Fury Cutters are neutral, by the way, because it is a bug-type move. The Trevenant will have to throw a Shadow Ball. Chun absolutely understanding this matchup to the T, throwing the Leaf Blade just before the Trevenant can throw a Shadow Ball to take it out.
As you can see, this is not very effective damage. However, it's going to chunk it very low, but this might be exactly what EJ wants because he does not want to give any farm at all to the Noctowl that Chun has still in the back with a little bit of energy. I think what he is hoping to do is be able to throw a Shadow Ball and then maybe a Seed Bomb at the Noctowl as well. We'll have to see if he has enough energy for it because this will definitely be enough to knock out the Lurantis at this point. Let's see for sure. Boom! There it goes.
Boom, there it goes, the Lurantis. Here comes the Noctowl, and there goes the Seed Bomb.
It's not very often you get to see a Seed Bomb knock out a Noctowl. I don't even know if it will be enough at this point. It will be definitely close. It is indeed. And EJB goes ahead and takes game number 2, tying it up to make it a decisive game 3.
Ooh, I think we should cast more games because we get more games.
Yeah, it seems so. We were lucky for these players and the content for the crowd.
Exactly. We do it for the content.
That's right.
This was an amazing read by EJ as well. I think it was really, really close. And Chun got absolutely predicted in this one. So game number 3, who's going to predict who?
That's true, because that's right. And game number 1, it's like, oh yeah, Chun definitely has EJB's number down. And then EJB says, you know what?
I'll do it to you.
I can do that as well. I really like the plays at the end, though. They did really good counting. And it's hard to count Fury Cutters, right?
Yes.
Because the animation goes so quick and they're just gaining energy. So sometimes what a player would like to do is they count their own energy because they know, okay, by the time that I get to this move, my opponent will be at this.
Yeah. I usually count my own fast moves. If I'm going up as a 2-turn Pokemon against a 1-turn Pokemon, let's say if I'm running Shadow Claw and somebody's running Water Gun, I'm just going to count my Shadow Claws because I know every Shadow Claw, they do 2 Water Guns.
That's right.
That's basically it. So if I throw 6 Shadow Claws, there are 12 Water Guns. That's how I do it.
That's why we call him Count Xevious.
Yeah, but also it's difficult to understand the water gun animation unless you can use another way, which is by listening to the sound of the animations as well, which is a little bit more difficult and advanced, but it also gives you it also helps you identify catches because there's also a small sound of the Pokemon coming in as well. So that's
what a lot of players choose to listen with the sound on as well for these very reasons. Some people have even gotten good enough that they recognize Pokemon cries as they come in, so they know exactly what it is, not even by the typing that is seen in the corner, but by the specific animation sounds.
Which is surprising because sound's supposed to not travel faster than light.
This guy.
Ooh.
Science Xevious as well.
We are having some technical difficulties with EJ's phone, maybe.
We did see at the beginning there was a bit of a weak connection. Sometimes this happens, but luckily we have wonderful staff and judges here that are also helping make sure everything is fair for everyone involved.
Yes, I would like to point some attention to the amazing yellow jacket that's being worn.
Yes, this is, for those of you who don't know, this is the man whose stream we are watching. This is a Neuralcar, and he's been doing a wonderful job helping bringing us all these Pokemon championships for the European region.
Yeah, exactly. And I love the Snorlax on there, especially with the references to taking a nap.
Yes, exactly. I do love a good nap.
Of course.
The older I get, the more I regret not wanting to do it as a child.
Older? Who's older?
Every second, every day.
Yeah. I mean, I think we have a lot of great matches so far, right? Some of them went right down to the wire with like 1 HP wins. And some of them we absolutely miscalled by saying that it's over. I for one, in that 1 HP win, thought the Reggie still had it. But the Lantern prevailed.
Yeah. I think on one of the matches also between Zeffy and his opponent, they had a Charizard and an Umbreon, and Zeffy was out of shields. And I was thinking, ooh, there's no way it's going to win this. This Charizard is going to go to town. But there was absolutely wonderful management of energy and counting. Zeffy ended up storing a Zap Cannon on his Registeel before he swapped out at one point, and then was able to put it in but when the Charizard was not at a move yet, because Charizard wins charge move priority up against almost everything in this meta, and was able to throw that Zap Cannon to take out the Charizard. And again, that was one of those things where you'd think that maybe it's going to go a certain direction, but players have different play styles and different mechanics in their head. They're like, okay, I know I need to do this to win, but what works for some people might not work for the other.
Yeah, that is true. You need to play enough to define your own battling style.
That's right.
Simple ABB or ABA at higher levels does not work.
Right, because everyone knows it at this point, right? So it's you're all on a bit of an even footing.
Yes, exactly. Some battlers now also try this strategy where they go one game with like 3 Pokemon that are just really good against their opponent's teams and try to find a way to win. And that's one of the best ways to practice as well to get good, is that you play the 3 best Pokemon you have and try to find win cons by putting these 3 together.
Right.
Rather than saying, okay, I'm going to go ABB, and I hope it works out.
That's what's kind of fun about these, you know, choose 6, pick 3 formats, where it's like, you know, in the Go Battle League, it's also a lot of skill, right? Because what you're saying, you need to pick 3 Pokemon, you need to understand how they complement each other, what weaknesses one is covering, different strategies for different leads or different backlines that you may see. In the show 6, pick 3 format, it's really almost another ball game, because now it's like you have to get a little bit strategic about what your opponent is going to play here. And then when you might come against a really spicy team like a Chun's here with the Lurantis and the Dedenne, maybe you wonder, I actually am not familiar with playing these, you know, against these Pokemon. Maybe I don't know the counts exactly for this. Maybe they are running a surprise charm or something on the Dedenne. What would happen to my team then?
Yeah. I think it's important to understand different Pokemon and what they can bring, but it's also important to understand it's not only about counting. Energy comes from fast moves. As long as you understand how much energy a fast move generates and how much energy a move is going to cost. For example, Leaf Blade is 35 energy. So you can already do that calculation mentally in your head. All right, I need X amount of Fury Cutters to get to 1 Leaf Blade.
Right.
And that's a way to understand, that's a way to play without actually caring as much about the Pokemon that's coming in.
Yeah, to you see a blackboard with a bunch of numbers coming in. Is it,
no.
You're in the Matrix here,
No. I mean, so that you don't get surprised
by
the move sets of the Pokemon or how fast they get it. But we already have game number
3. This is the decisive game 3 here. Ooh. And we are seeing the Dedenne. We're about to see what the moveset is on it. And it is going to choose to stay in. We have the Thundershock with the Discharge and Play Rough as expected against EJB's Focus Blast. Zap Cannon getting the move right before the Focus Blast goes off. This is wonderful lock-on counting and going ahead and throwing the Discharge here, which does a decent chunk to the Registeel, but you know what? Not as much. Ooh, going for a Zap Cannon.
Yep, I think Zap Cannon is resisted, unfortunately. So it's not going to do as much, but this matchup is going to come down to, does this debuff? Yes, it does. EJ is a debuff master.
So going ahead and getting this, and now these discharges that are coming in will not be doing as much, even though it will be able to outpace to get to a 3rd one in time because of this attack debuff. It might not be enough, even with the Thundershocks coming in afterwards. Yes, you see the Registeel is still in a healthy-ish yellow, being able to get to this Focus Blast now after this will go through, which will not be enough to knock out the Registeel.
Exactly, Discharge coming in, and as you said, it did put the Registeel into the red. The Registeel throwing the Zap Cannon, but Chun electing to shield. Is this shield going to help him farm down the Registeel? Let's find out, but no. EJ immediately swapping into the Medicham. Medicham does outpace it. Oh, it does not. It does not outpace it to the player.
This is a double debuffed. Even though this is a super effective move, though, does EJ still want to take it? It looks like he does. We're about to see how much he does. Still over half because of that, and it now comes in a Noctowl, but EJ has a lot of energy, already up to 2 Ice Punches, throwing the first one. Will Chun respond with a shield of his own? No, letting the first Ice Punch go through.
Yep. the Ice Punch, unfortunately for Chun, is not debuffed, so it's going to do the actual amount of damage it's supposed to. Here comes a second Ice Punch. Second Ice Punch will put the Noctowl into the red, and Chun opting to no shield this as well. He has the Sky Attack loaded, but he opting to farm down the Medicham.
It's very risky. It does pay off, but look, just a sliver of health. Going ahead and throwing immediately the Shadow Ball to this Registeel, and still has a little bit of energy left over, but I don't know if it's going to be able to survive much longer.
It's a Sky Attack as well. Oh my god, gets to the Sky Attack. This Noctowl is coming in, and it's already at a disadvantage, losing 25% of its HP immediately.
Yes, and this is EJB's last Pokemon against the Dedenne still has a little bit of health, and now we see one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the Great League, Umbreon, coming into play. This is a pretty neutral matchup that favors the Noctowl a little bit, but you have to remember, Chun was able to get off that Sky Attack, and now it's not a full health Noctowl against a full health Umbreon, although the energy advantage probably does come a bit in handy.
Exactly, the energy advantage will come in handy, but if you want any Pokemon to be shields down, it's an Umbreon.
Yes.
It will get you through the finish line. Let's see if Chun's Umbreon does it for him. He is throwing his second foul play. EJ, no shielding this as well.
Yeah, you can already see EJ is a bit discouraged. He knows he has to keep tanking these because the possibility that the Dedenne will get to another one is high. He needs to save a shield for that super effective charge move instead of this neutral one. Chun already using his last shield on a very thick Pokemon anyway, and already now at another foul play, which is going to put EJB's Noctowl desperately low. EJ has to shield it. He knows it. His last Protect shield is also gone, and now it's going to come down to the wire here. Going ahead and throwing the Sky Attack, trying not to let another Snarl sneak through in the meantime as well.
Yep, this Sky Attack will put the Umbreon in the red, but is it enough? Will the Noctowl outpace the Umbreon? No, it does not. Oh my god, absolutely perfectly played from Chun, taking this game away from EJ. With that lead of a Steel-type Pokemon into a Fairy-type, this is why coverage is so important. Registeel not having that Flash Cannon absolutely flipped that game into Dedenne's favor. Very well played there.
Yeah, even with the 2 attack debuffs, you would think that maybe like Chun would have got a little bit not disappointed, but it's easy to be like, oh no, now my Pokemon is debuffed.
Yeah.
Still maintaining his cool, calm, and collectedness, throwing these moves, and he still, if you remember, had a little bit of health on the Dedenne in the back, which still would have done great against that Noctowl.
He used that Dedenne really well, taking out Registeel, putting Medicham into half HP,
right.
and then still had it left over if it needed to, you know, Thundershock something. Yeah. It's insane.
What is a hard call for EJB there that I think that maybe he also perhaps regretted it was not shielding that play rough from the Dedenne. Even, I mean, I think you think, okay, it's double debuffed. This is not going to hurt as bad, but as you saw, it still brought that Medicham down to below.
Yes, I think that play-off was the deciding factor. But, you know, you're double debuffed. At this point, you had to make a call. What if it's a discharge, right? What if he discharges me and then tries to play off me after? And that's something that it's better to no shield at double debuffed? Yeah, it got 2 attack falls. And then, yeah, I mean, it's a 50-50 call, right? In the end, I would not have shielded as well, and I would have lost.
But it was still very close, and those were the group semifinals, so, and that was in the winner's bracket as well. So EJB still has a chance to come back from this. We'll probably see a little bit more of him later as well. Like we said, he's a very talented player. A lot of these players here today are really bringing their A game.
Yep. I mean, look, lower brackets is nothing to be scoffed at, you know, because our current champion made a lower bracket run to go all the way to sweep and get that championship costume that none of us have.
Yes, the costume and pose that will never be changed according to Dancing Rob, unless maybe he wins the 2023.
Exactly. But we'll find out.
I guess we will.
And yeah, I think I really liked how the players adopted. And I really think Chun is made an amazing adoption. Like, none of his leads have been the same.
That's true.
He hid the Dedenne, risking Lurantis' lead in game number 2, and then going all into the Dedenne in game number 3. That is, like, it's Pokemon management and also being brave enough to do that. And
I agree. I think that it's also like you said earlier, interesting that there's been 2 Lurantises in this tournament so far, and I wonder if there's even more that are being played off stream. I feel like in the last tournament we saw, there was also a Dedenne, so that's not like, I mean, it's definitely still spicy, something that we're not super expecting, but now we've seen it. But now, there was 2 Lurantises.
Yeah.
And I'm very anxious. We're going to go head over to our casters with Chun for the interview, because we got to find out more about this spicy pick.
Exactly.
All right, thanks, guys. I'm here with Chun, who was just able to defeat his opponent with one of the spiciest teams I think I have ever seen, not only inside of today's regional championship, but just in general. Now, I guess, could you give us a little insight into how you came up with like Lurantis and Dedenne?
Well, Lurantis was, I think some people of the community know that I really like to use Lurantis, because I think it's pretty spicy, but also a very good pick, because it can beat water types, but also the steel types. And also Dedenne was a little bit of a risk, because I was thinking, should I use Dedenne or Lantern? But I think, yeah, Lantern, everyone expects that. But yeah, Dedenne, I don't think anyone will expect that. So I practiced a little bit, and it worked pretty well. But I was not expecting to really use it. But then in this battle, I was like, okay, there's no G-Fisk on the team. The biggest threat is the Trevenant. So yeah, I have to have a counter for the Trevenant, like Umbreon and Noctowl. And yeah, that really worked out on this game.
Yeah, so your team overall, I feel like it's quite weak to Trevenant. Do you feel like with the Noctowl and with the Umbreon, you've kind of covered that weakness quite efficiently, like bench pressure?
Yeah, I think it will have some bench pressure, because some people won't use it, but I saw AGB really like to use Trev, so yeah, that's why I used in 2 battles both Noctowl and Umbreon. Yeah, and it did work well, even though he didn't use a Trevenant in the last battle. But yeah, it will pressure them to not use it, and the last battle it worked out.
Yeah, so we know that, of course, the Dedenne is really, really good against the Registeel, but overall, how do you feel like the Dedenne is maybe better than potential like Togedemaru? I've run Togedemaru in some regional championship. I feel like they're kind of the same. Do you ever consider that?
No, I did see someone use it. I think it was Rise in one of the Worlds from the Sylphs. But yeah, I was not really thinking about it, because yeah, you have to use Wild Charge, and then yeah, you will debuff yourself. And with Dedenne, you don't need to do that. So that's why I preferred Dedenne over Togedemaru. But I think Togedemaru is also a fun pick. So I don't know if that will be on stream today with someone using that, but yeah, I would really love to see it.
Yeah, thanks so much, man. Thanks for your insight, and good luck with your really, really fun team. I hope we see a lot of superpowers coming through.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
All right, as Chun said, Togedemaru should never see the light of day in a professional play Pokemon tournament.
That's when he's like, well, did you ever consider it?
No, there is no, I mean...
Eric's really pushing it, though, because he did use it in his regional tournament when he played Rise to Occasion as well. So, I mean, maybe it's... there's some merit to it, maybe,
well, according to him, it beats Medicham in the Zero Shield scenario. That's the selling point.
Okay, well...
All right, we did...
It is what it is, right?
Fair enough. We did see 2 amazing battlers. Now we're going to see 2 more. We have a crowd favorite.
I would say so, probably.
Yeah, he's a very nice battler, a very nice guy. And who is that?
And we have Elit... sorry.
Oh!
I thought you were leading up to it. No, we have Arceus Aurelius obviously coming in. He's a player from Norway, so he's bringing the cool, as we say, down.
Exactly, he's bringing the cool and the chills as well. Let's see if he can bring it into the battles. He is absolutely decorated in the play Pokemon scene. He's done top 20, 32 in Lille. He's done top 6 in multiple tournaments as well. So I think he's in the semifinals for a reason. He's consistent.
I would have to agree. One of my favorite things about Arceus Aurelius is that he also told me that he is really good at RPS, rock, paper, scissors in general, because he won a literal rock, paper, scissors tournament in Norway. So I think we're gonna see those Noctowls, we're gonna see those Trevenants, we're gonna see everything that can be hard countered by something in the meta.
All right, we also have Electek coming in, and looking at the teams, Electek is running a team that I say is the meta.
Yeah, I think so. It's a pretty good-looking team there. That is strong. I mean, meta, we say, is meta for a reason, right? I mean, these are very strong, heavy-hitting Pokemon that do well against each other, but also can possibly lead to a little bit of what we said, the rock, paper, scissors scenario. Arceus Aurelius is running something that's kind of fallen out of favor with the rise of the Alolan Ninetales, and that is a Wall Rain.
Yep. I'm really looking forward to seeing the Wall Rain in this matchup. It does have a lot of play. If you manage to get one Powder Snow here and another Powder Snow there, and then suddenly you're an Earthquake that can threaten the Registeel or the Stunfisk as well. The only real, absolutely, the matchup that you don't want to be on is on the Medicham.
Yes, and unfortunately, the Medichams are really running around a lot in this tournament. I also saw that there is a Lantern on Arceus Aurelius' side. Do you think it's be on Spark, or you think it'll be on Water Gun? Are you guys Water Gun bros?
I do not know, to be honest. I think looking at his lineup, he's probably a Water Gun because he is running the Wall Rain. I was thinking something similar as well when I was team building. If I haven't a hard answer to the Noctowl with the Wall Rain with Powder Snow, maybe I'm okay with Lantern running the Water Gun because now you see he has a Steel type. He cannot swap in that Steel type into the Lantern because if you have Water Gun, you're suddenly doing super effective damage to the Sunfisk because it's a part ground type as well.
That's true.
So I think revealing of the moveset will be critical in how this matchup goes. And I know Arceus is very, very good at keeping cards close to his chest, and then he will reveal it when it needs to be, but we are already here.
Yeah, speaking about being revealed, we're about to see the first leads of these two players. This is the first time either of them have been playing on stream today, and we have a Medicham versus a Medicham. So again, when we talk about charge move priority, the one with the higher attack stat will be the one who throws that charge move first. I wonder how these two like to play it out, because sometimes if you know you have a really good product one, you don't even try to throw first because you're like, chances are I'm not going to be able to.
That is exactly what
throwing this first one.
Yeah, exactly. Elitech throwing the first one, and Arceus did exactly what you said. He does not throw the move, and he waits a turn and throws the next Psychic so that Elitech cannot make any fancy catches. The Psychic goes in, and it lands on Elitech's Medicham, but both of them do not get that defense fall. Will they go for the Ice Punch? No, going for this Psychic.
This is actually really interesting on both players, because if you look, both players in the back have a Pokemon that is really weak to the Medicham. So I think in a way, they're both kind of happy to see it here, even though it is a mirror, and that's not always the most fun thing to play out, because it is a lot of mind games. Arceus also going for the Psychic here and getting shielded up by Electek as well. So the both of them really want to get this first
Ooh, and Arceus wins charge move priority. Electek was comfortable thinking that he did not throw the move, so he was not going to win charge move priority.
And now he has gone also down 2 shields because he's at the Ice Punch as well. And looks like Arceus Aurelius is going to head and letting it go down himself. So he's now up 1 shield, but he has lost switch advantage.
Yep, coming in with the Noctowl. Noctowl is going to do a lot of work. He's not going to take any moves from this Medicham. Very comfortably farming it down is pivotal here. What he comes in with a Registeel, but as we know, if the Noctowl's a shield ahead, any matchup is a good matchup.
That is true. I mean, that Zap Cannon is going to be doing super effective damage, hurting that Noctowl a lot, but the Registeel actually does really well against this whole backline if you look at it. And at least Arceus Aurelius has 1 shield left, choosing to use it up here. You know, shielding up that super effective Focus Blast, but not the Zap Cannon, which had a potential for debuff. And Arceus Aurelius is gaining up a lot of energy here. And Elitech switching a little bit soon.
Yep,
hoping to maybe catch that Earthquake, but not able to, and now going to take this Icicle Spear to the face.
Yep, Icicle Spear is super effective and does so much damage to the Noctowl. Unfortunately, he swapped a little bit earlier, but Arceus knows that a Shadow Ball is not enough to take this Wall Rain out, so he is comfortable farming a lot more energy, going all the way up to the Earthquake, and even more, probably 100 energy, and then throws the Icicle Spear.
This is going to be very close because the Registeel does, you know, has a big hill to climb. However, it does well against both of these Pokemon. So in the same sense,
the Earthquake,
it's not quite over until it's over, but it's getting pretty close.
This Earthquake is going to be enough to send that Registeel packing into that Pokeball. Very, very well played there. As I said before, just before the game started, Arceus Aurelius is very good keeping the cards close to his chest, and he made Electek think that there is no way his Medicham would lose CMP.
Yeah, that was an interesting mind game play, right? If I am playing and my opponent is never throwing when they have the move, I'm making that assumption.
That's exactly what you
know
said.
What? Yeah, like it's too good, so it's going to be very bulky. But then a surprise at that moment, winning the charge move priority and making Electek use up the last shield. So also going 2 shields down in the first round or the first lead is pretty difficult.
Yep. Like another thing that's critical in this game is that having Pokemon like a Noxal, for example, Noxal, Walrein, these are Pokemon that you give them 1 shield advantage, they're going to just go through your team.
Yeah, as you can see, that was a very good showcase of the Walrein there itself. I mean, having that shield, shielding the Focus Blast, there was a potential that he maybe could have caught that Earthquake, but sometimes it's so hard to keep track of counts when you're looking at your own health, you're looking how much energy you have. Sometimes it's just easy to lose track of what your opponent is at as well.
Exactly, and I think it would be very difficult to catch something from Arceus because we saw earlier in the Medicham mirror matchup that he waited a turn. He's been very what is it called? Religious in this.
Yeah. And this matchup is a little bit more in favor of Electek here, but Arceus Aurelius choosing to stay in, charging up a little bit of extra energy again, and going straight for that Earthquake before even the first Rock Slide is thrown. Will Electek choose to use a shield? He does. This is going to be very big for him.
Yeah, that is an amazing shield there, blocking all that damage that comes from the Earth Power, and Arceus Aurelius makes that insane catch off that Rock Slide on the Medicham. This is resisted non-stab Rock Slide. It does absolutely nothing.
Yes, and as you can see too, because that was this very smart move, because the Rock Slide would have been the great move against the Walrein, being super effective here, but now this Swampert comes in and already at the first Hydro Cannon. However, I mean, the counter damage does a lot, and Arceus Aurelius already is almost at 2 Ice Punches here. Let's see what he chooses to do. Going to go straight for the Psychic. He's going for the big moves every time here, saying, hey, you only have 2 Protect Shields, and now you have none.
Exactly. I mean, that is a perfect way to play this. Once your opponent is down, you need to throw whatever it takes to get them another shield down as well, and that's what he does. Now he's going into this matchup with 2 shield advantage against a Swampert, a Stunfisk, and a Registeel, and in comes the Trevenant. Trevenant, again, is a Pokemon that does not have to shield this.
Yes, especially Arceus Aurelius probably is doing a decent amount of counting here. He knows that this is not an Earthquake or even a potential Sludge Bomb. This is just a Hydro Cannon, which can be tanked relatively easy. And now the Seed Bomb definitely would be enough at this point. Going to go ahead and throw right before, knowing that he wins Charge Move priority against the Swampert. Trevenant also has a very high attack stat, so it's one of the Pokemon that usually will also win that as well.
Yep. Now it's a very big conundrum for Electek. Both his Pokemon don't do great against the Trevenant. In comes the Stunfisk. This can be shielded. Rock Slide is neutral, will do the most damage at this point. So Arceus absolutely doing the right thing, shielding it up, and probably goes for the Shadow Ball.
Oh, this could change everything, though, because if we look at what's in the back, there's that Registeel and that Walrein, and however, the Walrein is great when it has a Protect Shield, but not having it anymore is big. And now having to throw the Shadow Ball, this might be better because the Registeel is energy dry here, right? And the Trevenant has a lot of energy already stored. I think if you're Arceus Aurelius, you're maybe thinking this is the best thing that could have happened in this scenario.
Yeah. This was absolutely the best thing that could have happened in this scenario. Going for the second Shadow Ball here. This Shadow Ball will be more than enough to send this Reggie packing, or is it? It is enough, but in comes the Walrein. Walrein will need 2 Rock Slides to send it back to the Pokeball, but it does get to this Earthquake.
Yep.
And that is an absolute masterclass of shield management from Arceus Aurelius, forcing the opponent to make the first mistake and then absolutely pushing that advantage all the way from the start to the end of the game.
Yeah, I think that the thing maybe would have flipped if it was just that Walrein with no energy left versus the Registeel with no energy left. But again, it's so hard to predict your opponent's last Pokemon.
Yep. Electek did know that it was a Walrein at the back. Coming in with that Registeel might have been the win con, basically cemented the win condition for Arceus. if you're Arceus, you want your Trevenant against the Registeel and not against
Right,
the Stunfisk.
exactly.
I was like, oh.
Especially because it already had a Shadow Ball stored and was almost up to a second one, so was able to throw 2 Shadow Balls before the Registeel was able to get to 1 Focus Blast or Zap Cannon.
Yep. And at that range, Focus Blast or Zap Cannon would not have taken out the Trevenant anyways. So it was absolutely well managed there. I really like the fact that he went for the big moves. He forced his opponents to go 2 shield down, knowing and understanding very well that, well, if I have 2 shields, my wall range is going to beat whatever's at the back. So what am I afraid of? I mean, perfect gameplay there.
It was really, really well done. And not surprising because, again, like we said, we are still in the winner's bracket. So all these players who are still up there have not lost a whole round yet. These are best of 3s. And this was a pretty decisive 2-0 sweep for Arceus Aurelius.
Absolutely amazing. I'm lost for words. That was, I think...
That's a first, ladies and gentlemen.
Execution-wise, that was perfect, right? Like,
yeah, it was really good gameplay.
It looked easy, but it's not.
Yeah. And I think that's also a thing. It's always easy when you're just watching a match to say, oh, they should have done this, but when you're actually sitting in the heat of the moment, and I had a chance to sit in those chairs last night, that it was not, it's a little bit more nerve-wracking, right?
Yes, it is. And was that a jibe at me because I used to watch your games and give you comments?
No. I was just, like, you had a chance to perform on the big stage as well. Like, what were your thoughts about it?
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of pressure, to be honest, and I think if things don't align your way, it's very, very difficult to try and find a way to find win cons. And as I said, it's definitely not easy to play like how RCS did. It's definitely absolutely impossible for me to replicate maybe what EJ did or what Leandro did as well. That was the gameplay, the confidence you need to have in yourself when you're in front of the people and when you're in front of camera to execute your game plan needs a lot of practice.
Yeah, that's true. I want to go back to one other thing that we were talking about earlier. You know how Chun has a little bit of a spice picks on his team? We are about to show part 2 of an interview with someone who also has a pretty spicy Pokemon on his team, and that is Zweilous. So don't go anywhere. We're going to go right into that.
Yep.
Welcome back to our tag team interview with Amanda and Zweilous. And now we are going to focus on the German Pokemon Go competitive community because we are playing a German regional in my hometown. And I want to know, Zweilous, are you really influenced by the German community and in what sense?
I have to say, like, there's stereotypes about the German PvP community. Like, for instance, some people always accuse us of running Swampert. I don't know where that comes from. I'm not much of a Swampert guy myself. But yeah, maybe that's also got to do with the fact that, while I really appreciate the German community, I'm personally more influenced by the international community that we have going on.
That makes a lot of sense, but I do have to ask, and I'm sure everyone is curious, who do you think is the better PvP German brother? Is it going to be you or is it going to be Jonkus?
Oh yeah, that's the age-old question. Like, I know that like my 5 years younger brother, like he's got a lot to learn still. But apparently he already learned enough to place #1 in the world previously. So I guess he's got that going for him. So like, while I'm really competitive about like Pokemon Go PvP, I think we're just both on a level where we can both be really like content just with our gameplay. Yeah, I'll be rooting for him when he competes in his next regional for sure.
Do you guys ever team build together or do a bit of practice?
That's actually interesting because my brother barely practices at all for his tournaments and sometimes blames his misfortunes on that circumstance. So yeah, we're not practicing as much together, but yeah, we've exchanged team ideas in the past, and there's a couple of spice picks that either of us might bring to a future regional, which we talked about already.
I know that we were just joking that about the fight, but we were talking earlier, and he did say that he thinks that you are probably the better PvP player at the moment. So you can go ahead and take that and put it in your pocket.
That's so sweet. That's so sweet.
And we'll maybe get to see it during the tournament as well.
Maybe he was trolling. He's trolling so often.
So, in terms of other German PvP players, is there anyone you are fearing to play against? Anyone who you are particularly afraid of in the tournament?
I have to say, while I have a lot of respect for the German PvP community, and like we had so many people going to Worlds from Germany the last time around, like Dancing Rob, I think he's on the staff this time around, he's not competing, but he's the reigning world champion of Pokemon Go PvP. Like there's a bunch of powerhouses actually competing and like trying their luck here in Bochum. But I think the player I'm not really afraid to play against him, but I kind of want a rematch is a Mind Joke, Alessio from Italy, who will be competing, and he knocked me out like from the winners to the losers bracket, both at the LCQ in London last year and also in the Liverpool regionals. So maybe it's time for revenge this time around.
It definitely sounds like it, so maybe we are going to see this in the next featured match, or one of the next featured matches. So thank you very much, and you guys, we are going back right to the next featured match. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone. I really appreciate those interviews with Zweilous. He is a really good battler, but also a humble and like well-thought-provoked guy.
Yeah, of course. But I think you kind of put in conflict in the household there.
Yeah, maybe. It's a sibling rivalry going on. Someone's got to ask the tough, important questions, guys, and it's going to be me.
Of course, it has to be you, right?
This angel never would cause any controversy.
Yeah.
Are you kidding? But speaking of good German battlers, we're about to see, yet again, two more going against each other here in the next champion. We, again, are only in the winner's bracket so far, so these players have not lost a matchup yet, and that is Stone Collection versus Bench Styler.
Ooh, Stone is an absolute stone-cold player.
That's right.
I've never seen him worried. He knows what he's doing, and he has the credentials to prove it. He was top 4 in Lille already, and he went through the lower bracket to last chance qualifiers as well to be part of Worlds. And looking at his team, you see 3 Pokemon that we have not seen as much. You have the Pelipper, you have the Dunsparce, and you have the Shadow Drapion. Shadow Drapion is an absolute monster of a Pokemon just because it gets to its moves so fast.
And there's always the potential, since it has a crunch, that you're going to give your opponent the crunch debuff on their HP, and that is something that it's like, you always hate to see it because they're coming in so fast. But Pelipper is one of the Pokemon that got an advantage with that wing attack as well, but kind of fell out of favor to Noctowl. However, I see a place for it in the meta still, but there's a Lantern on Bench Styler's team as well, which kind of makes me feel reluctant to bring that Pelipper if I was Stone.
Yep. Pelipper, had like a nerf boost in a sense. Like, yes, it did well just because the wing attack was buffed, but then they really had to nerf Weather Ball because it was getting too much.
Right.
So Pelipper now no longer has a straightforward matchup against the Stunfisk, which is unfortunate.
No, Pelipper has a very good matchup against the Stunfisk because it gets to a move now one quicker because of the wing attack.
Does that move kill?
I think it does, actually.
Oh, okay, all right. Maybe I have not...
For those of you who don't know, you can check out Inadequence. He is very, very certain of the Pelipper versus Galarian Stunfisk matchup.
All right, we are already in game number 1. They're locked and loaded, and that was really fast. Let's see what both these battlers bring.
Gonna go ahead. Oh, hopefully get back to the screen there just in time. And then we have the Shadow Drapion against the Noctowl. Shadow Drapion a lot of times is used as a safe swap because it has a lot of neutral matchups across the board. This isn't so horrible for it either because of the Shadow, again, giving that 20% more and already throwing this first crunch. Now the big question, Abi, is will this give the debuff?
No, unfortunately, it does not for the Drapion, and the Stone is swapping in to that Registeel just in time to get this Shadow Wall from the Noctowl. Ben Styler knows that whatever damage on the Registeel is good damage. This is a very smart move, but we also see something very spicy there. You see the Registeel running that Flash Cannon. Flash Cannon does have same type attack bonus and will do quite a bit of damage to this Medicham, but it's not going to be able to give him an attack fall.
That is true, but it will be better against a lot of the Trevenants that we see in this meta, and maybe will make Ben Styler think twice about bringing a Trevenant of his own into this matchup. Going ahead and throwing the Psychic now, even though, again, not super effective, even trying to undercharge a little bit, but it will be enough to take out the Registeel at this point. And then what do you do if you're Stone? Do you come in with your own Medi, or do you come in with that Drapion that doesn't have the best matchup against the Noctowl, but also not that good against the Galarian Stunfisk?
Yep, at this point, he comes in with the Medicham. That is absolutely perfectly healthy against Ben Styler, opting to even put up a shield, going shield down against the Ben Styler just because he thinks whatever is at the back can be dealt with by his own Medicham. Will he throw his move just before the Psychic? No, Ben Styler throws the Ice Punch, and this is perfect for Stone Collection. He no shields, and he'll probably opt to go all the way up to 100 energy and whatever comes in after.
Yeah, is at least going to take an Ice Punch or a Psychic here. Let's see if it's going to be that Noctowl or the Galarian Stunfisk. The Galarian Stunfisk doesn't really fear those charge moves, but it doesn't want to take any of that counter damage. So in comes that Noctowl and is immediately met by the first Ice Punch. I wonder if we will now see that first Protect Shield, or if he's saving it all for that Galarian Stunfisk. Looks like he might just be saving it.
Yeah, he does not opt to throw up a Protect Shield, but does now, because this Ice Punch would have been enough to send that Noctowl back into the Pokeball. At this point, it's all about reading. Will Stone read what is at the back?
I don't know for sure. It looks like he is choosing to shield this up last second. This is a good call, but at the same point, this is a fully healthy Galarian Stunfisk, and with no shields on the back, the Drapion might not be able to get to this before. No, he is going to go for it, going for that Aqua Tail, which is going to be doing some nice chip damage to the Galarian Stunfisk. However, Ben Styler is right at this Earthquake. I wonder if he's going to retaliate right away with a move of his own. No, going up, not quite to 100%, but definitely over, and throwing this Earthquake, which will send that Drapion back into his ball as well.
Yep, this is really going to be super close, because the Medicham does have a lot of energy stored, and it's still out of Rock Slide range. Throwing that Ice Punch, it was a charge move priority event. Which Medicham wins? Will this Rock Slide be enough to put the Medicham in a range where the Noctowl's wing attacks will take it out? Here comes the Rock Slide. Let's see how much damage this does. This is a resisted move and a non-stab move as well.
But, oh yeah, not quite enough. But even still, with these Mud Slaps going in afterwards, this Ice Punch might not be enough to take it out, and it might get Mud Shotted down.
Oof. Let's see, and this is going to be one of the closest games. Oh, it's enough. No, it's not. Oh my God, what a game. And that was very unfortunate, because I think when Ben Styler clicked on the charge move, it did not register.
I think that was probably the case as well, but for Ben Styler, he went ahead and took game number 1 against Stone Collection, which is an achievement all on its own, and maybe, I mean, like we said, these guys have not lost a match yet. Could be on their way to the winners.
Yep, exactly. And you see the Pokemon are slowly evolving with time, right? You see that Vulpix has now become a Ninetales.
That's right. I wonder if there's a purple flames around it, if it's going to be a shadow. Or maybe it's purified.
Yeah, maybe it's purified. We just need to put a white light around it. So how do you think Stone's going to adapt? Because he played very well for having the Drapion. It came down to what he wanted to come in with.
Right.
If he did come in with a Drapion into the Medicham, maybe, just maybe, that Medicham would have been able to take out whatever is at the back. But I think Ben Styler manages energy perfectly to be able to get this win.
Yeah, I think it was really well played by both trainers. And that's the thing. It's like when you're playing against people at a high level, and you don't know at all what the third Pokemon is going to be, it is always a bit of a gamble, because you know what you would do, of course, in this scenario, and you can predict what a majority of people may do, but that doesn't mean that it is a 100% guarantee that that is what your opponent is going to do in that instance.
Yes, that is the beauty of it all, right?
Indeed, indeed. I am still kind of curious with the team compositions. I think the Dunsparce is not so horrible, to be honest.
I think Dunsparce would make sense, because Ben Styler did bring 2 Pokemon that don't do amazing against the Dunsparce. But just thinking about running Dunsparce and also having a Drapion in your team is a bit difficult. Dunsparce is one of those Pokemon that doesn't always outright win the matchups, but it wins or loses in such a way that it will let another Pokemon shine.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, the rollouts don't do much damage at all, so I mean, it's all charge move pressure here right now. Speaking of some pressure, we're about to see if it's a Water Gun or Spark Lantern here. It is going to be the Spark variant, which means that Bench Tyler will get to these moves a little bit quicker, but not as quick as Drapion, because Drapion is just a spam machine.
Drapion is an amazing Pokemon when it comes to
Ooh, and we got that defense. Deepup, do you think if at this stage that no, it looks like Stone opting not to shield this heavier hitting move that is going through, all putting the Drapion pretty low, but with that defense drop, I think he still feels in a comfortable position, going ahead and throwing right on charge.
Going for the charge move priority there, that is absolutely perfect. Perfectly executed, if you say, and getting that shield from the Lantern, but not only getting the shield, but also getting that energy away from the Lantern. That is best case scenario in most battling situations, is like you win the charge move, get a shield, and also make them use the energy. There comes a Surf, and in comes a Medicham. Medi is going to be able to probably go up to 100 energy. What do you think? I think,
yeah, you're going at this point, probably going to go ahead and farm it all the way down. And we have to remember that the defense is lowered on the Lantern anyway, so these counters are doing even more super effective damage. Oh my goodness, already though, again, a Medicham down to half health, but a lot of energy. And both Pokemon in the back, sort of a similar thing to game one. Let's see if they play it out the same.
Yep, here comes an Noctowl flying in the skies, but this Ice Punch is gonna freeze it in its tracks. Here's the first Ice Punch. Bench Styler is already a shield down, so he has to think more than twice to commit the last possible shield as well. Second Ice Punch goes in. Let's see if he shields it.
Choosing to let that go through as well, and if you are Stone Collection, you are immediately swapping out, and now met by the Glaring Stunfisk. However, both of these Pokemon are not one-shotted by any of the charge moves, and Stone Collection has 2 shields to Bench Styler's 1. The first Focus Blast going through. Bench Styler probably not choosing to shield the first one because we know that it's not going to be enough to take it completely out, and going ahead and just opting to go up, and now going for this Rock Slide bait. Will Stone Collection fall for it? We'll have to see. It doesn't even look like he's going to shield. Okay, he does. Last second shield. My goodness.
In the last second.
It's going to be very interesting.
Yep, going for the Earthquake now immediately because he knows if unshielded, this will be enough to send that Registeel packing. Stone knows this as well and pulls out the Protect Shield, does 1 damage to his own Registeel, and at this point, you can go straight Flash Cannon. Unfortunately for Bench Styler, he will either have to let this go or pull up a shield. There's a shield, and this is going to be a race to the charge move.
The switch timer is almost up. We could have potential catch as well. Stone is not even letting that happen. He's going to go in right away and try to snipe, and going to be able to be met with this wing attack. This is going to be very close because Bench Styler is 1 Mudshot away from an Earthquake.
Oh, man.
I think we have to see a potential, like, really strong farm down, right? No, he has to throw this Flash Cannon.
Oh, no. Stone knows. I think 1 lock-on might be enough to take on. That's what Stone is backing on. Here is the Flash Cannon. Takes it out, but the Stunfisk goes with an Earthquake, and this Earthquake, is this enough?
This could be enough. I don't know if it's as tanky as Frika's Registeel. It is. Oh my goodness, it could come to a Mudshot versus lock-on farm down, and unfortunately for Stone Collection, the Galarian Stunfisk has that super effective move versus lock-on, which always only does 1 damage.
Yep. Oh, that was intense. I think Stone Collection had that match. He was predicting Bench Styler to maybe potentially do a sack swap there, and then going immediately into the Medicham, but unfortunately that did not work out. Throwing that Flash Cannon there would have absolutely secured that game for Stone Collection, but then again, these are, as I said, half a second calls that you have to make.
True. And look how close it still came down. It was down to the wire there. I think that the Galarian Stunfisk survived with 1 or 2 HP left over as well, and Stone Collection has now been dropped down to the loser's bracket, but he will still be fighting for a day 2 ticket.
I mean, it's Stone Collection. I would not be surprised to see him in day 2.
Yeah, agreed. And really, congratulations to Bench Styler there too. Like, really phenomenal plays.
Yep. I think he did very, very well. He was put up with an adverse situation. He had like the Shadow Drapion, the Flash Cannon Registeel, the Dunsparce, and the Pelipper. These are the movesets in Pokemon that you don't usually experience, right? And he adopted and pulled off that win as well. A very good shield management, baiting the first one, not baiting the second, and then getting to that earthquake.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a hard call at that stage too, because when you have 2 shields left, you're not quite sure how you should play it, because obviously you feel comfortable like, oh, I can lose 1 shield, of course, like even if it's a bait, like I can lose 1 of these shields, but if Stone Collection did not shield that, that would have also been completely flipped.
Yes.
So it's one of those things where it's like, it's partially a phone game, it's partially a mind game.
It's always a mind game. It is always a mind game.
But I don't know. I also, for so many people putting fire Pokemon as their little plushies on stage, we have not really seen much fire usage in the Cups overall. Why do you think that is?
I think fire Pokemon, as I said before, potentially that's the balance we need. If we buff fire as a typing, maybe it can do well to kind of break open the meta, because you have, what are the top 4 Pokemon? You have Trevenant, you have Medicham, you have G-Fisk, and you have Noctowl. And and the fire Pokemon do kind of good against
Yeah,
this.
I agree. It's almost all of them. Do you think it's because most fire Pokemon only have fire coverage, so that it kind of lacks the diversity and maybe makes it an even bigger potential for like a rock, paper, scissors scenario?
Yep. I think all fire Pokemon that have multiple coverages, right? All of them have a place in the meta. Like Charizard got a little bit of a buff.
That's true.
You saw it.
Yeah, we
the
see them
biggest
all over.
tournament we've seen so far, and all it needed was that one push. There are other Pokemon that might need a little bit pushes, and that's probably a little like Kanto Ninetales, for example. It is a very bulky fire type, and it has coverage as well. You have Weather Ball, you have Psyshock. And Overheat.
Yep.
All of these moves are good
And
coverage.
Solar Beam.
And Solar Beam, yeah, of course, to hit the Swamperts, unsuspecting Swamperts.
They'll never see that coming.
They will never. They will. I mean, I've no-shielded a Solar Beam once. And
You have?
Yeah, I have. And I have never not shielded a Kanto Ninetales after.
I think in the Great League, a lot of the fire-type Pokemon also are lacking a bit of bulk, because I think in like the Ultra League and maybe in the Master League, but I'm thinking more Ultra League specifically, like a Typhlosion. You see those quite a bit as well, like something that can do a Shadow Claw and then, or an Incinerate, and then be able to get to these Blast Burns. It's something that it could be considered, but in these leagues, they're just, it's too much. It's too much for the fire type, I think.
All right, but I think fire types still need a little bit of push, but we'll find out soon. Before that, we go straight to the interviews and see what the winner has to say.
Yep.
Thank you very much. We are here with the winner's interview. Bench Style, you just beat Stone Collection. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling very happy because I never expected it, that I win against a very great guy. Stone Collection is very good player, and I saw his performance in the Worlds, and so I never expected it.
So Stone Collection, as you said, very great player. He has been successful in the past, and he's always bringing some spicy picks. So were you acquainted with the Drapion matchup?
No, the Drapion matchup in the GBL, I hate Drapion. The Drapion is one of the Pokemon I never want to see, because I miscount it so often. And so I was it was very unfortunate to see it. And then, I was very lucky in the last game that I that he switched. That was very lucky for me. But I think we do a very good game. So I hope I meet him again.
Yeah, it was a great game, and when I meet Drapion in the GBL, there's usually a Bastion behind it, so I'm always more afraid. So
yeah, Bastion is. I hate Bastion.
It is a really strong Pokemon, but some matchups are just unwinnable.
Yeah.
So, what do you think going forward in the tournament? Is there any other player that you are particularly afraid of?
I'm here to have fun. I want to meet the community, because the last time was in Bremen, and then I can't go to Stuttgart. I want, but it doesn't work. Mm-hmm. And so I'm happy to be here to play with the community and have a great event here.
Yeah, sometimes.
That's for me the important thing.
Sometimes life gets in the way, but we are really happy to have you here with this fantastic performance, 2-0 win over Stone Collection. So thank you, Benchstyle, and we are going back to the casters.
Thank you.
Congratulations again to Bench Styler. And I also like, did you notice that he was wearing a GoFest shirt?
Yeah.
It's some memorabilia that you can actually have as merchandise from the store in the game and also in real life.
Actually, yeah, I did not realize that. That is something that I did not know. And how could you get it?
I think you could get it by attending one of the live events. And also, there are some things at the GoFest where you can battle to win T-shirts as well. I don't know if that was one of those, but I was able to get one of those in Berlin last year. How about yourself?
Yes, I got one as well, but it was actually one of my favorite experiences going there because they did have community leaders there. They also had coaches to guide new players through the PvP, and that's something that it's kind of lacking.
Yeah, that is true. It is lacking a little bit, or it was. But now I think with this, you're kind of seeing a rise in it as well. And we are on already to our next round, which is between Frika, who we saw on stream a little bit earlier, and Super Alki.
Yeah, I think Frika is, well, we've already went over Frika, right? He has all the accolades needed to be always in the day 2. I don't know how he does it, but he does it. And he's running the Shadow Sableye. The Shadow Sableye was brought into the spotlight by Inadequence in Stuttgart, where he changed his whole team. According to him, he changed his whole team just a few hours before.
I saw the other team that he had, and actually the team that he had before had a Shadow Charizard on it, so he could have broken that into the meta as well, but like you said, he did end up breaking that Dunsparce in. Frika using this Dunsparce sort of as like a pseudo-steel type, right? You know, because instead of the Galarian Stunfisk and Registeel Core, this is a Dunsparce which has about the same coverage, but not the same type of attack bonus. However, it does even better against the Trevenant because it's resisting these ghost moves.
Yep. One of the reasons why Trevenant is so good is that the Shadow Claw damage is amazing. And then it has access to amazing charge moves in Shadow Ball. So if you kind of neutralize both, you just have to be worried about the Seed Bomb. And looking at the Dunsparce here, it's amazing in the sense that it's neutral against all of Super Alki's team except the Medicham.
Right.
Yes, of course the Swampert is a problem, but doesn't matter because you're going to be throwing drill runs at it again and again and again. And at some point, the Swampert has to give.
Yes, exactly. Right? It has to shield at one point or another. I don't know if you saw it, but on Alki's side, there was an interesting Pokemon that, I mean, it's not super non-meta, and it's a Frostlass. Maybe we'll see it in this matchup itself.
Yep, it would be very scary to run Frostlass in this meta, but maybe we see it against Frika. But, oh my god, what a lead. Frika's Freaky, Registeel going up against the Altaria.
This is a very good matchup for the Registeel, especially apparently one that can tank any move, like he was talking about earlier. And going immediately for that Zap Cannon, it looks like charging up a little bit extra and going and throwing now. Let's see if he gets that Zap Cannon debuff that every player hates to get.
The move lands and there is no debuff, and immediately swapping into the Swampert, which is going to be met by this flying bird. Noctowl against the Swampert is a favorable matchup for this Noctowl as long as the Swampert is not Shadow.
That's right. The Shadow can knock it out with 2 Hydro Cannons, but unfortunately for the regular Swampert, it will need 3. And also, even though it got a couple Mudshots advantage, but not enough quite to get to that 3rd. Let's see how Super Alki chooses to play this one out. Going ahead and not shielding, letting that first Sky Attack go through. Already had a Hydro Cannon, just charging up a little bit extra, reaching the 2nd one before Frika's own Sky Attack on that Noctowl, and Frika looks like he's just going to go ahead and comfortably let this one go as well.
Yep. Unfortunately for the Swampert, these Mudshots do not do any damage to the Noctowl.
To the flying type Pokemon. Who would have thought?
Yeah, exactly. And here comes the next Sky Attack. Now Super Alki is forced to shield, and he will most probably try to get to these 2 Hydro Cannons. Here's the first one. Will Frika shield? Does he think swap is important for him in this game?
It
yes,
looks like he does. My goodness. Okay, so he has shielded this up and Sky Attack, but 2 Hydro Cannons have gone through because of charge move priority. And Frika is letting that 2nd one go through. Maybe it was the plan. He's like, he just didn't want to take a Hydro Cannon on anything else, forcing that Swampert to use up all of its energy. And now it's in perfect farm down range for almost anything. And as you can see, it might not even be able to get to this Hydro Cannon. Will he be able to? No, gets knocked out right before the Hydro Cannon goes through. And now we have a loaded Registeel against a Medicham coming in.
Yep, this Registeel did not want to see the Medicham at this range, but unfortunately for Frika, is that the Zap Cannon is already loaded and it gets the attack fall. Oh, this is going to be very, very expensive. The attack fall forces Super Alki to throw the move and also kind of lets Frika no-shield this Ice Punch.
That's right. The Ice Punch is not the big move anyway, but now we have a Shadow Sableye against the Altaria. The Altaria doesn't have a lot of health left, but it will need to use his Protect Shield. Super Alki knows it, uses up his last Protect Shield here. Frika still has one on his side, and if you look, the Altaria is almost at 2 Sky Attacks.
This will be a race to the charge move. Frika shields the first Sky Attack. Who will get to that next charge move? And it is the Altaria that wins this charge move race.
And you can see he's already trying to do the counts. I think he's thinking, can I lock on farm down this Altaria? Because this is probably my win condition at this point. But look at this, Dragon Breath is so oppressive, even as a resisted move. Charging up a little bit extra, throwing the Sky Attack. It might be his only win condition because that Metachamp is still too healthy. He needs to throw a charge move. Super Alki throwing the Sky Attack, not very effective, but still this Registeel is so
Oh
low.
my god, the Registeel could not tank this move, unfortunately, and it goes down to those Dragon Breaths. To the wire, that was a very, very bad lead for Super Alki. Energy management was the key word for that matchup. He knew that, okay, Zap Cannon is resisted, so I will just tank it and I will swap into something after farming a lot of energy on the Altaria. He saved that energy, and that energy came in handy to win that matchup. Very, very well played there.
I think the hard part for Frika was when he shielded up the first Hydro Cannon, but immediately got hit with the second one before he could do the Sky Attack, because with the Noctowl that low, you don't want to invest both of your shields in it. However, it just kind of put him in an awkward position where he wasn't able to get the damage he needed, and he had to expend at least one shield in a scenario where he maybe didn't want to do that at all.
I think Frika swapping the Noctowl a little bit too late kind of cost him, because you...
Could have been it.
Usually you get to that Sky Attack before the Swampert gets to back-to-back. But, well, at that moment you probably said, okay, I want a little bit more energy on my Registeel to secure another matchup, but unfortunately it did not work out.
But if you've been following along with these play tournaments at all, I will say that the Frika's earlier match that we showed on stream is not very typical for him, because a lot of times he loses the first round, but still manages to climb back, winning the second 2. So this could be all a part of his strategy. Maybe he's like luring his opponent into a self. Oh, look at that. I don't know. His opponent looks pretty calm and collected here, already thinking about the things that he's going to bring into the next matchup.
And his opponent is already locked and loaded, giving Frika the nod. Let's go, bring it.
I was talking to Frika a little bit before the tournament, and he told me, and I find this very funny, that he originally tried to order plushies for all of the 6 Pokemon that he was going to use today, and he wanted to line them up across the front. Unfortunately, some of them didn't arrive in time, so he just chose to best buddy his Registeel, it looks like.
Fair enough. And is Frika locked and loaded? No, he is still trying to figure out how to break that game. Game number 2, he's actually locked and loaded.
Let's go in. We have a Noctowl into the Stunfisk. A very good lead there for Super Alki. And let's see how Frika wants to play this one out. It does take 3 Rock Slides to knock out a Noctowl. And again, we do not know the IV spread that Frika is using on this as well. Some Noctowls can counter the Galarian Stunfisk.
Yep. But here comes the first Rock Slide. Rock Slides are super effective, but just because of the bulk of Noctowl, it can survive 2 Rock Slides. Shadow Ball, however, is a much better move. Here comes the first Shadow Ball, and this will do 35 to 40% to that Stunfisk.
Yeah, and look at that. I mean, the Stunfisk is already in the yellow, while the Noctowl is in the green for now. This will be enough, definitely. But it's kind of like what you were talking about earlier. These mud shots just do no damage to a Noctowl. So you have to throw another move if you're Super Alki because of that very fact.
Yep. And Frika is in a very good position here, getting the shield even on that Stunfisk. And now he swaps into the Medi, only to be met by that Noctowl. Of course, this is a bad matchup as a fighting type Pokemon, but Noctowl is a shield down.
That is true, and this Ice Punch is going through. And will Super Alki use his shield? No, he's choosing not to here, already at the Sky Attack as well, but going a little bit over, just wants to get a little bit extra wing attack damage as well before throwing this Sky Attack. He also theoretically is in Shadow Ball range, although it seems a little bit better to throw the Sky Attacks, just a little more energy efficient when shields are up.
Yep. Frika taking no risk there, throwing that Ice Punch just before Noctowl gets to that second Sky attack to probably force a shield. Will this be enough? Yes, it is!
It is enough, and not forcing the shield either. Now we're going into a Medicham mirror, but if you look in the back, Frika has that Sableye, and the Medicham might have nowhere to go.
Yep. If you're a Medicham and if you know what's at the back, you're not happy. But at this point, the players don't know what's happening, so we will see this Psychic that is no-shielded by Super Alki.
Yes, they're charging up to almost 100 energy, trying to catch there, it looks like, but gonna go ahead and get completely countered down. And now, I think he was really hoping to catch, so he's wondering, what should I do in this scenario? Remember, this Medicham has a lot of energy.
Yep, it does have a lot of energy, but does it have enough energy to throw 3 Ice Punches to send this Sableye back to
We're
the
about to
Pokeball?
find out, right? Let's see. Immediate swap for Super Alki, though, throwing this Rock Slide as well, which is going unshielded by Frika.
Yep, this Rock Slide would not necessarily do a lot of damage normally, but unfortunately Frika is running the Shadow Sableye, and it takes a lot of damage. This is a very pivotal moment in the game. Will Super Alki shield to throw that Rock Slide? Yes, he does. He protects, shields his Stunfisk, and throws his Rock Slide. Oh man, this is going to be super critical here because this just gave Frika a win con.
Yes, and he also undercharged it, but it's not quite enough. It'll still knock it out, but these counter damage is going to be enough to get it. And now Frika is up a shield and almost at the Psychic. All he has to do is shield this. It doesn't matter what it is, even if it is a bait, which it is. At this range, I think that Frika can comfortably get to this move and throw just in time.
Man, that was absolutely well played by Frika, forcing his opponent to make that mistake of shielding. That is why I said this was probably the most pivotal moment in the game, because that shield was what decided. Had he not shielded, this would have been done and dusted for Super Alki.
And Super Alki and Frika are now both 1-1 in the winner's bracket here.
The more we cast, the more game 3s we get to, right?
Yeah, we've noticed this. There are not very many sweeps when we're up on stage.
That's good.
It's the soothing sounds of our voices that keep everyone watching. All right, now this is a very decisive moment.
Yeah.
It's stressful in a way that because if you're in the winner's bracket, obviously you've been playing well and you're having a good read on your opponents. But you don't want to lose, and you have to know that eventually it's going to happen at some point.
Yep. I think the problem is the stress slowly and gradually builds up. Like if you're in the winner's bracket, you're already like, okay, I can lose one. But then suddenly you can't lose anymore.
Exactly.
So that's a huge
It's like having 2 shields again.
Yeah.
It's like, I can use 1 shield. Oh, I don't want to use my last shield here.
And I think Frika lost game number 1 with a good lead. And won game number 2 with a bad lead. But according to me, in both games, Super Alki was in control. And one error that Frika forced kind of helped Frika win game number 2.
Yep. It's so hard to call it that range, though, as well, because the Sableye does do well against the Medicham, but the Sableye was pretty low itself. Do you think that Super Alki could have countered down that Sableye?
Yes, absolutely. He would have been able to counter down the Sableye, but maybe what he did not recognize or understand at that point would be how much damage a Shadow Sableye might do to that Medicham. We are all familiar with a normal Sableye's damage, but Shadows you don't see as much because they need 700 to 800,000 Stardust to power up.
And still, at that point, it might have even, I mean, the game is over, but we can always speculate. Frika was able to throw that Psychic, but if enough Shadow Claw damage went through before the counters went down, it could have still come down to charge move priority of an Ice Punch versus Psychic on the other one.
That's where the shield would have come in handy.
Yes.
All right, and we see Super Alki is always locking in immediately and like, come at me, bro. And here we are, game
and he is indeed coming at him. Immediate lead of, we haven't seen it yet. A Lantern into an Altaria.
Is this a Spark Lantern?
We're about to find out. Well, no, never mind. We're not about to find out because Frika does not want to reveal it yet, using his Noctowl as a safe swap. And this is a fairly neutral matchup. The Dragon Breaths obviously do a lot, but again, as we've discussed time and time again, Noctowl has a lot of bulk to it.
Yep. Super Alki staying in, potentially trying to damage this Noctowl a little bit, but looking at the line of 3 that Super Alki has, his best answer for the Noctowl is Altaria.
Yeah, he says, okay, actually, thank you. And I think Frika realizes this as well, choosing to shield up the first move here because recognizing that, okay, if he's staying in, that means that the backline might be a little bit weak to Noctowl.
Yep, at this point, he is going for this Sky Attack, and Super Alki opting to shield, preserve this Altaria, and potentially farm a little bit more before throwing that next Sky Attack. But he's going straight for the Moonblast. Oh man, this Moonblast would take Frika by surprise. Yes, it does. And
take him by surprise and take him out.
And sends that Noctowl backward.
Yeah, back into that ball. Let's see, what do you do at this point, though? Because neither one of these Pokemon really handle that well. And we do see what it is. At least it's going to handle it a little bit more because the pew-pew pressure of the water gun at least does more than the chart.
Yep, this kind of puts Frika in an okay position against that Swampert, but unfortunately he pulls up his second shield to this Moonblast. At this point, Super Alki is absolutely in control, comes in, and Frika immediately goes into the Medicham.
Oh, and now we see that Swampert come in. There is almost a move stored on the Altaria itself, but we have to remember the Lantern also has a full Thunderbolt stored as well. Throwing this first Ice Punch here and going unshielded by Super Alki because he is already past the Hydro Cannon, charging up a little bit more. The second Ice Punch goes through. Will you shield this if you're Super Alki?
The second Ice Punch is not enough to take out the Swampert, but he does shield it and probably goes for that Earthquake to send this Medicham packing. Will this Earthquake be enough? It is still a fairly healthy Medicham.
It is. Medicham has a lot of bulk as well because it is usually a level 51. It does not hold on, and forcing Frika now to throw this Surf here, which will be enough to knock out the Swampert at this range. But you have to remember, there is a full health Medicham in the back. Yep. Full health.
There is a full health Medicham, and that is going to go absolutely be countering, punching this Lantern into submission. Here comes the Thunderbolt. This is a higher damage move for the energy you have as well, and this Thunderbolt unshielded will do 40% to the Medicham. This will come down to a catch. Oh.
No, he has no Pokemon left. So unfortunately for Frika, this move will most likely be enough. It is the same type attack bonus from the Medicham and the heavier hitting move, and Lantern has been knocked out. Very interesting call by Super Alki, bringing in that Altaria. And I think the Altaria was really the MVP of that last matchup.
Yeah, I think Altaria was the MVP for Super Alki on a whole, because game 1 he pulled it off with the Altaria, game 3 he pulled it off with an Altaria, and yeah, I think not being able to bring the Dunsparce or not opting to bring the Dunsparce kind of flipped everything for.
I would have to agree, but like we said earlier, that was the winners. So Frika will now go down into the losers bracket. Yep. And again, if you guys are interested in this bracket tournament, you can type in !bracket to follow along with the matches that still haven't been played or the matches that have been played off stream, because there have been some really big matches, I think, that we're just also missing because we can't, unfortunately, show them all.
But personally, I really want to see who's in the lower brackets as well, because we already have Stone Collection and Frika in the lower bracket.
That's true.
That is a hugely stacked
and JBG.
And JBG and a Mind Joke as well. So these are all contestants qualified for Worlds already last year. So it is a stacked lower bracket. I do not want to be in the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe you're more fearful to be in the lower bracket now than you are in the...
You have 4 highly competitive battlers who are in the lower bracket and who want to win it. So...
No, it's true. It's true. I mean, but that's the thing about the tournament is around 50-some players.
53, 54.
But at the same point, they are all playing to win. And we're seeing some, not even new names, not even unexpected names. Everyone is really playing at their best because they want a shot. Unfortunately, there's only 2 tickets. Doesn't matter the tournament size. We have 1 winner and 1 person who also gets to go punch their ticket to Yokohama.
Yep, that is how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately.
But what do you think? I know that you like the Water Gun Lantern, so now you can add Frika to your club of people who are using it.
Yes, I like Frika again. But I think the difference there was the Water Gun Lantern was, let's say, not so good against Altaria. A Spark Lantern can beat the Altaria in the Zero Shield scenario. That's something that you can plan for. That's why I think he immediately swapped into the Noctowl.
Right. I mean, that was a hard call to make overall because the team wasn't actually that great against Altaria. And Noctowl, like we said, does fine,
Yeah.
but it's not like it's something that is like a hard counter to Altaria, right?
yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
it's like a Dunsparce would have done just as well, if not better, because being able to throw those super effective rock slides.
Yep. Dunsparce is always better. With that in mind, we go to a short tips video from our very own Inadequence.
Ooh.
Hello, welcome back, trainers. I'm here to give a little bit of information on a more complicated topic in Pokemon Go PvP, which is the stat distribution. What exactly makes a Pokemon good in Pokemon Go PvP? One of them is stat distribution that defines a Pokemon. It consists of attack, defense, and HP. Every Pokemon has their own unique base stats. For example, a Chandler has a higher attack, which means it can deal more damage. An Umbreon has a very high defense stat, which means it will take less damage from opposing Pokemon's fast and charge moves. A Guzzlord has a very high HP stat, meaning it can take more damage before it is knocked out. Generally, Pokemon with a high defense and HP stat are described as bulky, because they can take up more damage before they are taken out. While Pokemon do have their own unique base stats, they can be tweaked a little bit through IVs. IVs stands for individual values, and they consist of attack, defense, and HP. These individual values can be viewed through the appraisal option on a Pokemon. Every stat here has a separate bar that can be filled up with points, up to a maximum of 15. Each piece has 5 points. These points specify the stats of your Pokemon. For example, an 8 attack Obstagoon has a higher attack than a 4 attack Obstagoon. The attack stat in Pokemon Go is critical because it adds more value to your combat power, CP, than the other two stats, defense and HP. This is why many players prefer a lower attack Pokemon, simply because then they can add up more power-ups within that Pokemon to reach the CP cap of that Pokemon. For example, the 1500 CP cap of a Pokemon in the Great League, or the 2500 CP cap of a Pokemon in the Ultra League. The more power-ups you can get in your Pokemon, the higher stat distribution it could have. This might allow your Pokemon to barely reach to that final charge move before being taken out, whereas a Pokemon with a lower stat distribution could not have. So now you're thinking, well, why would I want a higher attack Pokemon then if defense and HP are way more valuable? Well, there is some value in having a higher attack stat. Not only are you able to do more damage in specific scenarios, you might also be able to win a charge move priority event. So this covers basically the stat distribution. Amanda will tell you more about how CMP works. I hope this information is useful for you in choosing the optimal stat distribution for your Pokemon.
Hey everyone, I'm Amanda, but some of you in-game might know me as Lundberger. We figured with the Play Pokemon tournaments getting more and more popular, some of the casters decided to give some tips that will help you improve your gameplay, and so I'm going to start. So there's a lot of terminology that is thrown around in Pokemon Go, but one that you will most likely hear often is CMP, which stands for a Charge Move Priority Event. But what exactly causes this CMP?
So when you are battling, your Pokemon is throwing a fast move, which is generating energy so you can eventually throw one of your charge moves. When you get enough energy from these fast moves, you can click the button on the bottom of the screen to throw the fast move that you'd like to. But what happens when you and your opponent hit the charge move at the exact same time? That is a charge move priority event, and the Pokemon with the overall highest attack stat will be the one who gets to throw the move first. There are some Pokemon that you might see in this tournament, like a Charizard or a Machamp, that have a very high natural attack stat. These ones will most likely always fire their charge move first. An advanced move that you can do in this game is if you know that you will win charge move priority, you can store a charge move and swap out and use it later, knowing that you will most likely get to throw this before your opponent will throw theirs. In a mirror matchup, or a matchup where the same Pokemon is battling itself, the one with the overall highest attack stat will still be the one who throws the charge move first. You can check your Pokemon's personal IVs by assessing it with your team later. Knowing whether or not you win charge move priority is crucial information, especially in a best of 3 matchup. Some Pokemon actually have similar attack stats, so it will depend on your personal IVs. We saw this happen recently in one of the regionals where a Medicham would normally win charge move priority over a Noctowl, but because the Noctowl had such a high attack stat, it actually ended up winning charge move priority and actually helped the winner win the whole regional. But obviously, winning charge move priority doesn't automatically mean you're going to win your matchup, because with the higher attack stat, you sometimes lose some of your defense and bulk, so it is a bit of a trade-off. But it is some good information to know and may help you in your future battles. Good luck, trainers.
Thank you, Amanda. Welcome back, guys, to the winners' finals of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Bochum. My name is Leonard König, and I'm sitting here with Eric. So, Eric, what have we seen today so far? What was like the match that impressed you the most?
Earlier, we were able to see a Lurantis and a Dedenne fight off against a Registeel and a Medicham. I mean, 2 of the most meta Pokemon are just seemingly to struggle against Dedenne. And we're about to see that right here in this game. We have Chun, who has had some experience with the Lille Regional Championship, but he's bringing all the spice inside of today's tournament, and I really want to see how far he makes it.
Yeah, I saw this Dedenne in the lead, and I thought, okay, so it's facing Registeel, Medicham, and Noctowl as well, which is also a really good matchup. So this Dedenne, even though it has great matchup against all 3 Pokemon, it's not the Pokemon that can win against all 3 at the same time. It just does not have the necessary bulk for it. However, it is an offensive threat. It can spam discharges like nothing, and it is just an overall great Pokemon right now.
Yeah, we thought it's a little bit underrated at first, but when you really think about it, just the most meta picks, it actually is quite strong against. Obviously, it's going to struggle with the Trevenant, but of course, Chun, we saw his team earlier. He does have that Noctowl to deal with the Trevenant. So, of course, bringing those bench pressure Mons just to keep away the potential answers for your main Pokemon like Dedenne or Lurantis, which is his favorite pick to use. Definitely probably going to see it in the first match here.
Yeah, I mean, this is all the reason why I have the Dedenne as a pin on my Sue, you know? It's just such an amazing Pokemon. Also, it struggles against Trevenant, yes, but it can still hit a pretty hard play rough.
Yeah, 2 play roughs are going to be lethal to that Trevenant. So you're not really out of the woods yet, but we'll just have to see what his opponent, Super Alki, has decided to pick up against him. Of course, Lurantis just so spammy, and I was talking to him earlier, and he just said there's a lot of matchups that you can actually flip with the Lurantis just based on like baiting with the Leaf Blade and knowing when you need to throw your superpowers.
So when I think of Fury Cutter, there's always one Pokemon that's coming to my mind, which is one that Stone Collection used to great success. It is, the German name is Admurai. It's the starter of the 5th generation, the water type. Do you remember the name?
The Samurott.
Samurott. Sometimes I get confused with the German names. I'm really sorry, you guys. But this Pokemon has fallen out of favor a lot.
Right.
Do you know why?
Yeah, its single typing just makes it a little bit weak to Pokemon like the Lantern especially. Obviously, the Hydro Cannons aren't doing that much damage. While Fury Cut does charge very quickly, it doesn't have that much damage, first of all, and it's really hard to actually prefer the Samurott over like the Swampert a lot of the times. Swampert just has like a really strong typing and does more damage, a little bit more of a glass cannon, but people tend to prefer Swampert. I guess you could pick the Samurott sometimes, but again, it's kind of hard to justify at the end end of the day.
Yeah, also Swampert does not necessarily have to run the Earthquake and the Hydro Cannon to get hard-walled by an Altaria, for example. You also have the Sludge Wave as an option, so quite the coverage monster, the Swampert right here. We are seeing one on stream. Another Pokemon that has been falling a little bit out of favor and then getting back into favor again is Registeel. There was a bit of a downtime, I want to say, where Registeel wasn't as popular. People were going for the Galarian Stunfisk with single Steel-type teams. Why do you think is Registeel so popular right now? This thing has been on every team almost.
Yeah, so Registeel is really good because it can actually flip against the main fighter, which is Medicham. Of course, if you get that Zap Cannon debuff, it's going to be absolutely huge. 2 Zap Cannons knocks out that Medicham, and when you safe swap in a Registeel and they safe swap in their Medicham, often we see flipping that matchup, we're actually getting you a shield advantage a lot of the time, and that's absolutely huge if you're a Steel type that can beat your main weakness inside of the meta. Stunfisk can't really do the same, isn't really able to debuff the Medicham either, so Registeel just has advantages there.
So Registeel also, does it have some other good matchups? Because I know that the missing ground type makes the water matchup better, even though Swampert is still not the best matchup. It resists the Zap Cannon and the Focus Blast is neutral. Flash Cannon, it would resist really hard, but the ground type coverage really hurts this. Is there anything else why you would prefer Registeel over a Galarian Stunfisk?
Yeah, of course, Registeel is just a little bit tankier than the Galarian Stunfisk. I believe that, let's say, 2 superpowers from this Lurantis, let's say in this example. Lurantis, 2 superpowers is enough to take out the Stunfisk, but 2 superpowers is not enough to take out the Registeel, is what I learned from him when talking earlier.
Yes, we have seen that. That was absolutely massive. Frika's, I think it was Frika's Registeel, just surviving this superpower, taking like 40% damage. But there's another Pokemon that I want to address, which is Frostless, that has also had its regionals. You know, there were regionals with so many Frostlesses in it, and now I think ever since Shadow Alolan Ninetales was introduced into the game, it has also fallen out of favor quite a bit, also with the rise of Registeel again.
Yeah, absolutely. Frostlass, we're seeing it be a little bit replaced by ice types like Abomasnow. Abomasnow, we saw it picked 2 times at the OCIC. Here, I feel like I've already seen it 2 times.
Yes.
And that's just crazy. I mean, people are picking up that Abomasnow is really great against Lantern. It's really great against Noctowl and Trevenant as well. So they're finding more of a usage for the Abomasnow. Obviously, you get to that move in just 5 Power Snows, so it's going to be a lot more effective against all those matchups where you're hitting for a huge, super effective damage.
Abomasnow really is a nice call breaker against those Lanterns and Noctowls flying around there. Noctowl can defend itself. Wing attacks deal a lot of damage, especially if you are playing the Shadow variant of Abomasnow, then you might actually lose a 2-shield scenario at some point. But, I mean, we are going to go right into the game. So we are seeing Altaria versus Umbreon, and that is also an interesting matchup because Altaria can resort to the Moonblast later on. But it is also a kind of bait-dependent matchup, even though the Dragon Breath really deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, there is a break point where the Dragon Breath starts to do 2 damage instead of 1, I believe. Not sure if that's reached here, but this looks like first Foul Play is coming through onto this Altaria. Moonblast, going to be the preferred move here from Super Alki. This is going to be doing huge damage, and if it lands, he will be able to farm this Umbreon down.
So, and we are seeing a no shield. This is still only dealing 50% to the Umbreon, which again shows how bulky this Pokemon really is. And we are going to see at least 2 more foul plays.
Yeah, foul play number 1 is not doing that much damage. Foul play number 2, not going to be putting it into a range where he can snarl down. So that's a little bit of an awkward situation, knowing he has to build up to another one.
I said it is going to get up, but okay, so we are not even going to see the Sky Attack is going to come down. It's probably not going to draw out a shield. Noctowl will easily be able to farm down this with Altaria with 3 to 4 more wing attacks. Are we going to see a switch out? Yes, Frostless is in there with the Noctowl. This is going to be huge, but Noctowl has the energy advantage going for a Shadow Ball right now. Will we see a shield here?
I think a shield has to happen here. Not really worth it to call that bait, especially when you just outpace to that Avalanche versus the Shadow Ball anyway, or win CMP against the Sky Attack. Gonna farm up to 2. Great counting from Super Alki, knowing exactly how much energy he can build up. Chun is just gonna let it go here, and has to go into that Frostlass with an Avalanche, which is really gonna hurt on any of these Pokemon.
That is true. Even if you bring in the Umbreon here, you would have to shield. Umbreon is really far away from another foul player, gotta be honest here, so you would need 3 more moves. Now we are bringing in the Medicham, and Medicham does not want to take a Shadow Ball. Now we are in a scenario where we are baiting immediate shield against the Avalanche. Avalanche still a high energy move, so it is not going to be that bad.
Yeah, let's see if he tries to catch it here, actually. No, goes for the... Yeah, there's the catch. Beautiful. Shadow Ball. Avalanche onto Umbreon. Still, this is a really, really bad situation for Alki. Now may allow the Medicham to put in some work, and beautiful undercharge. Actually, this is going to put him back in contention of this Medicham here, but the Dynamic Punch or Ice Punch are... Oh, my goodness. Just so many things going on.
Yeah, the Snarls did a little bit of damage, and this Frostless is actually still in kind of a decent spot. However, there is a full HP Galarian Stunfisk that wasn't even revealed in the back, and it is coming out immediately. However, this Medicham has a much better Stunfisk and Registeel matchup. What a nice call to bring Dynamic Punch on the Medicham to this tournament. Look at the damage.
Yeah, absolutely huge. That one call may be winning him this game here. And he goes for a beautiful CMP onto Earthquake. Chun knows exactly what he's doing here to be able to flip this Galarian Stunfisk matchup. Before, that Earthquake would have done a ton of damage, but now he can just safely throw this Ice Punch into this Frostlass and try to farm down. Shadow Ball coming in, has to get the shield. Super Alki now needs to make it to the next Shadow Ball before this Ice Punch is able to connect, or the Dynamic Punch.
I think that another Avalanche actually might be enough to take it out. We are going to see one Ice Punch, and it is going to get shielded 100%. I don't think that Frostless is going to be able to take it. Will we see a charge move priority event with Avalanche? Oh, he did not even click on the Avalanche. He tried to go for the Shadow Ball. The Ice Punch is going to come down from Tuyen with the Medicham, and it is going to be enough to take out the Frostless.
What an absolutely wonderful first game from Tuyen. He was able to make that correct catch onto the Umbreon, and despite the effort from Alki to undercharge it and come out with a little bit of energy, at the end there we see that he's literally losing by like one fast move. One fast move allows him to get to the Shadow Ball, win CMP, and these little plays are really bringing him right over the edge here and allowing him to win this first game.
So I think that Super Alki might have miscounted there, because if he knew that this Ice Punch was going to come out, then he would have clicked on the Avalanche. And I think that Avalanche could have been enough, because Frostless is a really high attack-weighted Pokemon, and Avalanche is still a really strong move. And of course, guys, this is not a Shadow Knockdown.
Yeah, Shadow Knockdown, new meta, but it's gone again. But here we go. Will Chun decide to pick up on one of his spice picks now, the Lurantis and the Dedenne? People generally seem to know that this guy really loves his Lurantis. So him not picking up in that first game, maybe throwing off his opponent a little bit. As we saw, opponent brought Frostlass, brought the Altaria, I believe, and brought the Galarian Stunfisk. So again, bringing some good answers to that Lurantis, kind of preparing himself for the situation. But I would be really surprised to see the Dedenne here. What do you think?
Yeah, I was searching for applications of the Den. It's decent against the Medicham, even though counters still deal a lot of damage, even though it's resisted. Counter is just such a fantastic move, and Medicham is just such a strong Pokemon. You're good against Noctowl, you can spam the discharges. You will have to shield a Shadow Ball, because this also deals a lot of damage. Other than that, I don't think that we're going to see Den at all here.
Yeah, it's really rough. I mean, it's going to be going up against two ground types, and even if you do have that hard-hitting play rough for the Swampert, it's really not an ideal matchup, as two Hydro Cannons are going to be the end of your story. Of course, it does have play, because Super Alki is running those two flying types, so this is one of those times, do you really want to go for that risk when you are already in kind of a best-of-3 situation where you don't necessarily want to be giving up one game?
I mean, you're right, the Altaria actually does not deal a lot of damage with Dragon Breath against the Dedenne. Sky Attack also, so I think that Dedenne actually has play here against 3 Pokemon, so you could argue for it. It would basically hardwall the Altaria and have a nice bait move. And this is the best kind of bait moves, you know? A discharge that is same type attack boosted and is neutral hitting damage, so it wouldn't even be a real waste of energy.
Right, but here's a beautiful lead that Medicham already into the Galarian Stunfisk, switching the Frostlass, and Umbreon coming out immediately from Chun, and this is just such a great matchup, allowing him to get tons of farming up to the second foul play, and that's some interesting timing. Actually let the Snarls through, I believe, but it's going to be the Avalanche coming out from Super Alki. This is going to be doing generally a negligible amount of damage to the Umbreon, though.
That is true. That is a lot of damage for it to be on an Umbreon. We are going to see the foul play after one snarl, and it is going to not connect because at this range it would almost take out the Frostless.
Yeah, if it was to take out the Frostless and allow Chun to get that free Snarl farm down, essentially, that would be a disaster for Super Aoki's backline as well. Here we go, Avalanche comes down, and he knows he doesn't have to shield any of this.
Yeah.
The Avalanche, it is a very, very strong move, but still, knowing how tanky the Umbreon is, he's just going to spam out another foul play. Super Aoki is going to opt to let it down, and now we will see a aggressive Snarl down, and the Snarl goes through. I think he will shield this and just accept that extra energy and the switch advantage here, as Chun is in an absolutely amazing spot as that Medicham is now aligned to the Galarian Stunfisk.
So he has extra energy and he has the alignment. That is great. However, he could not manage to have more shields than his opponent from this positive matchup, but we are going to see some nice chip damage with the Umbreon onto the Galarian Stunfisk to make this Medicham matchup for the Stunfisk even worse.
Yeah, but actually the Stunfisk farming this Umbreon all the way down may pose some problems. If the Stunfisk can actually reach two of the Earthquakes, it actually does threaten to knock out the Medicham. Here we go, beautiful farm down. Now, does he even bother with the bait is the real question. Earthquake coming in. Can Medicham counter down before he gets to the second one, though?
That is indeed a good question, and also the next question is, what does Tuyen really do with the Registeel in his back? Because this is Swampert there, and you really don't want to face a Swampert. You're just lucky that you're having the Dynamic Punch on the Medicham to probably hit it for a lot of damage.
Yeah, something is going to have to happen here in terms of getting a catch onto that Registeel. Yeah. Super Aoki may not really know what Chun has in his back line, but let's see if he decides to shield this up or try to call the Ice Punch. He will shield up the Dynamic Punch. A very, very good call. Now, let's see if this Dynamic Punch is actually... Oh, beautiful catch. Beautiful catch from Chun, and that's actually going to keep his Medicham alive and store a Dynamic Punch.
Absolutely, this is going to immediately take out the next Pokemon it faces just with the Dynamic Punch, and we are going to see a race now to the Earthquake or the Focus Blast. We are just going to see a Hydro Cannon. I think he could have maybe reached the Earthquake even.
Yeah, maybe he could have reached the Earthquake, but it's one of those situations where do you really want to go for that risk? Al tries to go for 2 Hydro Cannons actually, but this Focus Blast will be sending this Swampert to the Shadow Realm. Let's take a look. That Medichamp's still healthy in the back. And again, this Stunfisk actually, if it farms down this Registeel, it'll be a disaster for Chun. Oh my goodness, he actually throws the move. I don't know if that was necessary.
I don't think that the Registeel was at a Focus Blast just yet. We're going to see Rock Slide. Will it KO? Yes, the Rock Slide will KO. And there is the Dynamic Punch just before the Galarian Stunfisk reaches another move. And this should very well be the 2-0 victory for Chun. Let's see how this Stunfisk falls. Chun wins again.
Absolutely amazing match there. Just made all the right calls, got perfect alignment, made sure he wasn't going out of the alignment with a shield disadvantage. So just doing everything he needed to do to win this game. I mean, from the reads to just making the right plays, not baiting when he didn't need to bait. I think Chun really, really understood his matchups, really understood his Pokemon, and that's going to allow him to move out of these semifinals.
I mean, just imagine if he reached the Earthquake or farmed down the Registeel, because then this game would have been entirely flipped.
Right. I think maybe he only had the Ice Punch, right? I'm not sure if the Ice Punch was enough, but I want to say it, there was still a fighting chance for Super Aoki. That one is really going to hurt to watch back on the stream.
Yeah, he's going to think a lot about what he did there, and maybe there were some miscounts. Those are always unfortunate. I mean, if there is lock-on Registeel, it is really hard to count, especially if the Pokemon switches in and out again. You really... it's hard for me to know how much energy a Pokemon in the back has, but especially the one-turn moves.
Yeah, but when you think about it, like Chun, he did have his paper out, was writing down notes, probably could write down some move counts as well. But on the other hand, his opponent just there with his phone. I mean, there was no real opportunity for him to like write things down and keep that at the back of his head, because sometimes at the start of a game, your opponent likes to bank a couple of moves, then switch out, just to try to confuse you. But if you're writing down notes, all you have to do is write one number, and then you can reference that later.
Honestly, that's 100% too much for me. I could never count and then while tapping write that down. I think I'm just not made for that. But you are absolutely right. If your brain is able to do that, this could be of a big advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you see his notes, I mean, it is front to end. Every single space on that paper is filled up. And I mean, he really has analyzed his matchups, done his due diligence over his opponent. And that's what going to allow him to win this match. Despite not bringing out the spicy picks, I think it was still a very nice match to watch.
Yeah, also showing that he does not only need the spice, only need to confuse the opponent or throw them off count with Pokemon that they aren't used to. He can just use the meta Pokemon and then dominate the opponent with it.
Yeah, I mean, Registeel, it's just so strong. Like, you can't go wrong with the Registeel for the most part. Just his ability to flip so many matchups. It has no business winning. It just makes a lot of sense to have it on your team.
Yeah, but another Pokemon like that is, I think, Noctowl, because Noctowl actually performs quite well against Registeel if you're considering it to be a flying type versus a Zap Cannon Pokemon. Because with a few wing attacks advantage, you can actually go for so many Shadow Balls. So we have so many strong Pokemon in the meta right now that can even overcome this type disadvantage.
Yeah, at the point where Noctowl is able to flip a Registeel sometimes, that just says so much about why this Pokemon is so strong.
Yeah.
Why you see it on almost every team, and kind of why actually people are running the Shadow Sableye with the Power Gem, so they actually have play against the Noctowl.
Yeah, Power Gem is not the most effective move in terms of energy to damage ratio, but it can hit really strong matchups or really bad matchups for the Sableye, so this might surprise your opponent from time to time. But we are now going to go over to our winner's interview with Tuyen.
Hello, we are with our competitor Tuyen, the first one to go to day 2 from this tournament. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling very well. Yeah, really surprising that I got to take day 2. So yeah, really happy about it.
I mean, I've seen a lot of teams, right? Like this, as I said before, this meta is like where everything is coming to an end before a meta shift happens.
Yeah.
What Dedenne and Lurantis, why?
Yeah, it was, also in the last interview I already said that Lurantis, a lot of people from the community know I love Lurantis. So yeah, it really was, I wanted to use it when I could. So yeah, last battle, it was not possible to use it with the 2 flyers. And also Dedenne, I was thinking about Dedenne or Lantern, but Lantern was something everyone else was expecting.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, why don't I just try to use Dedenne because no one expected?
Yeah, I think Dedenne versus Registeel is also a better matchup in the sense that Lantern at least takes neutral damage from the Zap Cannon, whereas Dedenne resists it. So I think in a way it makes Reggie better, but in another way it makes the Stunfisk matchup worse. Is that why you went for Dedenne and Lurantis instead of maybe Lantern and something else?
And exactly for the Reggie, it's a little bit better than Lantern. Even though Dedenne will get KO'd by 2 Zap Cannons by Registeel. And I was like, I have a lot of things which can beat the Stunfisk. That's also why I run Dynamic Punch when you saw that. That's also the reason why I choose that instead of Psychic.
Yep. I absolutely love it when fighters are used as fighters.
Yeah.
Like, Medicham needs to be able to Dynamic Punch something down.
I was watching a lot of streams, and I saw Caleb Peng use it for the first time in America, and I was like, why don't a lot of more people do that?
Yeah.
So I was like, I came up with the idea, because of him actually. So I hope he's watching it. So
hi, Caleb. Say hi.
Yeah, he doesn't know me now.
Fair enough. That doesn't matter. So I think you're done for today.
Yes.
So what are your plans? Are you going to go home, rest up, or are you going to, prepare for tomorrow, like battling more people, or are you going to follow the competition throughout the...
I think I will just follow the competition to see what other people will be there also. And maybe I will try to ask some people to train with me tonight.
All right, okay, train with you.
I don't have anyone yet, so if someone has free time, then feel free to contact me.
Of course. I think a lot of the battlers there are still a lot of good battlers who are unlucky not to go to day 2. So you will always have somebody to practice with, and that's essentially what Pokemon Go is. And so, any words for your community? Like, did they support you? How did you get here from where you were?
Some people already knew that I was coming to here, but not a lot. Yeah, I hope everyone from the communities sees these kind of tournaments and also want to participate, because
All right.
I love to see more people here.
Thank you so much for your time. It's been an absolute pleasure watching you battle with two spicy Pokemon. We go back to our casters now.
So that was an interesting interview. I have learned a lot about Medicham now. Fighters should be used as fighters. Thank you for that, Avi. Dynamic Punch Medicham has been getting some popularity. Power Up Punch, I think, is even more popular. What do you think?
Yeah, actually, we've seen some power-up punch and ice punch combinations. I think just at the end of the day, having a lot of fighting-type pressure moves is just good against the steel types. I see where dynamic punch has play. Like, let's say against Lantern, it's just pretty good because 2 of the dynamic punches and the counters is enough, and it's cheaper than the psychic, so it just makes sense in some matchups.
Yeah, also, it like gets you... Okay, it lets you come back from a disadvantage. Okay, I collected myself again. So when your opponent is in a big advantage and thinks that you're running Ice Punch and Psychic and they want to overcharge so that you don't catch anything or something, you can go for a Dynamic Punch, and maybe if the Galarian Stunfisk is at 50% or lower, then you will take it out immediately and your opponent will waste all of the energy. So this might be a move that can get you out of difficult situations. So we are also seeing Power Up Punch right now used in Hoenn Cup, which is a cup that you can play right now on Pokemon Go. What do you think about that? Have you made any good experiences about it?
Yeah, Power Punch is really, really great. Medicham, of course, in the Hoenn Cup. It's going to be really hard countered by the Shadow Gardevoir. A lot of people are running the Shadow Gardevoir.
Yes.
So not us, though.
No,
we wouldn't do such a thing.
No, we didn't do that at breakfast yesterday. No.
That didn't happen. But in terms of that, Power Up Punch can help in some other matchups, just against the Registeel, which is the most common thing in the Hoenn Cup. And Registeel inside of these tournaments as well is just so common. Again, being such a safe answer, and it can flip that Medicham matchup sometimes, but with Dynamic Punch, it's certainly not going to happen.
Yeah, and Registeel is also... It's really good against the Gardevoir. I gotta say, playing that matchup, it's not that much fun as the Gardevoir player, which we aren't, of course. So we are going to go into another match relatively soon. So what are your expectations? We are going to see Bench Styler, for example, play, I think, in the next matchup. He has performed incredibly well. What do you think?
Bench Styler, not someone to want to run the spice. We see the Kanto Ninetales on his table, but don't let that fool you. He has brought the top 6 most meta Pokemon on his line, like Umbreon, Galarian Stunfisk, Medicham, and Noctowl, Lantern, and Trevenant, I believe. I remember that because those are genuinely just the top 6 meta Pokemon in terms of statistics. So not very creative, but he's just able to play at such a high level mechanically that he's able to dominate all of his opponents no matter what they're running.
Sometimes you don't need the creativity. You can just try to be better than your opponent, and then things will work out eventually. So his opponent, we have already seen on stream. Do you think, did he use any spice? Was he one of the Bomb Snow enjoyers?
I believe he had the Toxic Pex that wasn't really registered correctly.
Oh no, that was Arceus Aurelius. That is Arceus.
Oh, different person. Oh, yeah, Arsenio, yeah. I think he had the... Oh, he was the Diggersby man.
Yeah,
the Diggersby. It will actually be very, very strong against this team now that I'm looking at it. There's just a lot of play for this Diggersby against all the Pokemon except for the Medicham and the Lantern, really.
Trevenant is really an interesting matchup versus the Diggersby because you have the super effective Seed Bombs, which is, it's great for Trevenant when the Seed Bombs are super effective. However, Diggersby is so much bulkier than the Trevenant is, and Fire Punches really do more damage than the Seed Bomb to the Diggersby.
Right. Earlier we said that the Charizard is made of paper. Well, so is the Trevenant. It is a tree at the end of the day. So we'll see how that happens here. We do got the Noctowl versus the Altaria in the lead here. Probably will be opting to throw Shadow Balls, as 2 Shadow Balls with the Wing Attacks is enough to KO the Altaria versus 3 Sky Attacks. So let's see. Oh, Farming Balloon actually goes for the Sky Attack here up against the Altaria. That's very, very interesting.
So Sky Attack is same type attack boosted, but Shadow Ball is a crazy strong move with a good relation of energy to damage. So we are going to see a Sky Attack again, the Flyer Mirror, Altaria on the Dragon Breath, and Noctowl on the Wing Attack.
Yeah, again, a very neutral matchup. He's going to throw the Sky Attack here, and I believe that if Arceus shields this, he will be able to farm down right before he gets that Sky Attack. But of course, he can also opt to throw it if he believes that it's getting close. This may be a bit IV dependent. Oh, and it looks like he's just going to survive on a shred there, and Arsenio does not opt to shield this, and if it doesn't take him out, he will be able to win this late matchup.
But this is going to be really close. Do you take out? Oh, we were in a charge move priority event that Altaria lost. Altaria is now going to go for the sky attack. Benchstyler decides to rather keep the shield than the switch advantage because Altaria was a big problem for his backline. He got rid of that. So I think he's actually kind of fine with this and losing the alignment.
Yeah, but he knows that the flyer is probably out of the picture as nobody really brings double flyer, so happy to bring the Trevenant, knowing that there's probably not a hard answer in the back for it. Diggersby, of course, is kind of a soft answer. This is quite an interesting matchup, of course, because the Seed Bomb is going to do a good bit of damage here, but 3 Seed Bombs are needed, while Diggersby only needs 2 Fire Punches.
And we don't see... Oh, and now we are seeing... We don't see the Fire Punch on the Trevenant just yet, but now we are seeing that if Benchstyler had kept the alignment, he would have had the Trevenant on the Medicham and the Medicham onto the Diggersby, and that would have been phenomenal for him.
Wow, and a crazy bait from Arsenio, trying to bait an Ice Punch out when the Psychic wouldn't have really KO'd. So that's an interesting choice considering I don't believe Benchstyler would have ever shielded that move.
No, I don't think so either. And now that was a bit of wasted energy, and now we are seeing that Benchstyler is in a pretty good advantage. Also, it looks like the Medicham of Benchstyler deals a lot more with these counters than the one of Arsenio.
Yeah, maybe has a little bit of a more attack-weighted Medicham. We've talked about how Medicham needs like a 6 attack instead of a 5, which is the rank 1, and that can actually be really crucial in matchups like these. Ice Punch is going to come through. Benchstyler probably doesn't think he can counter down before that Ice Punch comes through. Good call there, and just knows that he needs to get this Medicham alive up against this Diggersby, and this Earthquake is really, really going to hurt if it is able to land.
So the Diggersby is actually going to have to beat the Trevenant and the Medicham as well. It has a lot of energy, and we're going for the first Earthquake. Does Benchstyler shield this? Does he see this coming? And yes, he does. He is not messing around. I think that Diggersby might be really close to a Fire Punch or even has one. He actually needs a lot more to the Fire Punch. We are going to see it come down onto the Medicham now.
Yeah, he doesn't even bother to throw the Ice Punch, knowing that this won't KO and he'll just be able to counter down. And that's really when you truly understand the game. Wow. And he's able to get his battle another trainer quest done. Truly is a great day if you're Benchstyler.
Benchstyler on his way, 1 foot in day 2 already, with such a phenomenal performance so far.
Yeah, and again, this meta picks, they're just working because that's why they're the meta. They just work really well. This he understands how to play all these Pokemon on a very fundamental level. And because of that, he's just able to outplay even the spicier picks like Diggersby. Trevenant versus Diggersby is not always great, but he was able to make sure that his Medicham was actually aligned to the Diggersby by really investing in Medicham versus Medicham.
He didn't align the Trevenant onto the Medicham and the Medicham onto the Diggersby, but he also didn't need the alignment. He just used this one more shield to actually overcome this, quote-unquote, bad matchup and just take the game.
Yeah, but what do you think would have happened if Arsenio decided to not bait with that Ice Punch?
Yeah, I was just going to say that. I think then it would have been, I mean, it was a really close matchup, you know? So I think that it would have been a lot better for Arsenio. I think that would have been his game then.
Yeah, but think about it. He was also 1 counter behind Benchstyler, so maybe he, recognizing he already was going to lose that matchup, needs to do anything in his power to try to flip it. So in the case that he did go for the Ice Punch and Benchstyler for some reason wanted to shield it, maybe that's like his only out there. But otherwise, it's going to be really hard to win that mirror.
That is indeed true, but wouldn't you just try to throw on the... Oh, well, if you're going for a Psychic, then you won't reach the next Psychic before your opponent. So I guess that makes sense. But, I mean... This is what Benchstyler called, right? He knew that if there was a Psychic, he would outpace to the next Psychic. So there was no need to worry there, so he didn't have to shield. And then when he saw the Ice Punch, he just took the win. So we are going to see Noctowl against Altaria again. Both players deciding not to switch up their leads. However, the Pokemon in the back are different. And Benchstyler going for something actually really strong, taking out the Trevenant because it didn't do too much work in the last battle, but bringing the Umbreon, which is going to be crucial against the Sableye.
Yeah, and his Noctowl is actually really, really great against his backline. While Arsenio probably knows that, Benchstyler may have not realized it yet, and we'll see if he decides to invest some shields in this matchup to ensure his long-term success.
I mean, Arsenio is just staying in this matchup. He's super happy to take out the Noctowl.
Yeah, let's see. Sky Attack coming down. Arsenio may have to start expending some shield. No, opts to not. Probably will show up that next one when it comes down to it. But again, this Sableye and Diggersby are really going to be home free when this Noctowl is out of the picture. Let's see if this decides to play out the same way as the last game. Does Benchstyler opt to give up this shield or just go for that advantage and then play for the bad misaligned switch?
So no shields used here. What do you bring now? I mean, Medicham can counter down the Altaria, but there will be a lot of Dragon Breath damage. I mean, not that much, but that was quite the chunk.
Yeah, he will have this Ice Punch, though, to throw the Sableye. Really needs to start getting it into a range where the Umbreon can take it out with one foul play. I think if you're Benchstyler, you kind of need to recognize at this point. Of course, these Ice Punches are actually going to do 20-25% damage to this Sableye because it is a Shadow. Now here comes the Diggersby into the Umbreon. I'm not really sure how this matchup generally plays out, but it's going to be quite a long one.
I think that, yeah, quite a long one indeed. I think that the matchup is kind of bait dependent because if you manage to shield an Earthquake, you're in a really, really good spot. But usually Umbreon tends to outbulk all these other bulky Pokemon. So I think the matchup could go to Umbreon.
Oh my goodness, oh, wow. And the Fire Punch is being shielded up. Arsenio.
That's a big one.
Yeah, he's trying it again. Last time he had such a risky bait with the Ice Punch, but this time it's going to pay off. Now Benchstyler needs to start picking up on some of these patterns because if he loses this, we'll be going to a Game 3 where Arsenio may try the same tricks.
The problem for Benchstyler now is that he does not really have any moves that he could bait with. Like Medicham with Ice Punch and Psychic, yeah, okay, you can call it a bait, but they're not that different in terms of energy.
Yeah, and again, he goes for the Earthquake this time, but it would be very, very funny if he had tried two baits in a row. Now, Switch Timer is coming up. This foul play is going to be putting in to a very low, I believe, into the red range, but has two foul plays blank currently. Will he try to go in and snipe this with the Medicham? Doesn't opt to do it. Throws the next foul play, and this is almost certainly going to get the shield from the Diggersby as Sableye versus the Umbreon will be a disaster.
Now the question is, can this Umbreon switch out in time? No, he tried to switch out, went for one shield, and that was perfectly played from Arsenio because he knew when there's a Snarl coming out, you cannot switch during the animation. Went for the Earthquake immediately, and now this Umbreon took a lot of damage.
Yeah, Sableye has a lot of energy banked, but he didn't throw on the CMB. Just going to have to shield up here and then throw one foul play onto the Umbreon and one onto the Medicham, which should clean up the game for him. Ice Punch, obviously not enough to kill from this range, so Benchstyler is in a lot of trouble.
So Benchstyler is just waiting for this foul play damage. There is almost another foul play charge up. I think at this point even the Shadow Claw takes out the Medicham. We are going to bring in the Umbreon, but now we are going to see the mighty Shadow boosted Power Gem from Sableye to take this game to Arsenio going head-to-head with Benchstyler.
I love the animation on that move. Yeah. But as we see here, Arsenio looks really relaxed, actually, while Benchstyler clearly, it looks like he's stressing himself out a bit here. Really did not seem to take that loss well, unfortunately. But if you're Arsenio, just very cool and collected, maybe that is the exact mindset he needs going to this third game. But if Benchstyler starts getting inside of his own head, that could be his downfall, despite his extremely strong mechanical knowledge at this point.
That is true. Maybe he can calm himself down. Maybe he just gets emotional in one game and then easily refocuses and then just goes back to blank. We are playing the next game, one game by one. We've talked about this earlier. Try to focus and just win.
Yeah. I mean, it really just comes down to winning. Very, very easy to say, very hard to do as we're about.
Really smart by me.
Yeah, let's quote you on that.
Yeah. At the end, it comes down to winning. But I mean, it's just a match of Pokemon Go. That's what I keep telling myself when I play and I get nervous about games. I'm like, okay, it's just a game of Pokemon Go. You have played this before.
It'll be over in 2 minutes is what I always tell myself. And then
Unless you bring Umbreon.
Yeah, then the Umbreon versus the Diggersby, I tell myself, it'll be over in 5.
Maybe 10. Maybe 10 minutes. So, what do you think? Are both players going to resort to the same lead matchups as before? Are we going to see Altaria versus the Noctowl?
I think if you're Arsenio, like, you do have that Registeel. And I don't, he hasn't brought out the Registeel yet, of course, because Benchstyler has that Galarian Stunfisk and the Medicham. But at the same time, like, it's not bad against those two Pokemon and has a lot of great play against the Noctowl, Lantern, Umbreon. It is okay against the Trevenant for the most part as well. So Registeel it's probably Arseneal's safest pick out of these Pokemon. Can't really go wrong with it. But for example, Diggersby is a little bit more risky because against that Medicham, it is a very suspicious matchup. And against Lantern, it is just an absolute disaster. So maybe they want to play it a little safer because, again, this is that match point for day 2. Like, this is going to be huge for either player.
I mean, when I'm looking at the teams, Altaria seems so incredibly safe. There's just one Pokemon that you really would want to switch out against, and that is the Galarian Stunfisk. So maybe this is going to be a situation where Arseneal leads with a Medicham because he expects his opponent to bring Galarian Stunfisk this time to counter out the Altaria.
Yeah, and let's just think about the possible leads that Bench Styler could go with. Of course, he did bring the knockdown in the last 2 games, but Medicham lead into, say, like a Galarian Stunfisk, a Lantern, even the other Medicham. Those are all very, very good scenarios. Let's take a look. Throwing the Sableye out is the right side. Stunfisk on the left, and you made a great call. He should have brought that Medicham.
It is immediately the Stunfisk, which has a decent matchup against the Shadow Sableye. Those Rock Slides are going to deal some damage, but look at those Shadow Claws.
Wow, here, let's see how much the first foul play does. Ben Styler, of course, continuing to build up and is able to sneak a mud shot through during that animation. Wow, shields the first one. He may feel like his backline is not that great against Sableye, but at the same time, I feel like his backline is really great against the Sableye. So I'm really curious as to why he shielded that move up. But it looks like Arseneal is also protecting his Sableye. Clearly, he's not too fond of dealing with... Oh my goodness, this is a disgusting catch. Just no mercy. He's laughing off on the left-hand side there as we see the foul play going on to the Umbreon. We will see the switch into Altaria.
That was absolutely fantastic. Just what Bench Styler needed and what he couldn't pull off in the last game. A switch to overcome a difficult lead to play against, and Arseneal is just probably going to be really happy to have seen the Galarian Stunfisk in the lead, so he knows that his Altaria is probably, if he switches out at any point, going to be safe from this Galarian Stunfisk and will have a good time. It's such a great safe swap if the Galarian Stunfisk is in the lead.
Yeah, but if you're Bench Styler here, you're happy to lose this matchup. Just let that Moonblast go through and use your Galarian Stunfisk to finish off that Altaria because, of course, you're able to get to the Rock Slide, maybe even farm up some extra energy and have stuff to throw after you take out that Altaria. Of course, Altaria going straight for the Moonblast. Sky Attack wouldn't make that much logistic sense and actually leaves the Umbreon. Oh my goodness, does not. Dies with the move, and now Galarian Stunfisk is going to have to clean up here.
Galarian Stunfisk, I don't know how much energy it's at. I think it's a lot, to be honest. We are almost at an Earthquake. Reached the Earthquake with one more mud shot. This is something you don't want to shield. Sky Attack. Altaria is hard-walled by Galarian Stunfisk. We are going to charge up some more energy, and we are going directly for an Earthquake onto the Sableye. Not now! Maybe you want to shield now, trainer, because this Earthquake is going to take out the entirety of this Sableye. And now this is going to be a really interesting matchup.
I think it is going to be Diggersby against the world here. While it is good against the Galarian Stunfisk, it is an absolute disaster against the Noctowl, only able to throw those resisted Earthquakes or the very, very low damaging Fire Punches. Let's see how many Fire Punches he will need. We're keeping count. There's number 1, and let's see how the Noctowl can start to fire off these Sky Attacks against that Diggersby.
And the switch timer is not looking good for Arseneal right now because he really wants to bring that Altaria in to at least deal some good damage with Dragon Breath onto the Noctowl. But he is locked into the Diggersby, and Diggersby will have to use mud shots that don't deal anything at all onto this Noctowl.
Yeah, here's number 2. Let's see if he can put the Noctowl into the yellow. It actually will be getting kind of close here.
Oh, wow.
It does, but now number 2 may need a number 3 and a number 4. Here comes, they're both, oh my goodness.
Oh, and that is a switch onto the Altaria, and that is not what you want to see as Bench Styler, because you could use a Rock Slide onto this Altaria to take it out, but we are going to Wing Attack it down. He has another Sky Attack charge, and he also has another shield to take another hit from the Diggersby later. This is really close, actually, because the Stunfisk does not have the best matchup.
Yeah, he may need to go for a catch at some point here, but of course, Arseneal is farming up big time. Now, he has this Fire Punch locked and loaded, has 2 back-to-back. This first one will be taking out the Noctowl. There was number 4 for the Noctowl, by the way. And here we go. Galarian Stunfisk, if this Rock Slide can KO, it will be the best day ever, but I don't think it will be the best day ever. What?
Wow, Arseneal goes for an Earthquake. I think a Fire Punch is super effective here. It could have done enough.
What? I think it's almost certain that the Fire Punch can KO here. This is an absolute disaster if you're Arseneal.
Benchstyler is just really happy about this, taking up so much energy with the shield against the Earthquake, and now is able to get to another rock slide. We are going to a charge with priority event. Stunfisk wins that. Stunfisk is going for the rock slide. Is it going to be a KO? It is resisted damage, and we are going to see the Diggersby fall here.
Benchstyler is so happy with the result of that match. Clearly a very emotional player. We saw his downfall in the second game and his uprise. He is so excited about going to day 2, but Arsenio is absolutely at a loss here. I feel like that Fire Punch was always going to take out the Stunfisk.
Yeah, I think like, he robbed himself off of that win, to be honest, with this Earthquake. Maybe he forgot that his opponent had a shield left over. You can sometimes get kind of confused knowing, okay, I have stored up enough energy, I can go for 3 moves. Doesn't matter if he shields, and then 1 minute later you're thinking, oh, he won't shield, and then you're going for the EQ and you lose the game off of it.
Yeah, that is really, really disappointing for Arsenal. But it's like when those games are going on, I mean, that game had to have been already 3 or 4 minutes. You kind of forget what is going on at that point. The amount of Fire Punches thrown, yeah, that really got us past the 4-minute mark. And once you're at that, like, your brain is kind of just fried. And I mean, it happens to the best of us, but I hope Arsenal can make a great comeback.
Yeah, Arsenio is not out of the tournament yet. We are playing double elimination indeed, so he is allowed 1 lose in the tournament to still be in contention for the title of the regional champion in Bochum. And Benchstyler has made it to day 2.
Yeah, I was talking to him earlier when he was just practicing and talking about his team, and I always felt like his team was just solid enough with his skill to make day 2. So I have called that. I called that he would make day 2 and Frika as well. So we'll just see if the 2 people that I thought were going to make day 2 are going to. Of course, I don't want to jinx any of these great players, but so far, I'm looking pretty good.
Yeah, that is indeed true. So I think that also Zwilus has a really good shot at going to day 2. Stone Collection is always a favorite. I know he has lost one. We are going to see if he's going to be in one of the losers finals. I really hope it for him. And we have so many great players in this tournament. It is absolutely insane. We have not the highest player count in the tournament, but we have big names after names after names. I mean, you have seen it on stream. We have one incredible player after another after every new round. And we are seeing so many crazy picks as well. We have seen Shadow Drapion. We have seen Shadow Abomasnows everywhere. What else was standing out?
Lurantis.
Dedenne.
Everyone's getting a little silly with these picks, but I mean, we're at the point where this meta has been going on, let's say, a couple of months. This is the highest level gameplay you're going to see from all around. I mean, all these players understand this meta at such a deep level that this is going to be peak gameplay. Everybody understands the meta. Everyone understands the core Pokemon, and honestly, with this high level of players, with this high level of a meta, essentially, like they know it really well. We're just getting the best gameplay from our end, and I'm so excited to see how this tournament progresses.
That is true. Okay, you will have to call a winner now. It's not about day 2 anymore. I mean, in the end, it's all about friendship and having fun at these tournaments with the community. But it's also all about winning and going to Yokohama, qualifying for the Pokemon World Championship. So who do you think might take this down?
Honestly, I've seen a lot of gameplay today, but Chun is looking really, really good. If I were to make a crazy prediction, that's what I would say. But let's go back to Benchstyler and see his thoughts in an interview with Amanda.
Welcome back, everyone. I am here with our second day 2 competitor, Benchstyler. First of all, congratulations. How does it feel? Like, are you breathing a little easier now?
I don't. I feel emptier because I don't recognize it now. It is so unreal for me.
Those were very intense games. Like, you know, the first one going to you, the second one going to Arsenio, and the third one really coming down to like a charge move priority. What was your feelings at this time when you shielded that Earthquake? Were you breathing a sigh of relief?
I wasn't counting his moves and wasn't sure that's the Earthquake. So I only was oh, that was the Earthquake. Then yeah. I think okay, then he needs the Earthquake to beat me, but I think he can also do 2 times Fire Punch, but
it would have been
it was very close. So it was a close game.
Yes, it was a
and
close
was very
game.
funny.
Yes, it looked like really, really good matches. You competed last year as well in Bremen, and I mean you did pretty well in that tournament as well. But I mean, how does it feel representing your country, knowing that you've made it to day 2 already?
In Bremen, I was in the final of my group 2 at nickname, but today it's better.
Yes, obviously, this one is better.
I have so much fun here, and it's awesome work from you guys, and I hope to do great work tomorrow.
Speaking of tomorrow, how do you plan on doing a bit of preparation for it? Are you one of the people who, you're like really going to kind of ask people to practice your opponent's teams with you, or do or are you someone who just wants to relax and just, I'm not even going to think about it?
I don't think about this. I want to have fun with the community, and I don't think about my practice baits.
Okay. Well,
I want to have fun here, and that's all.
Well, for sure. Hit me up. We're going to have fun after this event is done. In the meantime, we're going to kick it back to the casters. Back to you, Leo and Eric.
Thanks, Amanda, and thanks to Benchstyler for that awesome insight. So excited to see where he's able to go in our next games tomorrow. But of course, back to right now, we are in the Group A. We'll be looking at the Group A finals, which is the Matsapang versus Arceus.
Oh no, you're right.
Yes. Arceus Aurelius versus Matsapang. And this is going to be a very, very interesting game. Both of these players have a ton of achievements on them. And have played a regionals before, so they're not new to playing on stage. The pressure of knowing when to shield up the moves, when everybody is watching, that's all a part of the experience, and I'm so excited to see this game.
Yeah, I mean, we have another one of these great matchups. Two well-known players in a really stressful situation. You're on stream, you want to achieve day 2 immediately. You don't want to go through the losers bracket. You want to be in the winners bracket still, so you can afford to lose one more time tomorrow. So I can't wait to see who takes it down, because Arceus Aurelius is also one of my tournament favorites, I gotta say.
Yeah, absolutely. He does have a lot going for him, of course. Top 32 Lille, top 6 Lille in 2023 at Stuttgart, top 16. I mean, he's just got a lot of competitive experience. Of course, Matsapang is no slacker himself, has played at Warsaw and was able to get top 32. So both players have had their respective wins inside of these regional championships. Now they will be getting ready here. Just thinking about the teams that they will be running, do you think both of them are going to have Registeel like every single matchup so far?
I mean, were there players without Registeel? I think there were some, right? I mean, with all those spice picks, we can't have Registeels on every team. With all those Dedennis and Lurantis, even though they were paired with a Registeel, I think. But I'm calling that Arceus Aurelius is not running it. Arceus Aurelius is actually running a wall run.
Okay. I think wall run is pretty fair. Like, it's really, really good against the knockdown. Yeah. It's just really, really good against the knockdown. It's okay, I guess, against the Galarian Sunfisk. I wouldn't say it's good, but like if you land an Earthquake, you land an Earthquake. Yeah. What else is it good against? It's okay against the Trevenant. I think it's not as good now, of course, because you lose the CMP and it's a 5-5-5 pattern. But of course, you still have play against all these top meta Pokemon. Lantern's not comfortable. So actually, I'm kind of questioning the Walrein pick now that I'm thinking about it, but maybe he can prove us wrong.
I mean, it has play against Registeel with some energy advantage because, as you already said, if you land an Earthquake, you land an Earthquake. Altaria is a Pokemon that can be beat really hard by Walrein, and I really like, in fact, that it is not a Shadow Walrein, because if you are facing off against an Altaria and you are running a Shadow Walrein, they can just double shield you and farm you down with Dragon Breath. Oh, wow.
Very, very interesting. We're seeing the Guzzlord out from Matsapang, and I'm really curious about this pick. Guzzlord has one glaring weakness, and that is the Fairy type. And Arceus Aurelius is not bringing a Fairy type, although he does have the Walrein and the Medicham, which are going to pose some serious problems for the Guzzlord at the end of the day. It might have some play against the Trevenant, and I suppose the Lantern as well, but really this is going to be an extremely interesting match if we are able to see it.
As we were playing in Germany, I gotta tell you guys the absolutely amazing name of Guzzlord in German. It's Schlinking. Fantastic Pokemon. So we are going to wait until the players are ready to play. And Arceus Aurelius is not running a Registeel here. He has decided to just go for the Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, Galarian Sunfisk is his steel type of choice, but if you're looking at these teams right now, what do you think is really, really strong against one another?
Okay, so I think Medicham is decent against Walrein because Ice Punch is resisted, but Psychic deals a lot of damage, and don't forget the counters. I think it doesn't have the best matchup versus Noctowl, however, it does have play. It is also really good against Galarian Stunfisk. It is also good against Lantern. Arceus Aurelius is running a decent team against the Medicham. Of course, he's bringing his own Medicham and Trevenant, so he can handle it, but it looks like Medicham is going to be a really strong Pokemon for Marzipang. Registeel is looking quite good here, I would say. I'm not too sure. Actually, I would recommend against it.
Yeah, Registeel just has generally good play against everything.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any of these Pokemon that are really hard loses to. But if you're Marzipang, you might want to play around that Trevenant. Trevenant is looking quite strong against some of your Pokemon. But like the Medicham, so if you think your Medicham's good, you could run an ABB, strong against the Trevenant in the back, of course. But yeah, there are things that both players can do. This is definitely not going to be a one-sided match just in terms of these team lineups.
Oh, that is true, and I'm really excited to possibly see the Guzzlord. I think Guzzlord is a Pokemon that might scare the Trevenant away that Arceus Aurelius have, because the matchup of Guzzlord versus Trevenant is similar to the Noctowl versus Trevenant matchup.
Yeah, there's literally nothing the Trevenant can throw to do anything meaningful to the Guzzlord, and the Guzzlord can do that same thing to the Lantern. So at the extent where this one Pokemon can shut down two of your Pokemon, and it's not even able to be contended against, maybe you have to watch out for that. And but of course, Guzzlord is so risky at the same time, because you could be bringing it into a Medicham, which would be a complete disaster. You could be bringing it into the Walrein, which is even bigger of a disaster. Like, there's so many things that could go wrong, but at the same time, alignment and fighting for that swap could be essential in winning this game.
Yeah, if you have Pokemon that shut down your opponent's Pokemon entirely, then you really want to have them aligned against those, because you are probably hard losing other matchup. That is absolutely correct. I mean, some players have resorted to foul play on Trevenant even to have some play against Noctowl. I think Trevenant suffers from that, because you really want to have these Seed Bombs and Shadow Balls for most of the matchups. But let's see what Arceus Aurelius is running on his Trevenant. Even though if he would run foul play, it would still not do anything against the Guzzlord. So we are seeing Noctowl mirror match in the lead and no Guzzlord.
Wow, I thought the Guzzlord was selected for a second, but Guzzlord would have been triple strong against this team. Yeah. And maybe Arceus Aurelius thought his bench pressure of Walrein and the Medicham was enough to keep it away, which it absolutely was.
So that's quite interesting, because I mean, Arceus Aurelius will be happy to see the Noctowl in the lead, so it's not aligned against the Trevenant. But you don't want to face the Sableye either.
Yeah, now these Sky attacks are going to start coming down tit for tat. Let's see who decides to shield first or just decides to concede this matchup. I believe this will probably come down to a CMP, and now we've identified who wins a CMP inside of this matchup, and Marzipang is probably not too happy about that, as that's going to force his hand in putting up the first shield. Now it's going to be his Sky attack of his own. Does Arceus Aurelius decide? Yeah, he does decide to return with his own shield. It looks like both players here are very committed to winning this lead matchup.
So we are going to see both Pokemon are at basically the same amount of health, so not that many differences. And wow, there is a switch of both players predicting some sort of switch out, and now it's Medicham against Trevenant. This is the matchup you don't want to see if you're Marzipang.
This is an absolute disaster for him, but of course he still will be able to get off some meaningful Ice Punch damage. Trevenant is, again, made of paper, so it's going to go actually down to already 25% against the Pokemon that it should theoretically really, really hard counter. Here comes the Shadow Ball. Medicham, of course, not going to shield. Definitely not worth it. Can now come in with the Noctowl and just farm all the way down, leave with a ton of energy to throw at the opposing Noctowl if it decides to come back in.
That is true. If I was Marzipang, I wouldn't really let that counter run down, but I think it doesn't really matter, because this Trevenant is going to get farmed down before the switch timer is up. So we are seeing one Seed Bomb, and it is not going to deal a lot of damage. And wow, this is so much damage that this Noctowl has banked. This is almost full energy, and we are seeing a Sky attack immediately thrown before seeing what's coming out there, and it is a Lantern, so that's not a problem.
Yeah, Sky attack is obviously not going to do a very meaningful amount of damage to this Lantern here, but now the Sableye swap in will be immediate. Noctowl is going to come in and throw the Sky attack on the Sableye. Does he opt to shield? I don't think he would. Oh, wow, he actually does shield it, even though it won't knock him out. And now, can Arceus Aurelius make it to this next one? No, he cannot. Foul play will be coming through, and is choosing to throw it on exact CMP. That is an absolutely brilliant play from Malzapeng to maximize his energy efficiency here. And then here comes the shield from Arceus Aurelius. Really wants to get the Stabilize down.
Yeah, if he shields, he could have maybe also farmed up to a Shadow Ball, but we are throwing the Sky Attack now. And I don't know how far we are in this count, because maybe we are getting a 5 Wing Attack Sky Attack now. But that doesn't matter because the Sableye is all loaded up on energy.
Yeah, foul play coming through. We'll certainly be taking out this knockdown. And now let's see how he is able to respond in the back to this Sableye. Of course, this knockdown is still here. The switch timer is just unfortunately only 3 seconds away from getting up. But Arceus Aurelius knows he has this one all the way in the bag. First game is going to be a surfing through on the right-hand side here. And yeah, this knockdown cannot put a meaningful amount of damage onto this Lantern, unfortunately. And we're going to see maybe hopefully a Guzzlord in the next game, actually.
Yeah, we're going to see a Shadow Ball here. We can take this information, see how much damage exactly this Shadow Ball did to the Lantern, because this can vary from different IV spreads. But this next spark is just taking out the Noctowl, and Arceus Aurelius is almost in day 2.
Yeah, now he may have to be careful, though. Let's see if Malzapeng has made that recognition that the Guzzlord just might be strong. I'm thinking maybe you run something that's... Okay, well, you would have to run the Guzzlord and then something that counters the Walrein and the Medicham in the back. Something in the Sableye actually would be pretty okay versus both those. And then just your own Medicham. So if you run Guzzlord, Medicham, Sableye, I think it's a very strong team, and we'll have play against this whole team.
So Guzzlord, Medicham, Sableye, I will note that down in my mind because I don't have pen and paper here. But this is a line that I could also very well see. So what could Arceus Aurelius bring to counter that? I mean, of course, Walrein, Trevenant, and then Noctowl, but...
Yeah, he could go for all the Guzzlord counters, but at the same time, he may just choose to bring in the Medicham in the lead. Medicham is obviously not very common as lead, neither is Sableye, but when they are seen in the lead, it can obviously surprise opponents. Both players give each other the nod. Looks like they are ready for this game. Just laying back here, waiting for it to load in, but I think the Guzzlord really can make quite a meaningful impact inside of this game. I'm just really excited to see it because we don't see it that much. I don't know if it's Brutal Swing or Crunch, but both of them could offer a pretty solid option up against all the Pokemon from Arceus Aurelius.
That is true. Arceus Aurelius in game 1 bringing a team that would be incredibly weak to Guzzlord. Really brave, I think, because when I play against someone and we're on the featured match, I think he wants to bring a Spice Pick.
Oh yeah, when you're on stream, you feel like, hey, if I'm able to win with this Pokemon on the stream, maybe we can reinvent the meta or something.
Yeah.
You know, like you pull out the Guzzlord, you start knocking out all these Pokemon, you knock out the Trevenant, and people are like, wow, the Guzzlord is really good, and all of a sudden you've defined the meta just from one stream game. I thought I was doing that when I played Togedemaru at the Arlington Regionals, but
how did that go for you?
Unfortunately, we haven't seen a Togedemaru since.
Yeah, Togedemaru has some problems with its movesets and typing. I mean, getting mud-shotted down from 100% is not really the best thing. But the coverage is quite cool. You know, Fell Stinger is a really good baiting move. Wild Charge is a nice move. Do you use it as a safe swap?
I have used it as a safe swap against the Trevenant. Because 2 Wild Charges do KO the Trevenant. So you have to trust the process. And the Togedemaru, it can flip matchups that has no business flipping. But of course, I don't believe any of these players would agree with that.
I agree with you. You know, I'm on your side here. Togedemaru is an amazing Pokemon.
I really appreciate that.
Don't tell Abi I said that.
Yeah, I think he would have some things, a lot of things actually to say about that claim, as Togedemaru can't win the 5,000-0 shield scenario against the Galarian Sunfisk.
Yeah, that is an issue. Those mud-shots really deal like 10 damage. Okay, so we are going into game 2. Arceus Aurelius versus Malzapeng. Malzapeng is leading the Guzzlord, and we are actually seeing the Medicham.
Wow, reading him like an absolute book. 3 Guzzlord answers in the back, and this is an absolute disaster if you're Malzapeng. I feel like, if anything, this game is going to be a very uphill battle for the Guzzlord. As actually opts to shield up the Ice Punch. Maybe he doesn't feel too strong against the Medicham in the back, but I don't think his backline is that weak against the Medicham. Arceus now shielding this up. Probably suspicious that something in the back is weak to the Medicham, but actually that's a great mind game from Malzapeng, making the opponent think that he could be in trouble to the Medicham.
That is true. I would have just accepted the lost lead, let the Guzzlord fall, and then bring in the Sableye to farm down the Medicham and have a million energy to continue the game with. But now we are seeing some counters. We are seeing a Psychic here on the Medicham side, and it will be shielded by Arceus Aurelius.
Yeah, maybe that was an opportunity to go for a bait. I mean, at this point where you're already at such a disadvantage, you have to climb your way out of this hole with anything that you can muster. And here comes a Psychic from Arceus Aurelius. Does Malzapeng opt to shield? I don't think so, because you just let this go and you bring in that Sableye. And looks like that is the preferred option here for Malzapeng. That Sableye, although it's not the best against these bulky Pokemon like Walrein or the Galarian Sunfisk, it does have play. The immediate swap in from the Walrein, and now actually a return may be just enough to take this Walrein out and farm it down. First Icicle Spear comes down from Arceus Aurelius, and no shield from Malzapeng.
I mean, if you're taking out the Walrein with one return and a few Shadow Claws, which we are not going to see because we're immediately going for a foul play on Malzapeng's side, there is still a full HP Galarian Stunfisk in the back, and the Medicham to immediately answer the Guzzlord later on.
Yeah, he might need to go for a funny catch here. No, just tries to outpace to the foul play, but he was never going to be able to do so. Now, this foul play will be able to connect and knock out the Walrein, but of course, he needs to farm up more if he wants any shot of winning in the end game. Will it get to the Dragon Claw? It actually does get to the Dragon Claw and wins the CMP. Malzapeng recognizing that Arceus Aurelius is unable to outpace the Guzzlord that had residual energy.
So Walrein falling here, but this Guzzlord is not the Pokemon that Arceus Aurelius is too afraid of. He is going into the Medicham, just using the Guzzlord to gain 5 more Mudshots with the Galarian Stunfisk. And now the foul play is going to come out. It will take out the Medicham, but Arceus Aurelius smartly went into the G-Fisk and then just sought some energy, and we are charging up an Earthquake. We are not going to reach a foul play on this side of Malzapeng.
Yeah, not messing around. Here's the Earthquake, and it looks like Arceus Aurelius is going to be defeating Malzapeng in a very dominant 2-0. The reads were absolutely perfect. First game, recognizing that the Guzzlord probably wasn't going to come because it felt like a risky pick. Second game, recognizing that it was going to come. I mean, this is read like an absolute book.
Yep.
And Arceus Aurelius definitely showing why he is one of the top contenders at this tournament. And going into the day 2, we definitely have to watch out for him.
The absolute mind games, knowing, okay, you are not going to bring your cool Spice Pick in game 1, so I will run a team that is incredibly weak to it, and in game 2 you will resort to it. You will think, okay, I really now need to bring my Guzzlord. There's a high chance that Arceus Aurelius is not going to respect the pick, but he did.
Yeah, he really trusted the process there, but the Walrein Medicham and the Galarian Sunfisk, once we saw that, our hearts were broken. We wanted to see the Guzzlord succeed so badly. Unfortunately, today is not that opportunity. Of course, he will be going into the lower bracket, where we will hopefully see the Guzzlord feasting on many more Trevenants and Lanterns.
This Guzzlord could actually... I mean, I would have loved an interview with him to just understand how much this Guzzlord did, how many times he brought it in this tournament so far, and especially why he included it in his team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he had to have won a ton of games to get up to the grand finals. I'm actually curious whether Guzzlord was a key contributor in that success. Oh. Maybe it was a lot of bench pressure, but at the same time, it could have been a huge reason why he made it so far. So he could continue using it in the lower bracket and claw his way back up into the top.
Bench pressure sometimes is also really important, because when you are bringing a Pokemon that you don't always necessarily have to use in your Bring 3, then you can scare off Pokemon that your opponent has that your other Pokemon would not want to see in a battle. So we have seen the complete counter example in this matchup just now, because he didn't bring the Guzzlord, trying to scare off Pokemon like the Trevenant, and then he just got really wrecked by the tree.
Yeah, very unfortunate scenario here. But when your opponent has so much experience, not only playing on stages, just playing regionals in general, like they just know how to read a show 6 extremely well. And again, like we were talking about, this meta has been going on for so long. People understand the counters, people understand how to read the counters. And it's at the point where people are trying to counter the meta with counters, but then the counters are getting countered, and then the counters to the counter are getting countered. And I could go on for that for a very long time, so I'll spare you all.
So, like, these comfort picks, these top meta picks, they have so many different tools to beat those possible counter picks. Like this Guzzlord can just be Medicham countered down, and even Ice Punch really hurts the Guzzlord. So he actually had to shield an Ice Punch, and even though you know, okay, this is a move that would deal a lot of damage, so I will shield this, it never feels good to shield an Ice Punch after 6 counters.
Yeah, especially from a not so hard-hitting Pokemon like Medicham. Yeah. It's not Stab. It just feels really, really weird to do so. But there, I think he had the right idea, right? Because he shields the Ice Punch, making his opponent think, okay, maybe he's really weak to Medicham in the back, I should preserve it. Then he goes for the Crunch and gets the shield back. So maybe he had the right idea, understanding kind of what his win cons are, probably already was processing how he could claw himself out of that situation.
Yeah, but he couldn't get the alignment that he so desperately needed with Pokemon like Guzzlord that really dominate the opponents. You need the alignment because you are going to... It's the same like Bastiodon, right? If you have Bastiodon and you can't get it onto anything else but a Medicham, you are probably going to lose the game because this Medicham is going to counter you down, conserve a lot of energy, and you're probably not even going to get a shield from it.
Yeah, that would be very, very unfortunate. And speaking of Bastiodon, we actually haven't seen him today. Yeah. Why do you think Bastiodon's not really seen as much as EU as we do in NA?
Well, that's a difficult question. I think that players in the EU want to go for rather safer teams. We have seen this with Bench Styler. He just picks the top 6 Pokemon in his opinion and just builds a team with it, and it works incredibly well. Bastiodon is kind of more cheesy. You want to catch your opponent off guard with it, and of course it also brings a lot of bench pressure, but sometimes you just lose games because you lose the lead matchup, and if you have Bastiodon in the back or you lose the lead with Bastiodon, then you're going to have a really, really hard time.
Yeah, it's one of those Pokemon where you either give your opponent a disaster or you're getting a disaster from the opponent. And at this point where you're trying to like play best of 3s, having one really inconsistent Pokemon doesn't always feel that good.
Yeah, it's a Pokemon you wouldn't always want to bring. However, if your opponent is running Altaria and a Noctowl, then you have a bigger chance of getting into a correct matchup. But I mean, it's always kind of unsafe. Your opponent might not even bring one flyer, as we have already seen in this matchup here.
Yeah, we're seeing actually a lot of more diverse teams where some people are not running a fighter, some people are not even running a flyer. But on the other hand, some people have like 2 flyers. Noctowl and Altaria is something that we've seen actually quite frequently today, which I'm quite surprised about.
Yeah, you know, I'm kind of missing Pelipper. When we were doing an interview with Dancing Rob, the current world champion in Pokemon Go in Stuttgart, he said that maybe Pelipper is going to be even more popular than Noctowl after the wing attack buff, which eventually did not turn out to be correct. But there's a big drop of Pelippers. Nobody is running it currently. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, Pelipper is a very, very bait-dependent Pokemon. Of course, you always want to build up to that Hurricane if you can survive long enough to get to the Hurricane, first of all. But once you do, you kind of have to bait with the Weather Ball a couple of times or decide you just full send the Hurricane. But it's just very, very difficult to make these kind of decisions, especially at such a high level. That, of course, bait-dependent makes it look better in simulations. In practice, it might not be as strong. It's just very, very glassy. While Noctowl is a flyer, it does better against fighters again, which are it's actually what the flyers are intended for, taking out the flyers. But of course, Pelipper can't really do that without the very expensive Hurricane.
Yeah, I think Pelipper might be a Pokemon that is in one of those triangles. You know, Registeel is getting really popular again, so basically everyone is almost running it. So which Pokemon hard counters Registeel? Which is the Pokemon Registeel has the least play against? It's Swampert. Swampert is a fantastic Pokemon, so if people integrate Swampert more into their teams, you could run Pelipper again, because Pelipper is one of the few Pokemon that doesn't really get hurt by Swampert. But so does Altaria.
Altaria, exactly. But the Sludge Wave from the Swampert is kind of coming more into favor as people are realizing, okay, you can hit the Azumarill with it, you can hit the Trevenant with it, you can hit the Altaria with it. Those are very common Pokemon that before you don't have anything.
But then you give up your good coverage versus the Registeel, because then Registeel actually can fight back with this fast Focus Blast charges. And of course, Hydro Cannon is still neutral and Mudshot deal super effective damage, but you're not quite as strong as with an Earthquake.
Yeah, and if you're running that Shadow Swampert, which is seeming to be preferred by most players, one Focus Blast, and then you just farm down with the lockdown. If a Registeel is able to lock on you down, it is an absolute disaster for whatever Pokemon's coming in next.
Yeah, there will be one charge move all ready to go, and it is going to be a big one. Zap Cannon, Flash Cannon, or the Focus Blast are all incredibly powerful moves. So, we've talked about a few flyers now. Is there any other steel type you would like to see? Because we have seen Galarian Stunfisk, we have seen Registeel, and yeah, okay. I think you have something in mind.
Galarian Stunfisk and Registeel are great steel type, but you know what's also a great steel type? Togedemaru. It's a steel type and has electric typing. So as we were talking about the Pelipper, Altaria, it does so good against these Pokemon. It does so good against the Noctowl. If I can sell at least one person on the stream on Togedemaru, I think we've had a great day.
I think you had a great day, at least. No, Togedemaru is a really cool Pokemon. It has some niche uses, and Wild Charge is just such a strong move. But Togedemaru has its problems, okay? There is a reason why people are barely ever using it. And that is the case for most electric types. I mean, I'm really happy that we got to see Deden on stream, but Eric, what is your opinion on electric types in the current metagame? Why do you think that there are so few, except for Lantern? But honestly, basically, Lantern is really much preferred for its water type.
Yeah, Lantern is basically the only viable electric type right now. Of course, electric types are good, but it's basically just good against the Noctowl. There's not really any like the water types that are in the meta. There are Swampert, and you have the Lantern, and those aren't actually weak to the electric typing. Then another problem, we have grass types like Trevenant that are just so common on every team. It was electric types, it just feels like you can do so little. But if I can advocate here, I'll actually say that 2 wild charges from a Togedemaru is able to take out a Trevenant.
Really?
Easily enough.
Oh, wow. And what about one Shadow Ball from the Trevenant? Plus 7 Shadow Claws.
Next question.
Okay, so the next question. Is there any other cool electric type you would like to see? I mean, in Liverpool, our former caster, Nim, she brought a Shadow Zapdos. What do you think about that?
Shadow Zapdos is really, really interesting. The problem is ice types just will freeze up those wings. They'll freeze up the wings of the Zapdos and just put it to rest, unfortunately. I think other electric types, like Shadow Ampharos, right? If anything, Shadow Ampharos seems to be pretty solid. We know Zweilous is out here somewhere in the crowd running that Shadow, not the Shadow Ampharos, but just the regular one. As why?
Because it has a crazy coverage. You can actually beat a Trevenant with it. You know, we were talking about electric type problems and grass types. The preferred grass type right now is Trevenant and also Abomasnow. And we are having a dark type move with Brutal Swing. We are having Focus Blast, and you think, okay, you're missing out on the electric type coverage, but Volt Switch does so much damage that you are still easily going to be able to beat a Noctowl. But enough from us right now. We are going over to the winner's interview with Arceus Aurelius.
Welcome back. We are here with the third competitor that has qualified for day number 2. How do you feel?
I feel great. I'm very happy to be here talking to you. I lost out on my chance after my semi-final win, so now it's even sweeter getting here to see your beautiful face.
I'm so glad you feel that way.
Yeah.
But you've been unbeaten today. How does that feel? You just dropped 1 game so far.
It feels great. I've had tough competitors, and I'm really glad that I could manage to sneak out the wins. Even in some situations, I'm honestly very impressed by my own play, if that's allowed to say.
I was casting your game previously.
Yeah?
The one where you forced the shield and then went into the Medicham and then just went straight for the nuke against the Swampert.
Yeah.
It was game number 2, and I was like, oh, all right, he knows what he's doing. I was talking to Amanda as well because we were casting it together.
Yeah.
And you were like absolutely pushing your advantage. You're like, I'm going to keep 2 sheets to my wall, Ryan, and it doesn't matter because whatever comes in after is not going to be able to...
I actually changed my team and added the Walrein this morning, like half an hour before the team deadline.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and Walrein has been my MVP so far today. It just puts on so much pressure and has a lot of ways out of even like Registeel or G-Fisk matchups that I thoroughly enjoy playing Walrein. I played Lapras last time we talked in Lille, but sadly it had to pass up for the Walrus this time, but it has not let me down so far.
But I think Walrus is better than
Yeah, you're allowed to your opinion, ma'am.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And in this game, you met Guzzlord for the first time.
In game 1, I did not think he would bring Guzzlord game 1 because I have 3 things that hard counters Guzzlord, and Noctowl is neutral.
Yeah.
And I didn't expect him to bring it game 1. So that's why I had both Trevenant and Lantern.
Yeah.
But Fortune had it so that I would win CMP in the Noctowl Mirror.
Yeah.
And I swapped out when he reached the Sky Attack, expecting him to swap.
Yeah.
And I thought, okay, well, if he's swapping, he's probably swapping to something weak to Trevenant.
Yeah.
And I got lucky, but it was a calculated play.
Yeah, but that was an amazing understanding of the game at that point. It's something very, very high-level players tend to want to master. But I still think leading Medicham into Guzzlord game number 2, you bought 3 Pokemon strong against Guzzlord. It just...
Yeah. Because since Lantern was neutral into everything on his team, apart from Guzzlord.
Yeah.
And I brought Lantern and Trevenant in game 1.
Yeah.
So I expected Guzzlord in game 2, and I thought, okay, it's gonna have to go. If he brings Guzzlord, it has nowhere to go, and the 3 other Pokemon of mine can clean up. And that's what they did.
All right, amazing plays, and hopefully I wish you the best, and you take that ticket soon.
Thank you. I will try my best.
I will pray for you.
Thank you. Your prayers is all I need.
Over to the casters.
Thank you, Abi, and thank you, Arceus Aurelius. We are going over to the last winners final of the day, see who gets to advance to day 2 next. And we already know that the players are set up on stage, so we will not waste any further time. We will go right into the game really quickly immediately. Well, nice. Okay, so Lurgan Rocket versus Leandro. This is such an amazing matchup. 2 big names in the community. Top 4 worlds versus one of our most common head judges. You have seen him on stream the entire time. In all of the European regionals, basically. And I'm just extremely excited to see where this is going to go.
Yeah, I don't think it gets more stacked than this. Leandro obviously has a lot of experience as a head judge, so he must understand the game extremely well. And here we go. We see the Avatar, the Go Championship Series, absolute flex. We have the Shadow A9 on the team, actually. First time we'll be seeing it today. I'm very curious how it actually plays, considering it's so good against this back line.
Do you want to know something cool about Lurgan Rocket's Galarian Stunfisk? This is a really high defense one. So this actually takes 2 damage from a wing attack from Noctowl.
Wow, that's very interesting lore. Thank you. Now we'll see the Weather Ball going onto the Noctowl. I'm assuming it's going to be oh, no, actually the Sky Attack comes down first. And Lurgan Rocket opts to not shield. Obviously, the first one isn't going to be doing a very critical amount of damage. Now these Weather Balls are going to put the Noctowl into a very dangerous range, farming up as much as possible, throwing right before the Sky Attack. And let's see how, just opts to not shield it. And he's going to be going into this going into this Alola Ninetale now with a lot of energy. And let's see if he decides to bring in the Registeel just to soak it up and then switch into that Trevenant. Switch clock for Lurgan Rocket, obviously not even close to ready, and wow, just goes straight for the Focus Blast.
Oh, and he is critically undercharging, not taking any of those bubbles, trying to not immediately KO the A9. And wow, Lurgan Rocket could have just gone for 1 or 2 more Powder Snows and then go for a Dazzling Gleam, which would have done so much more damage, actually.
Wow, but those resisted Weather Balls are actually doing quite a significant amount of damage. Maybe Lurgan Rocket recognizing. I'm not sure if 2 Weather Balls does more than 1 Dazzling Gleam, but it seems like this is actually putting the Registeel into the yellow. And now we'll be probably able to clean up on aisle number 5 with the Medicham. No, goes into the Trevenant, throws 1 Shadow Claw, and here's the Shadow Ball. Does Leandro opt to shield? He does, and now we'll have to throw some resistant moves up against this Trev.
Oh, that would have been a crazy Seed Bomb bait at this point. And I mean, he decided to go into the Trevenant, and that was maybe a mistake. He did not want to reveal the last Pokemon that he brought, the Medicham. But Medicham is going to be paired up against the opposing Trevenant, and that's not where you wanted to be.
Yeah, but if he's able to get the shield advantage here, he will be able to actually use those two shields to just throw Ice Punches at the Trevenant. And I think this might be okay, but if the Trevenant is going to throw the Seed Bomb, Lurgan Rocket may need to call this bait to win this matchup.
That is true, but the upside for Trevenant is that one Shadow Ball will be enough for a KO. All of the time we are going into the first Shadow Ball, and this is of course going to get shielded because even a Seed Bomb bait wouldn't be the end of the world for Lurgan Rocket. He's in a really comfortable position, going to be ready for the Ice Punch, immediately hitting it. There is one Protect Shield remaining, and I'm almost sure that it's going to be used here, yeah.
Yeah, Leandro shaking his head, probably recognizing that he need to have baited with the Seed Bomb there to even have a shot this game. Here we go. Seed Bomb number 1 is through, but that second one, he's not going to make it. The Ice Punch is already loaded from Lurgan Rocket, and if this Trevenant falls, certainly so will the Registeel.
Yeah, we are going for the Ice Punch directly. So at this range, Medicham cannot be locked on down by the Registeel, so you would have to throw a move, and if you throw a move, there is a loaded Trevenant in the back, so we are attacking with the counters. Leandro just lets Registeel fall, says, okay, I want to focus on game 2, and Lurgan Rocket leads 1-0.
Very, very clean plays overall. Just knowing that that Medicham can actually win against that Trevenant with the shield advantage. This is something that conventionally people don't really know. But yeah, those Ice Punches do 50% each to that Trevenant. Maybe opting to shield that Medicham instead of saying, okay, we'll shield up the Trevenant. Because if he shielded up the Trevenant, the Shadow Claws from Leandro's would have definitely been enough to take him out, and the shields would actually have just gone to waste at the end of the day.
That's true. This Shadow Claw is such a good move. It's sure that Lurgan has to bring the Diggersby to have one Pokemon that absolutely resists those. And yes, we heard it earlier, Lurgan Rocket bringing a Diggersby as well. Maybe this is the Diggersby that brought him to top 4 in Worlds.
Yeah, this Diggersby could be a very interesting pick. Of course, it's going to be good against the Registeel, and actually, yeah, good against the Registeel, could be okay against the Trevenant. But actually, Noctowl, Obstagoon, Swampert, and Lantern are going to give it an extremely difficult time. So maybe today is not the best day to bring it out. Of course, Mantine is interesting, but Lantern, again, is just so dangerous for the Mantine. At the same time, Registeel is a disaster as well.
Yeah, you could bring Mantine in the lead, hoping that your opponent does not lead Registeel or Lantern, because those are not the most common leads. I mean, Registeel is played as a lead more often than Lantern, 100%, but I'm not too much of a fan. I like to have Registeel in the back and wait for a scenario in which my opponent does not have shields anymore, because this is where Registeel really shines. But it can also be really strong at just grabbing some shields in the early game.
Yeah, Registeel basically is like your 3rd, 4th, and 5th shield. So, I mean, when those shields are down, the Focus Blast and the Zap Cannon will be sending your opponents into the Shadow Realm. But speaking of Shadow, this Alolan Ninetales did put in quite a bit of work there against the Noctowl, able to easily take out that switch advantage. Of course, it doesn't do that great against the Registeel, but it did do exactly what it needed to do in that game. Here we see Lantern, Reggie, and a Noctowl up against the Mantine. Mantine versus Noctowl is a perfect situation for Lurgan Rocket.
So we are actually seeing it in the lead. An immediate swap into the Registeel, and Medicham is just there. Not with a Dynamic Punch, no Power-Up Punch. This is just the most standard Medicham versus Registeel matchup that we have ever seen. It's Ice Punch Psychic versus Focus Blast Zap Cannon.
Yeah, and the attack drop is going to be absolutely crucial here for Leandro. These Psychics are just going to do a negligible amount of damage onto the Registeel now, and Lurgan Rocket will probably be forced to shield at some point. A defense drop would be huge here, but again, that's kind of grasping at straws. It's only 10%.
That is true. So the next Zap Cannon is coming out. Lurgan Rocket wants to keep the alignment. He shields it immediately, and now he is going to go for more counters. It is another attack drop, so he might actually have to use an Ice Punch. Nope, counters still deal enough damage and actually charge up more energy. We are going for a straight Ice Punch. I can't see right now what the switch timers are, because this is going to be important. This Medicham is not that strong right now. Wow, that was no damage at all.
Yeah, but he's actually going to get to number 2 and number 3. It's not doing that much damage, but it will add up at the end of the day. Of course, Lurgan Rocket needs this Mantine to be onto the Noctowl. Or actually, yeah, the Lantern will be a disaster, so it needs to be on the Noctowl. He tries to reach the Psychic, but it's just not enough. Leandro, is he counting? Does he know if this is a Psychic? And wow, decides to not shield. Noctowl is now on its last limbs here up against the Mantine.
So Mantine is a really bulky Pokemon. It is going to be a wing attack mirror match at this point. Mantine usually run with Bubble Beam and Ice Beam, one of the best bait moves ever, Bubble Beam, because it always gets an attack drop. And now we're seeing Lantern immediate switch into the Trevenant. Leandro is laughing. Lurgan is staring into the camera. He knows what he is doing here. He knows that he is in a crazy position. Is this going to be the next top cut for Lurgan Rocket?
Yeah, Leandro recognizing that this matchup is going to be very, very difficult. Thunderbolt just going to let it go. Lurgan Rocket knows that, again, these are doing a negligible amount of damage to his little piece of paper here. And Seed Bombs are going to come one after the other. I'm not sure what his plan is to, with these shields here, but the shield on the Knockdown would probably make a little bit more sense, trying to farm down the Trevenant and then throw Sky Attacks.
Lurgan Rocket is such an entertainer, just throwing some wings at the camera. You have to love this guy.
Yeah, and the shirt, like, I love the energy from him. Yep. It's going to be a lot of fun for Amanda or Abby to, like, interview him, I'm sure.
That is absolutely true. So both players are on one shield. We are going for yet another Seed Bomb. And will the Lantern try to take the Seed Bomb? Oh, no, it will shield. And we are immediately going into the Noctowl, but we are also immediately going into the Mantine again. Now Mantine will see a Sky Attack. This game is far from over yet because the switch timers were up again. So we are going to see some more wing attacks. We might see a Bubble Beam. Oh, we are seeing almost a wing attack down. Bubble Beam is going to come out now. At this amount of health, it's of course going to KO.
Yeah, and Mantine is absolutely the hero of this game, especially as he was able to keep it away from the Lantern, and he knows exactly what his win condition is. Mantine into Knockdown was an absolutely fantastic lead, and he was able to maintain alignment. Great game.
And now we are seeing the Mantine KOing the Lantern with an Ice Beam to advance to the top cut, to advance to day 2. If that isn't a fantastic finish to a great game, I don't know what is.
Yeah, Mantine is a confirmed Lantern counter. You heard it from us first.
Yeah, always here for your good information, always here for your absolutely correct statements. Mantine, what a monster. I mean, Lurgan had it aligned perfectly, right? Everything just went his way from the start.
Yeah, first lead was great, then he had the Trevenant onto the Lantern. Like, Trevenant onto Lantern is always a miracle, and it really doesn't get much better than that. You can farm to 100 energy, throw Seed Bombs when you want, wink at the camera. I mean, it's really... reality is yours to take.
Yeah, this is Lurgan Rocket's world, and we are just all living in it. That's at least what you think when you watch him play. This guy is an absolute monster. He has proved himself at Worlds. He is a former Liverpool regional champion as well, and now he's on his way to take his second title.
Yeah, it is such an honor to be watching the protagonist of our storyline here. All the plot, all the backstories are coming together. As he will be moving to day 2, we'll see if Leandro can claw back and find his own success, though, in the later games.
Yeah, Leandro also a fantastic player, and he got kind of close. Like, we thought this was over when we saw the Trevenant onto the Lantern and the Mantine onto the Noctowl, but he actually made a small comeback. So if Lurgan didn't have like the reactions to immediately switch back into the Mantine when the Noctowl was there, he maybe would have had to shield a Sky Attack. It could have been dangerous for him.
Yeah, but I think Lurgan Rocket knew he had this one in the bag. At about the halfway mark, he was already going crazy for the camera.
That is true.
He knows something we don't.
You can definitely bank on that. Lurgan Rocket, one of the best players. Are you sad that we didn't get to see the Diggersby here?
I think we already got to see a lot of Diggersby today. I've seen more fire punches from Diggersby onto a Knockdown than I care to admit. So glad that wasn't the case again here. If we had to see fire punches being thrown onto a Mantine, for example, we may have had to exit the building.
That is a hard counter, to be honest. I didn't even think about that.
Oh yeah, that would be a disaster for the Diggersby. Earthquake or fire punch, I mean, that would take forever. And then just bubble beam, bubble beam, bubble beam.
With Mudshot as well, or maybe
quick attack.
Maybe even a quick attack. That is also a possibility. What a crazy matchup. But let's see. There was also an Alolan Shadow Ninetales. What do you think are the applications of Shadow A9 in this metagame? Because we can see a lot of Registeel, and it's not necessarily the best matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not great against the Registeel, but Knocked Out, it does have play against it. We saw how Lurgan Rocket's team was actually built to be able to deal with that Registeel, despite having the Alolan Ninetales. Well, let's see what he has to say about himself, though, as we're going to be going to an interview.
Welcome back, everyone, and a big congratulations to Lurgan Rocket here for securing day number 2. How does it feel?
Amazing, amazing. If you
I haven't done all that well so far this season. I've come up short several times, but to be here in Bochum with the level of competition that we have, we've 7 Worlds competitors here,
Yes,
2 from
right?
top 12. It's so stacked, and to be sitting here, winner side in top 8 tomorrow, I still don't believe it. Especially against an opponent like Leandro.
Yeah, I know. Leandro is, obviously you as well. I think you are somewhat of a community favorite because if you think about it, you were our first ever Pokemon Go regional champion in Liverpool when it all began. And then I understand what you mean because you had a really great run at Worlds, and now we're just waiting for you to,
the next chapter.
Is Bochum that chapter?
It will be.
It will be. You hear first, guys.
Mantine will carry me to victory on its massive wings. I am all for it. I will bubble beam everyone tomorrow to oblivion. Win by timeout if needs be.
You're revealing strats.
Yeah. But no, I'm here to have fun. I'm having a great time so far.
Yep.
It's been so fun following the stream, following the tournament, because again, what this tournament really, it lacks in quantity of players, much more than makes up for in quality.
100%. And I have to say, I didn't even put you on my players to watch because I didn't know until yesterday that you were going to be here.
Yeah, I kept that a secret.
Yes,
I was meant to surprise a couple of people.
A man of a lot of secrets. Are you going to keep your secrets close to the vest tonight, or are you going to be practicing
absolutely.
a lot?
No, similar to Dancing Rob at Worlds, I'm not a person who does a lot of practice. I feel like I second guess myself a lot. I make some decisions in team building if I practice a lot that don't end up working out in the end. I trust in my own decisions. I trust in my team building. No team is perfect, but I at least think that my team's a little bit fun, has a little bit of spice. But yeah, and keeping my secrets.
Speaking of your team, I kind of want to go into it a little bit because I saw that Shadow Alolan Ninetales.
Yes.
How has it been performing for you today?
For the matches that I have brought it in, it has worked exceptional. A big thing that my Alolan Ninetales needs to cover for my team is opposing Charizards. Charizard, after we've seen Human Catcher Bug in Liverpool absolutely dominate the tournament, it's made people really take notice of how powerful, how potent Charizard can be in the right situation. But I think Shadow Alolan Ninetales is a very, very, very strong pick. It breaks open the core that we see, sort of the general core 5 that we see a lot of teams have at the moment. And because these Charizards are all running Wing Attack, they're not really a big threat to the Alolan Ninetales.
You're not fearful until those Blast Burns come.
Yeah, well, if shields are down, then,
it is what it is.
Knock out that Alolan Ninetales and every Alolan Ninetales that comes after it for, a couple of years. But yeah, it's worked surprisingly well.
Yes.
It has done exactly what I have needed it to do.
And I know that you are a man of PvP IVs. Obviously, we're not going to reveal anything on stream, but I am curious, and if we see you again tomorrow, maybe we have to know if you actually got a good Alolan Ninetales, or if one is better than none at all.
I'll show it tomorrow. If I win the whole thing, I'll show the IVs of it, but until then, we'll keep it a secret.
Okay, that's good. Well, congratulations once again, James.
Thank you,
really
Amanda.
we're cheering for you, and we'll see you day 2.
I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, back to the casters.
Thanks, Amanda. And now we'll be going to a Go Tips video, or Go Challenge video with Amanda and one of our players from earlier, Frika.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Bochum Regionals. I'm Lundberger and I am here with Frika and we are going to do a little bit of a Pokemon Go challenge. And I'm excited because this is one PvP thing that I might actually be able to beat him at.
Hello, I'm Dominic and I'm here with Lundberger, as she also already said. We're doing this competition with a few rules. You can explain them, Amanda.
I will gladly explain them. So we have about 25 minutes here. We're going to go around and catch Pokemon. What makes it a little bit different than normal Pokemon Go is that we can only catch one unique Pokemon of each time. So if we caught a Squirtle, we cannot catch any more Squirtle. We want them as close to 1,500 as possible because at the end of this catch challenge, we are going to pick a team of 6 and battle each other with these Pokemon.
Yeah, we will battle in the Great League format, so they have to be below 1,500 CP. But also we aren't allowed to power up the Pokemon or evolve them, so it's really important that they have a really high CP when we catch them already.
But we can use TMs to change the moves, so I hope you have a lot because I have over 100 of each.
I have, so it will be really challenging.
All right, Game on. So Frika and I decided that we can use our daily incense, so I'm going to go ahead and turn that on, and hopefully I can catch a Galarian bird. I haven't caught any of them yet, but that would be great to use in this challenge, and also just a big flex. So basically what I'm doing right now, just letting you know, is I'm checking the CPs of things to see if they're worth keeping or not. Everything so far is quite low. The Stuffle is like 700, so that's not low by any means, but I think that it can get higher. I'm gonna hope that Frika took it, and I'm going to gamble that I'm gonna find a better one. So, like I said, I just found a Stuffle that is higher. This one is 953. I think the cap you can find in the wild is like 1,100. So I think it's a good investment, and I'm going to catch my only Stuffle I can with the 900 CP. It also can learn Tackle, so it's a nice, good normal move, and hopefully he doesn't catch any fighters, and we can see how it goes. So, one Stuffle in the bag.
Hello guys, the challenge started. Amanda and I did part ways a few seconds ago, and now the fun and catching begins. Until now I haven't seen many Pokemon. I'm sure it will be better in the next 25 minutes. I want to beat Amanda for sure. I can't lose against her, that's not possible. So yeah, I hope it will be fun, and yeah, let's get to it. I got a spawn here. It's a Swirlix. I'm not sure if it will be good in the challenge. I think it could be really good because it's at the moment weather boosted and can get to a really high CP when it is a high level. I have a challenge where I can catch a Pokemon now. I have to make a screenshot of the wild Pokemon to get a new Pokemon encounter. So I will do it. And yeah, let's see what I will get.
All right, I'm going to continue catching, but we're going to go back to the content. We'll be back after this break. Welcome back, everyone. I am Amanda Lundberger, and I am here besides Abi, also known as Count Xavius. And I have to ask, what do you think of the catch challenge so far? You think I'm going to beat Frika?
Even if you catch all the right Pokemon, you're still going to lose to Frika.
He is a pretty good player. I just saw that he lost to EJB, though, 23 EJB, yes, who is we will now be seeing in the losers finals. The winner of this matchup will be the ones who will obviously go on to day 2.
Yep, I think it's insane how stacked the lower bracket is. Frika playing against EJ is probably easily a day 2 matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I would if I saw those names together, I would think immediately that this was a day 2 competition. But he is also playing against Super Alki, who has been doing really well. And actually, if you remember, he was the person who originally Frika had lost to.
Yep, I think Super Alki showed a really, really high level mastery of his Altaria. I was just talking to him as well. It was very impressive to lead into a Registeel and then lose swap and then still come back and finish the game with the Altaria.
Yeah, let's see if he can do something similar against the 23 EJB. We do see a Registeel on his side as well. But again, EJ has that Azumarill, which is not a big pick. And this is really big for 23 EJB because this Umbreon does very well against the Frostlass. And Super Alki is staying in, I assume just to get a little bit of energy.
Yep, it's either to get a little bit of energy or try to swap out to catch the move on something else. But EJ does decide to throw the move. Here comes the foul play, and the foul play will do quite a bit of damage. Oh man, that Frostlass is almost gone back into his Pokeball. But here comes the Avalanche. Avalanche is unresisted, so it's going to do a lot of damage from a very, very attack-weighted Pokemon like Frostlass.
I mean, the Umbreon is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in Great League, but even still, look at it. It is already in the yellow from just that Avalanche alone, but this will be enough to take it out should Super Alki choose not to shield, but he does use that first Protect shield up because he is almost at yet another Avalanche, but look how low his HP is.
Yep. Frostlass is barely holding on before going back into the Pokeball. Here comes the next Avalanche. EJ electing not to shield at this point. The best play would be to catch the move.
Oh, well, my goodness. Super Alki is like a mind reader here, catching this foul play, and then would be able to counter down. But let's see if EJ does an immediate swap. He does, going into Trevenant, which is one of Medicham's hardest counters, although this Ice Punch that's coming in will do a nice chunk of damage.
Yep, Medicham is Trevenant is one of the hardest answers Medicham can find, but Medicham does have access to Ice Punch, which is being thrown into this Trevenant. Trevenant does take 30% damage, but it can farm so much more energy and throw the Seed Bomb just before the Medicham gets to that Ice Punch.
And I really like this play from EJB because if you look, he could have also swapped in a Azumarill, which is a good answer to the Medicham. But when you're playing a Trevenant, there is sometimes a Noctowl, and here it comes in, but now he has a lot of energy, but not a lot of health, which doesn't give a big farming opportunity for Super Alki's Noctowl.
Yep, that is very, very, very well executed by EJ, making sure that Trevenant is low enough that it doesn't give enough energy, but has enough energy to do some damage to the Noctowl, which is what we see here. The second Seed Bomb going in before the Trevenant dips back into its Pokeball. And here comes Azumarill. Azumarill doesn't have a bad matchup against Noctowl, but let's see how this plays out.
Yes, going to go ahead and go for the Sky Attack here. EJB has two shields, choosing maybe not even to use the first one there, knowing that even if it's a Shadow Ball, it doesn't do that much damage to this bulky bunny. And EJB is almost at an Ice Beam here. But he's being a little bit wary, I think, because he notices that the switch timers are up, and he doesn't want to get this Ice Beam caught onto the Frostlass.
Yep, at this point, that is the worst thing that can happen. EJ is being very, very careful here, waiting for a turn before throwing the move so that he cannot have this catch. Here's the Ice Beam. Will it be shielded? Yes.
Yes. I think if it wasn't shielded at that point, then there might not be a Noctowl to keep playing against. But now the shields are all gone, and the Sky Attack is going through EJB, using up his first Protect shield on this Azumarill at this range.
Yep. Protect shield comes up and the Sky Attack is blocked, trying to go into the Frostlass here to try and get the next shield, and that is exactly what Super Alki gets, greeted by that immediate Protect shield.
Yeah, and now I think at this point the Azumarill is definitely not going to throw a move, able to bubble down and now comfortably throw this Ice Beam before Super Alki is able to get to a Sky Attack on the Noctowl, and this Noctowl is about to get knocked down, knocked out of the sky.
Yep, Rabbit putting in a lot of work.
Indeed, we've seen a lot of rabbits in this cup. We've seen the Diggersby as well, which was on Lurgan Rocket's team, who's made it to day 2. But this is a different sort of bunny.
Yep, bunnies are coming to stay, apparently.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be spring.
Oh, we were just talking about when we did the meta breakdown that we saw the resurgence of Azumarill.
That's
recently,
right,
and you see how much work it put on. I think having a Pokemon like Azumarill gives you a lot of flexibility in your team. It comes with different movesets, and also the most important thing in a format like this, the bulk.
That's right. It is a very bulky Pokemon. I think you see somewhat, I mean, its typing makes it a bit unusual with the water fairy typing. There's a Tapu Fini who also has a similar moveset, but the water gun pressure is a lot more than this bubble pressure. So Tapu Fini makes it up for it with fast move damage, but it cannot tank as many moves as an Azumarill can. Like, Azumarill has been meta in the past for, I mean, he is one of the Pokemon that's been used the most often, I think, in Go Battle League from the beginning.
Yep, and just look at Super Alki's team, right? What would you answer an Azumarill with?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a tough call, unless perhaps, but I think we've already seen it, that the Swampert is running a Sludge Wave.
Yep.
There is not a hard counter necessarily. Everything can chip it, but also is going to get chipped by it in return. But it is only one Pokemon. It can't take out all 6.
That is true. That is true. That is why he has the other Pokemon, like an Umbreon, for example, that can do exactly the same with all the Pokemon that Super Alki has as well. So this is a very, very difficult matchup for Super Alki to pull out a win, just because there's 2 Pokemon that are very, very bulky and that does well against his whole team. So he needs to find a way to maneuver around this and then figure out what his win condition is. I think looking at last game, if he got a Swampert in and it was not aligned to the Trevenant, he did have a very good win condition. So that's what he's probably will have to go for. Game number 2, we are ready to go.
Let's see, we're going ahead and leading a Stunfisk into Azumarill. Again, this is what we talked about. This is, it's more in favor to the Azumarill, but at the same point, the Azumarill is not running Hydro Pump, which is the heavy-hitting charge move against the Galarian Stunfisk. It's these bubbles that are really putting in the work for Azumarill here.
Yep. The saving grace in this matchup is that the Azumarill does have access to Ice Beam rather than just trying to throw that flare off. And Earthquake does so much damage to that bunny, but the bunny is too good. The bunny survives.
The bunny definitely survives, and by the health of it, I would guess it would maybe even survive too. So it maybe is one of the level 51 Azumarills that has benefited from boosting above level 40 there. Going ahead and trying to catch onto this Umbreon immediately met by the Medicham.
This is absolutely amazing player. Things are working out. The stars are aligning for 23EJ. Getting that Medicham onto this Umbreon, that is exactly what he wants, looking at what he has at the back. And Super Alki absolutely following for that trap.
And also, the Umbreon was able to get a Snarl or two advantage. And we've seen in the past, Umbreon, even though it is taking this effective moves from the counter damage, it's able to dish out moves very quickly as well, with the Snarl being one of the best energy generating moves in the game. Looks like he was going for a last resort there.
Yep, in certain cases it's better to throw the last resort and then a foul play to ensure that you win this matchup. So that is probably what he was going for, but he does go back to the foul play again, and this foul play will put the Medicham in the range where another foul play might send it back to its Pokeball.
And it looks like Super Alki is doing some calculations in his head and decided he knows he could tank it, but can he tank this last resort? And does he know that it's a last resort at this point? Is he willing to invest the shield?
No, he's not. He's oh my god, he was tapping away and he taps at the exact right time.
Last minute protect shield.
Oh, the Umbreon goes down, but at this point you have a very, very, very healthy bunny, and this bunny is going to take over the world.
Super Alki using the more effective move here, being a heavier hitting and it is same type attack bonus. And worse for the wear for 23 EJB, also got the defense drop on the Azumarill, and now charging up a little bit more energy and throwing this Ice Beam, which would be enough to take out the Medicham at this range. And let's see how Super Alex chooses to respond.
Yeah, it has to be the Stunfisk. Stunfisk has a lot of energy to dispose of, and at this range, the Rock Slide will be enough to send the Azumarill packing, but the Rock Slide is being protect shielded by 23 EJ. Will it get to another one? Yes, it does, and the Bunny wins CMP. Oh my god, Bunny is too good.
Bunny is too good indeed. To Super Alki using his last shield there as well, because he indeed was at that Rock Slide. Oh, looks like trying to catch, but again, Super Alki is very good at waiting, not throwing directly on alignment and seeing what EJ brings in. EJ is now forced his shield up because he knows that it's going to be an Earthquake. But now there's no more Protect Shields left on either side. And unfortunately, a Rock Blast or Focus Blast will be enough. And an amazing counting, getting right there, switching into a fully healthy Noctowl on this Focus Blast.
Yep, this is amazing play by Super Alki, but still, it is a huge advantage for EJ because he can now dictate the pace of this game. What does he want to do? Will he throw the Zap Can immediately, or will he just throw the Focus Blast and go for the farm down? But as we know, Noctowl is super bulky and it's coming in with these Shadow Balls to do so much damage.
And the problem is too, if you remember, the Stunfisk has an Earthquake stored, and an Earthquake at this range will be enough to take out the Registeel. I think EJB knows it a little bit too, and this is exactly what he's trying to do. He's going to try to lock on, farm down this Noctowl, so he has a little bit of energy. His switch timer is also up. How do you play this? Do you think he's almost at an Earthquake? He's counting. He's going for the
my god, what a
amazing
catch.
timing by 23 EJB.
Perfect gameplay. Knows exactly that. He knew he was going to get to the Focus Blast. That was a catch that it was obvious catch because he knows that it would be charge move priority. He knew that whatever happened, Super Alki had to throw, and going for that catch there. 23 EJ securing day 2.
Congratulations there. What gameplay. I mean, it really came down to the wire because when you know that your opponent is almost at the move that's going to knock you out and you're not going to be able to get to a move yourself, I think they both knew it would come down to a potential sacrificial swap.
Yep. And this is one of those cases where EJ played so well with the energy management that he put it in the term that he will get to the Focus Blast exactly at the same time the Stunfisk will get to the Earthquake, or just one turn after, which means that the Stunfisk has to throw, whatever be the scenario. And that's absolutely brilliantly played. He put his opponent in a position to make the mistake. If he doesn't make the mistake, then he loses.
Right.
So it was brilliantly played.
It's one of those times, too, where it's like throwing directly on alignment is predictable, but maybe they'll play for that because I think he was at the earthquake, but he was expecting the catch. Everyone on this side of the bench knew it. Everyone in the audience knew it. The players knew it. The only win condition for 23 EGB was exactly what he managed to pull off, and that's very hard to do under those circumstances.
Yep. It would have also been interesting to see if that earthquake landed, one would have taken out the Registeel, but the Azu was still looming at the back with like 20% 10% HP.
Yeah.
Would that bubble down have been enough?
I don't know if it would have been enough, but maybe a potential that the Galarian Stunfisk could have got to a rock slide, which also doesn't do a lot of damage. Again, the mind games really go up to 10.
It was brilliantly played. He didn't leave anything up to chance.
Yes.
That was brilliant.
And very well played also by Super Elky. A lot of good catches on his own, a lot of good like team reads as well.
Yep.
One of my favorite things that the EJB did in this thing was that he had some nerve to him to bring in a Trevenant to a team that had both Noctowl and Altaria.
Yep. And Frostless as well.
And Frostless as well, yeah.
Frostless is...
Yeah, depending on which has an energy advantage. And I think maybe Super Alky was banking on the fact that 23 EJB wouldn't bring that Trevenant that first game, and that's why he used Medicham as the safe swap.
Yep, and unfortunately that was too costly. Amazing setup by both players. And EJ did what we were discussing about earlier in the stream, the ABB strategy.
That's right.
And executed to perfection. That's how strong an ABB can be. Which 3 meta Pokemons, no less. So if you want to try this team, you could probably work in GBL as well.
Yeah, I think that is most likely true. A lot of these players, I think, practice their teams. Sometimes you run into people that are... You see them on the regional and you're playing against them in a Go Battle League. You're like, oh, that's an interesting. They're running a Shadow Charizard. I wonder if they're practicing this for a potential upcoming regional.
Yep. I did have the luxury to play Zeffy yesterday, for example.
Yeah?
In the morning before I started my debuff downfall.
That's always fun. Not the debuff downfall.
I did beat him. But afterwards, everything went south.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was unfortunate.
That is true. That's the thing. You win some, you lose some. But the people who are going on today, they're winning some.
Yep, they are most definitely winning some. So already we have quite a lot of good competitors up. We have Chun, we have EJ, and then we have Lurgan, we have Arceus. It's already getting stacked.
Yeah, it's already quite stacked, and a lot of stacked names have also already fallen out of the bracket as well. If you want to follow along the tournament, we are almost done. We are going to showcase one more losers bracket, and the winner of this one will, again, go on to day 2. But you can type in ! bracket into the chat, and then you can follow along with the rest of us.
Yep. It's always something that I struggle with to follow the tournament, because, you know, I'm a wee bit lazy, but it's always nice to have ! bracket, and you click on it, and the link's already there.
Like, where can I even find this at? Yeah.
It's a very smart thing.
We're here to help out you.
Yes.
So what are some of the picks today that you thought were a bit surprising, and are you surprised that they're making on today too? Lurantis is the biggest number one?
Yes.
I would agree. I think that is something that was unsuspecting, and the fact that it made it on today too is very, very cool.
Yep. I would like to see the statistics on, or probably ask Chun later, how many times did he use it, and how many times did it come in handy? We did see it absolutely go to town against Zoomerl, right?
That's true, that's true.
That was insane. But has it come up back from very bad matchups? For example, we saw it going up against a Noctowl where it did nothing. So,
that's right, yeah.
So I want to see how many times he used it, rather than the fact that it's his favorite Pokemon.
That's true. What's also interesting is Chun was actually the person who knocked 23 EJB into the losers bracket to begin with that Lurantis on the Zoomerl. So there is a potential for a rematch tomorrow. But in the meantime, we are going to jump into the last matchups that we are going to go see today.
All right, we've already casted both of them before, Arsenio and we have Snorek. Arsenio is a French battler, trying to make day 2. Look at him, amazing swag there.
Yeah, he's a monochromatic there. He's really rocking that purple swag.
And then you have Snorek as well. We've seen Snorek play really well and losing out by just winning with just 1 HP.
Yeah, I know.
And that was the start, right? What a best way to end with him trying to finish and go to day 2.
I can't agree more. And also, this is not the first time that either of these competitors have been competing. I mean, for Snorek, he competed in Warsaw this year, and he made it to the top 24. And Arsenio, who is a French battler, he participated in the French Cups as well, and I mean, did pretty well in Lille in both the times that he competed.
I think Arsenio is one of the top French battlers. Like we play with him, and it's really amazing to see him shine again. But there is one final obstacle for him to go to day 2. In Lille, I don't think he made it to day 2, but this is it. This is maybe his chance.
And this is also very interesting because, to your point exactly, missing out on day 2 by 1 game, this is going to happen to one of these competitors here. Both of them have played really well, making it this far into the battle. Unfortunately, only the top 8 can go on into day 2, and it will definitely be one of these 2
And we see another bunny here and also a shadow, a Alolan Ninetales. The bunny is going to do well against just the whole of Snorek's team. It's pretty neutral, except against that Medicham. He's also rocking the Shadow Sableye. Shadow Sableye is known to do a lot of damage unless it sees a Shadow Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, which is kind of funny if you look at these teams. Arsenio had said earlier that he chose the Diggersby because Lurgan Rocket had kind of persuaded him to use it, and Lurgan Rocket also has a Diggersby on his team. Snorek has this Shadow Alolan Ninetales, which Lurgan also has on his team. So no matter what, there's a little bit of spice that's going to make it onto day 2 for more than one competitor.
Are you saying there's a little bit of Lurgan in everything?
There's a little bit of Lurgan in all of us.
He's a very colorful guy, right?
You can see right now, too, I mean, the stakes could not be higher for either one of these players because it will be the end of one of their journeys right now. You can see Arsenio really thinking it through.
Yep, I think it's all about managing your nerves at this point. You really, you know that this is it, right? Like once you get to day 2, it's a whole new beginning. But for now, this is the game that decides everything for these 2 players. Looking at the matchup, I think, to be honest, we might see a lot of Altaria from Arsenio, and even maybe a little bit of Registeel, because the biggest Registeel counter we can see here is a Medicham and also the Stunfisk, but both of this Registeel has a way to deal with. So maybe Registeel could be an amazing Pokemon to pivot to for Arsenio.
Yeah, that is not a bad idea at all. I mean, like you said, the Altaria does pretty well against most of the things on the team. It does have to be wary of the Stunfisk because, of course, these Rock Slides are super effective, and that Shadow Alolan Ninetales is not something that it wants to see, but everything else, it has a decent 2 neutral matchup against. I mean, we saw in one of the matches earlier, a Lantern against Altaria, even with Water Gun pressure, is just simply not enough to flip those types of matches. Yep. It all depends on the team composition and how these players are choosing to structure, and we are going to get right into it right now.
All right, we are leading a Registeel into the Medicham. This is not a bad lead for both parties, but we do not know what moveset Medicham is rocking. It is rocking that Psychic, immediately swapping into that Shadow Sableye.
Yeah, and met by a Shadow Alolan Ninetales. Luckily for Arsenio here, it is not a Charmed Shadow Alolan Ninetales, as that would be doing super effective damage to this Sableye. But still, Arsenio choosing to shield up this first Weather Ball because he is now gaining a ton of energy. This Powder Snow is not doing so much damage, and this Foul Plays, I mean, with this 20% more damage from both sides, getting the first shield off of Snorek as well.
Yeah, that is going to be really favorable for Arsenio. At this point, he is electing not to shield his Weather Ball, knowing that it is not enough to send that Sableye back, but unfortunately not enough HP to get to that Power Gem. Will this Foul Play that is resisted by this Alolan Ninetales from a Shadow Sableye be enough? No,
it's
just
not. But
enough.
if you look at how much health is left, you know what this is perfect for, and maybe Arsenio's thinking so as well. That Registeel can potentially lock on Farm Down before even a Weather Ball gets through. Can he make it to it? He can't. He dies with the move. And now this Registeel has a little bit of energy advantage, even if it's against that Medicham.
This is decisions. Look at both the Pokemon. There's a Medicham and a Trevenant, but electing to come in with a Medicham instead of the Trevenant is a better play, I think. But here comes the Zap Cannon. Will this be a debuff?
Yeah, that is the question indeed. But if you also look at the backline, there is that Altaria against the Trevenant. The Trevenant comes in an immediate swap up by Arsenio and met with this Altaria. And I think for Snorek, he also knows he's going immediately for that Shadow Ball, the heavier hitting move, just in case he doesn't get to another. Will Arsenio choose to shield this up? It will be doing a nice amount of damage, plus the Shadow Claws afterwards. Look at this Altaria, already down past half health.
Yeah, Altaria already down past half health, and here it is. It's going all the way up, charging a little bit more energy before throwing that sky attack. Will this be shielded by Snorek, or will he let it go? He pulls up the protect shield, and at this point, it's going to be who wants to shield.
That's right, and now going ahead, going for this Shadow Ball again, that will definitely knock it out at this point. Arsenio's taking no chances here, going ahead and shielding that up, and almost out of move himself. Will he do this, or will he try to Dragon Breath down? No, going straight for that Sky Attack, because there are no Protect Shields left remaining on Snorek's side, and this will definitely be enough to take out the Trevenant, even with this potential undercharge.
Yep, undercharging for good measure there, but now the Medicham is going to farm a lot of energy, and whatever the Medicham throws, will it be able to get to a Psychic and an Ice Punch to take out this Reggie? Reggie is absolutely energy dry. Here comes the first Psychic.
And this was very smart of Snorek, too. He's throwing the Psychic first in hopes that he would get that defense debuff, because if he got the debuff, that would change almost everything. Arsenio's able to get to this Focus Blast.
Oh my god, that is amazing. Getting to that Focus Blast just as that Medicham was getting to the Psychic, but unfortunately, the Registeel was a bit too healthy for that Psychic to have potentially taken it out. Very, very close game there. Snorek did everything in his power to try and get that energy onto the Medicham, but a fighter without a fighting move is not a fighter.
It's just a counter user.
Yes.
Very well played, and look, I mean, like you said, it really came down to the wire. Not sure if his Psychic even would have been enough, but the counter damage afterwards most likely would have been putting that Registeel back in the ball as well. Yep. So it's such a hard call, but a very good game, and like, yeah, round one, number one goes to Arsenio.
And unfortunately for Snorek, right, he's revealed that his Alola Ninetales does not have Charm.
Right.
So just looking at the lineup, what's stopping Arsenio from safe swapping that Sableye?
Exactly, because as we saw it earlier, I mean, the Weather Ball obviously did quite a lot of damage. It is a shadow. They are both shadow Pokemon, right? So, I mean, they're doing some extra damage. But without the Dazzling Gleam, potentially, I think that's why he shielded the first one. There was a lot of energy, but he said, no, there's no way you were able to get to another Dazzling Gleam in time. This is just a Weather Ball. Being able to throw that foul play off and get just that sliver of health taken away to let that Registeel lock on farm down, it was beautiful.
Perfect. It was perfect. That's the word. And also beautiful. But yeah, I think having Altaria, Registeel, and Sableye is a very, very strong core. Mostly because if you throw in the Sableye, you have to swap in your Alola Ninetales, because the Shadow Sableye does beat the Noctowl in the zeros. It does beat Lantern. It does do well against the Stunfisk. It beats the Medicham. It beats the Trevenant. What do you do in this scenario?
No, you're absolutely right. I think for Arsenio, the Shadow Sableye is the perfect safe swap. But now, if you're Snorek, don't you maybe know this so you can... I mean, again, there's not much you can do, but you can predict it a little bit more as well, because you're thinking... chances are they're not going to lead that Sableye.
Yeah, I think that's what Arsenio went for in game one. He was thinking that the best way to approach this game is that Snorek leads something that's good against the Sableye, because it's not in a safe swap scenario anymore. That's why he went for the Registeel, because the two biggest counters for the Sableye is the Noctowl or the Alola Ninetales. So you threw the Registeel in there, and then you're like, okay.
You're in a good position no matter what. Even if you don't, it's not like he was necessarily always going for switch advantage. He was just going for any type of advantage that he could get there. And that, in this case, it was an energy advantage. And then also able to match shields was perfect for him.
Exactly. It's very well structured. A Medicham coming into the Registeel is not a good matchup for the Medicham. So anyways, we'll see what he does game two. That's already locked and loaded. You see Snorek frantically tapping his screen. It's a Lantern into a Ninetales. That's exactly what I thought would happen game number one, but now going into game number two, what Lantern is it? Is a Spark Lantern met with a Trevenant.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god, that is so bad for the Trevenant. Here
now the seed bombs are super effective against this Diggersby here, but also these fire punches that are going to be coming in are also super effective. And Diggersby has a little bit more bulk to it than Trevenant does. Looks like we're having a little bit of issue here. We'll have to see. More Shadow Claws are going through.
But is it what I see? What I think it is? Is that a tackle Diggersby?
You know, honestly, I didn't even notice. I would assume that it was a matchup, but maybe it is a tackle.
tackle or quick attack. I usually interchange them, but here comes the first Fire Punch. Fire Punch does quite a lot of damage, and here is the Seed Bomb. The Seed Bomb is not enough to take out the Diggersby, because Diggersby is a very, very, very bulky Pokemon.
Yes,
even with the advantage, it does look like Diggersby is struggling, but here is the next Seed Bomb. Let's see what Arsenio does. RC puts up the shield just to make sure that he can get another shield from this Trevenant.
And he's going ahead and charging up a little bit more energy, knowing that the Trevenant can't get to another Seed Bomb quite yet, throwing this Fire Punch. And Snorek's also choosing to shield up the Trevenant here because he is almost out of Seed Bomb, and he wants to keep a little bit of alignment, but the Diggersby is able to get to the move first. Will Snorek go 2 shields down in this scenario? He is indeed. The Trevenant is now out of Seed Bomb and will be able to throw it. He has to throw a move because these are resisted Shadow Claws.
Yep, at this point, as the Diggersby, it does not make a lot of sense for you to shield this move. So the Trevenant gets this Seed Bomb in, and Arsenio preserving that shield for a rainy day. And here comes his rainy day. It's a Shadow Sableye going to farm the Trevenant down, and whatever comes in is in a world of hurt.
That is true indeed, and correctly shielding up the Shadow Ball, because that, you said, like, did a ton of damage. And no matter what comes in at this point, it at least is going to take a move from the Shadow Sableye here. And the Shadow Sableye is already at a Power Jam, waiting a turn, trying to catch, and now coming in with the Medicham onto the Lantern. I think it was a bit of a strange call. Arsenio was expecting the Alolan Ninetales to come back in, and now switching out of a pretty advantageous matchup for a Sableye into a more neutral matchup between the Lantern and the Medicham.
Yep, I think at this point, unless Snorek gets a defense fall here, the game is in the hands of Sableye. You see Arsenio frantically going for the Thunderbolt. Will he get there? Yes, he does. This could come in very, very close, because now the Alolan Ninetales has a chance to farm down.
Indeed. Will he be able to get to a Surf in time to do a little bit of extra chip damage, or will be able to throw a move? The Weather Balls are resisted, but he's at 2 of them, throwing just in time. Right as the Surf comes in, this will be enough to knock out the Lantern, and now it is sort of a race. The Sableye is also out of Power Gem.
Yep, the Power Gem from a Shadow Sableye is going to do a ton of damage. Weather Ball at this range was not enough, as we saw in game number 1. This Power Gem comes in, no shields left. Will the Alolan Ninetales be able to live through this? No, goes back straight into his Pokeball, and that is it.
So it seems that even though there was a little bit of the bunny wasn't doing very many moves in the middle section, Arsenio still won the matchup there. So we'll have to see with the judges how they decide to play this one out, if they're willing to take everything. Looks like, I mean, this is what the judges are here for, right? We have a really good staff and crew that are going to listen to both sides and review footage if necessary.
Yep. I think the judges are deciding in the sense that, considering how dominant the Trevenant and Diggersby matchup was and how exactly it played out, it would not make a lot of sense to award a rematch here. So we are probably going to have a discussion, and then at this point they have decided that this is over. Snorek maybe not happy with this decision. I understand, because sometimes when this happens, you're not able to keep track of the energy.
Yep.
So it's okay, but well, it was very, very well played, very well executed by Arsenio to reserve his spot in
welcome day 2.
Sorry.
No, it's very exciting, and no, it is like you said. If you safe swap a Trevenant and you are met by a Diggersby, it is going to be pretty much in favor of that Diggersby in most shielded scenarios. And I think the Trevenant had a little bit of an energy advantage, being able to throw basically 2 Seed Bombs before there was even a Fire Punch ready.
So I think it played out. It played out as it should. Actually, would have played out a wee bit more better towards Arsenio if it was.
It's quite possible. But again, I understand from both sides. It's always when Yeah,
exactly. When you
don't know how you would have played it out differently if things. Maybe he really had a plan. Maybe he was luring out that Diggersby with the Trevenant because he had a different plan in the back. And it's always hard when in the heat of the moment to understand exactly the mechanics of what's going on in that space and time.
Exactly. We're just going to go. I mean, all the game matches are over. Maybe we can take turns to announce the top 8. Do you want to go first? Maybe?
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, let's see. Maybe we should start with who made it first from the winners bracket final. So we had Chun 07 or 027, I believe is
that was the first one, and that was followed up by Bench Styler.
Yeah, Bench Styler, a German battler, kind of keeping it here for The next up was Arceus Aurelius.
Yep, followed by Lurgan Rocket.
Yes, and then after that, the one that we saw on stream was 23 EJB.
Yep, EJ followed by the one we saw on stream, Arsenio. Who are the two mystery battlers who made it through?
That is a good question. I think we're finding out at about the same time. Maybe you can reveal the next one.
The next one is Toshi Suzuki-san. And last but not the least, we still have one more game to go.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Do you think we'll see it?
Well, I'm not sure, but I wouldn't mind seeing.
Unfortunately for everyone, make sure to follow along with the bracket, because otherwise you won't get to see who will make it on for the last one. The last one will be once again between Nickname, I believe.
Winners of Nickname, Talonflow, and they will play against Leandro.
That's very cool. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and talk to our French friend Arsenio about his day 2. Congratulations there already.
Thank you very much. I am here with our latest winner, our winner's interview, advancing to day 2. Arsenio, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling super good, to be honest. That's the first time after maybe 5 regionals I'm going to day 2. After having been a bit disappointing to losing in my main bracket, I found the way to recover well and still make it. So I'm feeling super happy right now.
That's fantastic. I mean, it's even more impressive that after you lose, you still find the mental strength to just carry on and not make any misplays whatsoever.
Yeah.
Talk me a bit through your team building process. What Pokemon did you bring that are not really that common right now? For example, the Shadow Sableye. Why did you decide to bring them?
I feel like expect maybe Noctowl. That is still a really good month versus Ghost typing. Since Charmers have disappeared, I feel like Sableye has his spot again now. And I just built a Shadow one that I got recently, and I wanted to try with. So I practiced with Shadow Sableye, and I just found out it was super strong. So I've decided to build around and make a good core with Diggersby and Registeel.
So we see the Power Gem on the Shadow Sableye, of course, which is good against the Noctowl as well.
Yeah.
But also against a Charmer that could see play, which was the Alolan Ninetales. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Were you happy that you could use the Power Gem on?
Yeah. But, as we could see in the end game, in game 2, I won because of Power Gem. So yeah, that's pretty solid months, to be honest.
And that was pretty neat. So another Pokemon that we have seen a lot of today is Diggersby. Why is Diggersby gaining popularity right now?
The idea came from Lurgan Rocket we've seen with. He talked to me about Quick Attack Diggersby, and I tried it this week, and I just found out it was a really good answer to Ghost typing, and also it can beat Noctowl. So when you think about Noctowl, Steel typing, it doesn't really fear any mons but Medicham. So yeah, I wanted to try it, and like I said, in core with Shadow Sableye.
So has Lurgan Rocket talked to anyone else about this Diggersby, or are the two people playing it just both going into top 8?
I mean, yeah, he talked to me about it. He talked to some of our friends, and I knew it probably had its chance. When I looked into the main Pokemon that was played in the previous regional, I was like, okay, I think that's his moment, and I had to take a bet to the meta game. So yeah, and it's going pretty well, to be honest.
Oh, it is going fantastic. And
yeah.
Talking about taking a bet to the meta game, what Pokemon didn't you bring that could have been spicy? Like, you probably have considered some other Pokemon as well, right?
Yeah, of course. I considered the Shadow Abomasnow. I tried it this week because this is one of the best core breaker to Noctowl, Lantern, and Trevenant. And I also consider Dunsparce those 2 months, but I finally decided to came with Diggersby, and I don't regret it.
Yeah, you of course wouldn't regret it. Any Metamons that you decided to not play? Any Pokemon that have been really dominant in the past few formats or tournaments that you don't really want to play anymore?
Obviously, Noctowl and Trevenant. I tried them. Trevenant, as I've decided to bring Shadow Sableye, I was thinking maybe with Medicham and Diggersby, maybe Trevenant is too much when you see Noctowl is everywhere. And I didn't bring Noctowl because I just feel like I prefer playing Altoria as a flying type. And maybe Noctowl, since everybody got it, and there is Lantern and Registeel in every teams, I was considering not bring it, and I'm happy with this too.
Yeah, of course, and Altaria is a fantastic Pokemon as well. So, how did you prepare for the tournament, except for talking to Lurgan Rocket, who told you about the Diggersby? What was your process?
I have my solid group of French friends, the French Pest and the French Chads, and also all the Team A. And yeah, I practiced also with a bit with Wested Potentials player and some American players. So I had time to practice a bit, and just I wanted to come here with the months I feel the most comfortable with, and for now I think it paid out.
Oh, it definitely did. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
This is again a lesson that I love to talk about. Practice with your friends and then pick the Pokemon you like the most and that you are comfortable with, that you really know. So thanks again. Congratulations on advancing to day 2, and we are going to give it over back to the casters.
All right, we are back, and that was a very nice interview from Arsenio, going throughout his thinking process, starting from how we ended up with the Diggersby from Lurgan.
Yeah, exactly. From point 8 to circle back to
Lurgan. It's like a full Lurgan circle. So with that in mind, I think that will be the last game that we will be showing today. With that, we start at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Do not forget to follow the channel.
That's the easiest way to get the alerts right for when we'll be live.
Yep.
And again, 6 of the 8 competitors have already been finalized. You can again click !bracket to follow along with the last 2 matchups to see who the last 2 competitors will be for tomorrow.
Yep.
But we will be able to feature the matches then. And I mean, you thought today was hype. Can you only imagine how good tomorrow is going to be?
Exactly, and we are all looking forward to that. I think we should stop before we hear Togedemaru again, right?
Yeah. Before Eric convinces us all to use it, we should probably sign off. Yeah. So once again, I'm Amanda Lundberger. It's been a pleasure.
And I'm Count Zevius. See you soon.
See you tomorrow.